Lin Feng looked at the old ox and said, "Master, what is the last exam?" "A test created by the old ox. It's impossible to pass," said the supreme cultivator next to Lin Feng. "You're just incompetent, so don't blame the exam for your lack of skills. I did create all the tests myself. However, the rules of the last part of the exam have been determined by my master. I can't change them. If you can't pass the last part, then you can't go inside the palace." The old ox to the supreme cultivation detachedly. "Old friends together?" asked the strong cultivator to the three other cultivators. Their eyes glittered, but the old ox just grunted coldly. "I suggest you think carefully before violating the rules. I don't think you alone can fight against the four of us," said the supreme cultivator. Lin Feng's forehead was covered with sweat. These supreme cultivators' tempers were incredible. Since they couldn't pass the exam, they wanted to attack the ox and go into the palace. Lin Feng was startled, but he could understand them. These people were peerless saints, they were at the top of the cultivation world, and they had lived for a very long time. They wanted to become gods, and now an old ox was prevent them from passing, so they couldn't complete the exam, so of course they lost patience. "Try and you'll see," said the old ox calmly. He had everything under control, he was extremely composed. The supreme cultivators could only wonder how strong the ox was. He had traveled with the god, after all. They really wanted to know how strong he was. "Little boy, come here, see if you can pass the exam. If you do, it'll piss them off." "But I don't think you can pass," said the old ox glancing at Lin Feng. "Is it really possible to pass the exam or not?" asked a supreme cultivator next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was even more curious. "So many years have passed and nobody has ever passed the exam," sighed the old ox. He felt hopeless. He couldn't wait to see someone pass the exam and enter the palace. Either. Since the ancient times, many people had come here, but nobody had passed the exam. "I'll try, master," said Lin Feng. "I'm not as strong as those supreme cultivators, though. So the difficulty of the exam probably depends on the cultivator's strength, right?" "You're wrong. The reason why everybody arrives here in the end is that the last part of the exam doesn't depend on strength. The end of the exam is the same for everybody." "All right," said Lin Feng nodding. "Sit down." Lin Feng sat down. "From now, you're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to move. If you talk or move, you fail," said the old ox. Lin Feng's face stiffened. He couldn't talk or move. How was he supposed to pass the exam? The old ox also stopped talking. He was just standing there facing Lin Feng and looking at him. Lin Feng remained silent, too. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. Lin Feng frowned. The old ox was still facing him. "That's the test." Lin Feng realized something. The test was so strange, though he could neither talk nor move. However, even though Lin Feng was perplexed, he remained determined. 1 day, 2 days. The old ox didn't move either, he didn't even blink. Lin Feng was losing patience, though. How boring. So boring. The 4 supreme cultivators were speechless. They had also taken the exam in the past. Like Lin Feng, they couldn't talk or move, but in the end they had failed. "Old woodcutter, the 4 of us are very patient. We waited for a year, we didn't move, we said nothing, and in the end we failed." "What kind of exam is that?" said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator, looking at the man on the right who looked like a woodcutter. He shook his head and said, "I'm too stupid. I didn't understand it either. The exam is extremely annoying. Little boy, you're determined too. I think that old ox is making fun of us." Lin Feng ignored them and remained motionless. This place was extraordinary. A godly place. Lin Feng didn't think the ox would be making fun of them. The exam had to be real. They just had to understand something. Time passed. A month passed. The 4 supreme cultivators looked at him in a strange way. "How calm. That little boy has already been more patient than you the first time," said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator to a man in black clothes. He was wearing a black robe, his face pale as a corpse. He looked calm and aloof. "You did about as good as me the first time," replied that cultivator indifferently. "Let's see how long that little boy will wait. He's funny." One of them smiled. He sat down and looked at Lin Feng. "Old buddy, It's funny when you watch someone do it. The four supreme cultivators were chatting. Lin Feng heard them. He finally smiled wryly and said, Master, let's say I lost this time, but could you tell me more about the exam? If I just sit, remain motionless and remain silent, he trailed off. He didn't know what to say. He was speechless. That was the exam? You have to understand yourself. You can sit the exam again anytime, one person or several at the same time, anything works, replied the old ox indifferently. Lin Feng smiled wryly and stood up. He walked over to the four supreme cultivators and said, Do you have any ideas? Nothing at all, said the Earth Area Supreme Cultivator, shaking his head. Don't look at me. I don't understand this exam, said another one, shaking his head. They just stood there. That old woodcutter is more patient than me. I remember hundreds of thousands of years ago, I was fishing in Tianmu Mountain. I fished for 100 years, but it wasn't as boring as here, said the old woodcutter, who was also a fisherman. He didn't understand the exam at all. If it were a battle, it'd be great. But this exam is boring, said another one. Apart from Lin Feng, only the four supreme cultivators were there. They had probably broken through during a different part of the exam. They were now supreme cultivators who had sat different exams. We should fight him, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. He was bored and talked a lot. Lin Feng didn't imagine a supreme cultivator like that. They looked absolutely ordinary, were calm and polite, not arrogant at all. Only people who had gone through all this in life could be like that. Go and fight him. I will support you, said another one to the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. Piss off, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. We should take the exam together again and see who the most patient one is, said the woodcutter. Good. Maybe we'll be even more patient. I'm sure I can be more patient than him, said another one, looking at the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. Is that so? Let's try then. The four supreme cultivators then sat down cross-legged in front of the old ox. The old ox split apart into 5 cultivators, each one of them sitting down in front of the 5. Small trick, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator, twitching his mouth. I wonder what kind of original strengths these 4 supreme cultivators know, thought Lin Feng. Peerless saints understood several sorts of original strengths, and there were special combinations. Start, said the old ox indifferently. They couldn't move and couldn't talk. Time passed. Those people were incredible. The other 4 cultivators had lived for over 500,000 years, and perceived time differently. The problem was that they were bored. 1 year passed and Lin Feng heard someone talk to him telepathically. Little boy, you're probably bored to death. You should stop. Eh? Lin Feng was surprised, as the old ox in front of the Earth Area's supreme cultivator moved and said, You failed. I didn't say anything. I didn't even move, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator, extremely annoyed. Humph! The old ox grunted coldly and glanced at Lin Feng. You just talked to him. The Earth Area's supreme cultivator was stunned. He thought, no wonder he was a god's beast. He even knows what I say when I use telepathy. I wonder what the exam is about. How to pass. He was convinced the exam was real, but he didn't want to fail, he wanted to pass. But he understood nothing at all. How humiliating. He kept saying the old ox was making fun of him because he felt ashamed. That boring exam continued for 10 years. Lin Feng and the others didn't understand anything, and Lin Feng had already spent 9 years in that world before the beginning of the last exam, so he had been in there for 19 years already. During those 19 years, the continent of the 9 clouds had already started changing, and it had started changing because of Lin Feng. The Fire Shrine and the Fortune Shrine had started fighting. The whole imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds was affected, and the continent of the 9 clouds was also affected. In the Fire Shrine, deep inside a tower, someone was seated cross-legged and meditating as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. At that moment, a ray of light entered the tower, and a woman came in. She looked elegant and noble, and looked at Lin Feng coldly as she said, When will your real body come out of the forbidden territory? I have no idea, replied Lin Feng's clone indifferently. His eyes were closed. You don't know, or your real body actually died? Said the woman icily, staring at Lin Feng. The situation is chaotic in the continent of the Nine Clouds. The supreme ancient pit of hell went chaotic. The godly grave is closed. You probably died, said the woman coldly. If my real body dies, I will definitely kill Xianxia. So don't hope I die, said Lin Feng, opening his eyes and looking back at the woman coldly. She looked at him and remained silent. Then, she laughed and said, Lin Feng, you don't know how to differentiate good from bad. Because of you, 2 shrines started fighting. The situation in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds has become chaotic. The continent of the Nine Clouds was affected, too, and you don't seem to care. You think I don't know much about you? You started rising in the vast celestial ancient city, then you went to the holy city and you joined Champion University. Then you created Tiantai. You have 2 teachers, 2 emperors of the Huangqi layer, Mu Chan and Emperor Yu. You have many friends, including Lang Yi, Junemo Shi, Ho Qinglin, and so on. They're quite talented. When Lin Feng heard her, he was furious. Fury invaded his eyes. Humph! You're angry. You're a half-saint. Even if you can defeat my son with a saint's weapon, you think you're qualified to be angry in front of me? I came to tell you that I can easily crush those people, said the woman icily. She threatened him, then rolled up her sleeves and left. If the fire shrine does anything to them, I will torture Xianxia. He will die in atrocious conditions, said Lin Feng icily. If you do anything to my son, you cannot imagine what I will do to your close ones, replied the woman before she disappeared. Lin Feng was furious. 19 years had passed, and he was still in the starry world. So many things had changed during those 19 years in the outside world. Even though his clone was stuck inside, they kept his clone until he released Xianxia. Even though he was imprisoned, he knew some things about the outside world. The battles between the Fire Shrine and the Fortune Shrine were fierce and violent. Surprisingly, the Ice and Snow Shrine had also decided to get involved and helped the Fire Shrine. The other shrines watched, benefiting from those shrines' disputes. Everybody was surprised that the Ice and Snow Shrine had gotten involved. After they did, the Dazzling Gold Shrine decided to seize an opportunity to get involved too, and so the atmosphere in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds became chaotic. The imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds was in an uproar. The lower world, the continent of the Nine Clouds, was also affected. The battles brought people misery and suffering. Many strong cultivators had died. Maradeva was even surrounded by some cultivators, but he escaped with injuries. 3 shrines surrounded the Fortune Shrine. The balance of power was changing. When the situation looked really bad for the Fortune Shrine, the Buddha Shrine got involved. More and more shrines joined hands with the Fortune Shrine. Just like in the ancient days, the situation was in flux. A rumor spread in the Fortune Shrine and outside that millions of small worlds had been destroyed. The situation had rarely been like that in the world. Many groups vying for supremacy. The situation was getting wilder and worse, like the ancient times. Most groups were in danger now. Lin Feng was in the godly grave. He was focused. He had to pass the last exam. Among the 5 cultivators, nobody had said anything for 6 years, nobody moved. They were all focused. But nothing happened. They understood nothing. How to pass the exam. Time is not very important to me, but I hate wasting time, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator, opening his eyes and looking at the old ox. You failed again, said the old ox indifferently, as if it were normal for the Earth Area's supreme cultivator to fail. We've been through so much in life. 30 years, 50 years, and we can't pass, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator coldly. 30 years, 50 years? The old ox shook his head. 1 more year and this place will disappear. You won't be able to try again. The next time might be in more than 100,000 years or even longer. Then I will come back and everything will start again. Until someone finally passes the exam and enters the palace behind me. Last year, the Earth Area's supreme cultivator looked astonished. He had the impression he had wasted his time. Dear friends, did you hear that? It's the last year. Are we going to be stuck in here without being able to leave? Said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. He was a supreme cultivator, a peerless saint. There weren't that many peerless saints in the godly grave. Even if he could kill all the peerless saints in the godly grave, there weren't enough peerless saints to kill to get enough points to leave. How horrible. He shouldn't have come in at all. How horrible, this place wasn't good for peerless saints. Their only chance was to pass the old ox's exam. 1 more year? Staying here like that for 1 more year won't change anything, said another supreme cultivator. He gave up too. They felt so sad. They had the impression they were going to be stuck in there forever. It was a great tragedy for a saint. That supreme cultivator sighed. Don't sigh. We made it here not like the 5 others who were teleported away. And apart from this little boy and us, nobody else made it here. That's not bad already, said the old woodcutter. Old woodcutter, imagine that in 1 year we'll be stuck here for a very, very long time. I want to see my disciples, descendants, maybe some of them have become saints, said one of the supreme cultivators. So what? We're alone in life, especially at our cultivation levels. We live much longer than other people. Humph! You're ignorant like a frog in a well, said the old ox. He grunted icily. You haven't been here for as long as me. You think I don't want to find someone who will be able to go into the palace behind me? You think I like being here alone? I feel lonely too. The 4 supreme cultivators were surprised that old ox was alone. Why don't you make the exam easier? Why don't you give us hints? Asked the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. My master created the exam. I can't change the rules, even if I have to stay here forever, said the old ox calmly. Lin Feng shivered, as if something had happened. Why did they have to remain motionless and silent? Lonely, lonely for a very long time. Forever, forever, immortal. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked at the ox in front of him, who was motionless too. They could stay that way 1 year, 2 years, or forever. I understand immortality, said Lin Feng. Then he released intent which filled the air, and the old ox's eyes twinkled. Then his eyes opened wide. Little boy, you failed. You lost patience and you talked. You understood nothing, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. No, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He smiled and said, Master, I understand. Eh? The Earth Area's supreme cultivator was astonished. You really understood? Lin Feng nodded. The 5 oxen merged into one again. He looked at Lin Feng nervously. You understood? Yes, it's immortality. Lin Feng's hand streaked across the sky. He drew a bird in the sky. It looked extremely lifelike. Life, said Lin Feng. The bird started moving. It was very weak, but it existed. It didn't disappear? The supreme cultivators were stunned as they started at the bird. They weren't able to do what Lin Feng had done. Ha! Finally, I'm done waiting. The old ox looked excited and was staring at Lin Feng. He guessed right. The Earth Area's supreme cultivator's heart was pounding. That little boy had guessed right? He didn't guess, he understood, said the old ox. You don't understand. Eh? A supreme cultivator, a peerless saint, didn't understand? Good little boy, he surprisingly understood, said the woodcutter. He was stupefied. I thought of it, but I didn't understand. I'm too old, maybe. Maybe I was just lucky, said Lin Feng, smiling. You will always remain peerless saints if you can't understand, said the old ox indifferently. What? An old supreme cultivator looked at him. That's all I have to say, said the old ox. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. Don't be too satisfied, you already have immortality, but it won't bring you anything in terms of strength. I understand, master. Lin Feng nodded. Understanding something was incredible. It was so strange, so mysterious. Immortality, the old woodcutter whispered. We want to become gods, and gods can create worlds which are immortal. Since we can't understand what immortality is, we will never become gods. Is that what you meant, old ox? The other 3 supreme cultivators were astonished. They were all incredible, peerless saints, and extremely talented. They all stared at the old ox. I've already told you. I won't repeat myself, replied the old ox. Brother ox, I offended you in the past, but thank you for your teachings, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. smiling at the old ox. The old ox glanced at him indifferently, not surprised. Then he turned to Lin Feng. I never thought he'd understand, and we wouldn't, sighed the Earth Area's supreme cultivator, shaking his head. He said to Lin Feng, Little boy, what's your name? Lin Feng, master, said Lin Feng respectfully. His real face reappeared. Haha, awesome. I knew you were using an incredible technique to hide your real face, but you probably have your reasons, so I didn't ask, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. Lin Feng was surprised. How did you know, master? Even if you change your face, nothing can hide ice-cold eyes, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator with a smile. But you're honest and you showed us your real face now. You have incredible comprehensive abilities. We should be friends. How could I refuse? Lin Feng smiled. These people were supreme cultivators. Don't say master anymore. Call me ordinary. And you know the three others. Salong, Old Ghost, and Woodcutter. You're much, much younger than us, so consider us older brothers, said the Earth Area's supreme cultivator. When smiling naturally, he looked extraordinary. Brother ordinary, Lin Feng smiled. He liked to adhere strictly to formalities, too. By the way, Lin Feng, how long have you been practicing cultivation? Asked Old Ghost. Less than 100 years, Lin Feng replied with a grin. The supreme cultivators were astonished and gasped with amazement. Lin Feng was already a low-level saint. How impressive! He really was an incredible genius. The younger generations will surpass us in time, Woodcutter sighed. I've never heard of such a terrifying cultivator. Master, there are 2 cultivators in here whose cultivation speed was faster than mine, said Lin Feng. The cultivators were stupefied. One was already incredible, but several was even more unbelievable. We've been stuck inside for so long. The world changes, said Old Ghost. The others sighed. There are new geniuses all the time. Everything changes, of course. When there are many strong cultivators in the world, everything becomes chaotic, whispered Woodcutter. You're right. The outside world has already become chaotic, said the old ox indifferently. Lin Feng was startled. These people were really strong, they knew all the details. Was something terrible really going to happen in the continent of the 9 clouds? Lin Feng has been here for 20 years and has passed all the exams. He's very lucky. From now on, the starlit area will never return, said the old ox indifferently. Lin Feng was stunned. The starlit area of the godly grave was going to disappear forever? Many years had passed, and the starlit area had always existed in the godly grave. Was it truly going to disappear forever? It was one of the 9 areas, wasn't that place a god's grave? Lin Feng, go in, the old ox told Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the palace. What was he going to find inside? The supreme cultivators were excited for Lin Feng, but unfortunately, they had failed so they couldn't follow him. Brother Ox, can't you show us a little bit? Asked the Earth Area's supreme cultivator with a smile. Impossible, said the old ox firmly. Lin Feng looked at them and said, I'm off, brothers. Go. The old ox is not nice to us, said Ordinary, somewhat annoyed. Lin Feng walked towards the palace. Suddenly, stars emerged and turned into an ancient path. The ancient path was brilliant and shone over everybody. Everyone, you can take that path to leave the godly grave. If you don't leave, you'll be teleported back to the place where you were in the godly grave. You have 3 days. Think carefully, said a voice in the sky. Everybody was astonished. We can leave this place? I'm not done with the exam. How could there only be 3 days left? Thought someone who was taking the exam in the distance. Ha ha ha. Finally, we'll be able to leave. Someone burst into frantic laughter. Finally, they were going to be able to leave. I'm finally going to leave the godly grave in which I've spent so much time. Someone started walking on the starry path and disappeared. Everybody could see the path. Some people frowned and looked at the starry path. I came from there. I recognized that road. They quickly left. It was the first time in 100,000 years that people had seen a path to leave. There were different roads, actually, leading to different worlds. The 4 supreme cultivators had mixed feelings. We're all going to leave this time, said Ordinary indifferently. They had been stuck in the godly grave for such a long time, and now they were finally going to leave. However, they felt a bit sad to leave too. Now we can all leave, even if we didn't have enough points. People who are not saints usually want to leave as soon as they're in the godly grave. When saints come, they want to take the exam. But now everybody is probably going to leave. Of course. And after having spent such a long time in the godly grave, seeing the outside world must be incredible. It will be incredible outside, said Ordinary with a grin. Ordinary, you and me, as well as Old Ghost, all come from the continent of the 9 clouds, where all 12 shrines are, right? Asked Woodcutter. One of the roads seemed familiar. It was the one which led to the continent of the 9 clouds. Yes, Sa Lung comes from somewhere else, said Old Ghost, nodding. They all looked at Sa Lung. The 9 of us have fought a lot in this world, but we had no serious battles. Do you remember what we guessed? Sa Lung asked the crowd. I think we were right. Yes, gods create worlds. They haven't created only one world. Every god must have their own world. The worlds are not connected, they're independent, just like small and great worlds. I think that there must be ways to travel between them, but that we just don't know about them or where the passages are, said Woodcutter. The continent of the 9 clouds is the most complete world and the vastest. Maybe it's the main world. I'll come to the continent of the 9 clouds to see this time, said Sa Lung. The other cultivators were surprised and asked, You want to come with us to the continent of the 9 clouds? Yes, replied Sa Lung. Ha, awesome. We won't be lonely with you. So many years have passed. Nobody must remember us in the continent of the 9 clouds. Let's go, said Ordinary, flying up. Let's go. The cultivators rose up in the air, one after another. Old friends, how come you're not waiting for us? Asked someone, as 6 more people appeared. Are you going to the continent of the 9 clouds? Asked Ordinary. He was surprised. Yes, the continent of the 9 clouds. Ha. If we all go, it's going to be the beginning of a new great era in the continent of the 9 clouds, said Ordinary, laughing loudly. Then they all started walking on the path which led to the continent of the 9 clouds and disappeared. Everybody had heard them clearly. Many people from other worlds were stupefied. Was the continent of the 9 clouds really the main world? Many people wanted to go and explore the continent of the 9 clouds now. At their cultivation level, going back to their own world was pointless. They wanted to explore. Lin Feng entered the starry palace, but he could still see everything which was happening outside. He could see all the stars. The old ox entered the palace too, and was standing next to Lin Feng. Master, those roads lead to different worlds, right? Said Lin Feng. He realized that the continent of the 9 clouds wasn't the only great world. Yes, do you remember the giant gods clan? Asked the old ox. Of course, Zhu Xinyan must be stuck at the previous exam, said Lin Feng. Master, why did you suddenly talk about the giant gods clan? My master went to many small worlds, and he also created some great worlds. The members of the giant gods clan really are my master's descendants. Of course, he doesn't have only one bloodline. But the giant gods clan evolved quite nicely. Jushin Kuei-shan is extremely strong, for example, replied the old ox. So what is the continent of the 9 clouds' position in comparison with all the other worlds? Asked Lin Feng. Who had created the continent of the 9 clouds? My master created the continent of the 9 clouds, said the old ox indifferently. Go. For someone who passed all the exams within 20 years, you look indifferent and even talk about the outside world. You know those 4 supreme cultivators would have done anything to come here. They even tried to attack me to come here. Lin Feng was astonished. They didn't try anything like that, did they? You're too naive, said the old ox indifferently. You think peerless saints would respect rules? At their cultivation level, they are ready to do anything to do what they want. They tried a few times, but they failed over and over again. So they gave up. Lin Feng was stupefied. He didn't think they had tried to attack. He hadn't seen it because he was too weak in comparison to them. But as the old ox had said, peerless saints were stubborn. Regarding what they told you, they said they wanted to be friends with you, don't be too naive either. Your friend today could be your enemy tomorrow. If you hadn't passed all the exams, you think they would have wanted to be friends with you? You passed all the exams within 20 years, and they know what it implies. Their friends, some other supreme cultivators, didn't even manage to reach the last exam, so don't think that what you did wasn't incredible, said the ox to Lin Feng. I understand. Lin Feng laughed. Even though he was much younger than those supreme cultivators, he had seen a lot in life. Peerless saints weren't friends with anyone. Peerless saints chose their friends depending on what they had to offer, and they also had to find someone strong enough to be friends with them. Lin Feng passed all the exams, so they acknowledged him. Lin Feng didn't think it was strange. He didn't think what he hadn't done was incredible either. He just felt indifferent. Lin Feng continued walking through the palace. He saw a praying mat. In front of it was a statue. The statue didn't depict someone incredibly aggressive. It just looked prosaic. Lin Feng, sit down. My master will manifest himself, said the old ox to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the statue, and a beam of light shone down on Lin Feng. A strange strength surrounded him. A god, a supreme, a paramount, a most lofty being, thought Lin Feng. He was a bit nervous. The statue glowed brightly, and suddenly, life strength appeared around it. Master, said the old ox trembling. Little ox, you finally found an heir for me, said the statue. The old ox was trembling, his eyes wide. They became wet with tears. Master, how many years? How long has it been since we have seen each other? I missed you, said the old ox, crying now. He had now become peerless, but he would never forget the old times when he was weak and his master used to play with him. His master leaned against him on the grass and took naps. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. If that terrifying old ox was Little Ox, what was he? Tiny? I know you're sad, but we were doomed to be separated. Don't be sad, since you found an heir for me. Teach him a lot, said the silhouetted figure. He looked at Lin Feng on the praying mat and smiled. I don't know what your cultivation level, I don't know how talented you are, but since you made it here, it proves many things, and that's enough. You must already be terrifyingly strong. I hope you're not too strong so that you can get rid of your previous abilities so that you can use my strength. It would be perfect. But I won't force you either. After all, when you're a saint, you have even more aspirations than when you're not. The figure smiled. Lin Feng had doubts. Maybe it wasn't real, maybe that it was just a kind of hologram. Otherwise, how wouldn't he be able to tell what his cultivation level was? Maybe the praying mat activated it, thought Lin Feng. The Star Temple is also the Star World. It's my world. There are 100,008 stars here. In the palace, there are many saints' techniques, weapons, and so forth. They're all yours. You can have a look at the techniques. Some of them don't require a specific type of original strength, which is better because it's always better to use a technique with your own original strength. Regarding saints' weapons, I don't want you to rely on them too much, but you can use some of them to study celestial Tao and all sorts of strength. Little Ox will tell you more about them. Then you can study them on your own, said the figure to Lin Feng. You can also study other abilities if you wish, but there's one kind of strength you must pass on. I hope that someday you'll master it. Celestial Tao Fortune. Celestial Tao Fortune Technique. Lin Feng's heart twitched. That sounded amazing. Was it similar to the Fortune Shrine's Great Destiny technique? Besides, this god was a star cultivator, he represented the starlit area, and the Fortune Shrine used to be the starlit sky shrine in the past. What kind of relationship did this god have with the Fortune Shrine? Was this god the creator of the Fortune Shrine? Dazzling lights illuminated the atmosphere and turned into a beautiful star-studded sky. Master! The ox trembled, taking a few steps forwards. So many years had passed. He hadn't seen his master for such a long time, and now he had the opportunity to see him again. When would he see him again? Little Ox, don't be sad. Remember to be a good teacher to him. If he agrees to study my abilities, teach him. If he doesn't, don't force him, said a dignified and majestic voice. The old ox was surprised and nodded. I understand, master. Millions of stars moved towards Lin Feng's head and penetrated into his brain. Saints' techniques could only be taught directly. Studying them from books wasn't as efficient, clear, or precise. God's abilities couldn't be studied from books at all. They could only be transmitted directly. Lin Feng had the impression his brain was going to explode. His mind didn't have enough space for all that knowledge. Thunder began to roll around him. The celestial Tao destiny technique was terrifying. Lin Feng grit his teeth. However, it was so powerful he lost consciousness. At the same time, the billions of stars of the star world condensed and moved towards him. They surrounded him, bathing him in starlight. The old ox watched Lin Feng's figure disappear, then sighed and whispered, "Little boy, if you aren't able to travel through the continent of the 9 clouds unhindered, how will you honor my master's transmissions?" Lin Feng was sleeping. However, he also practiced cultivation while sleeping. In his dream, there were billions of stars he could communicate with. They illuminated him and a strange strength surrounded him. He didn't know what kind of strength it was. Celestial Tao fortune technique. Lin Feng sensed the power of the stars. He could easily study the saints' techniques. He couldn't bring them to the highest level, but it was still great, just like the ancient holy technique back in the days. But this time, Lin Feng had the impression the celestial Tao destiny technique was incredible and mysterious. It was also very complex, and he found it difficult to learn. It also made him understand that it was extremely powerful. There was less and less spiritual energy in the star-studded sky. The crowd gradually left that place. Most people went to the continent of the 9 clouds. Therefore, many strong cultivators suddenly started appearing in the continent of the 9 clouds. The majority of them were cultivators of the Shangdi layer and were really strong. They went to all sorts of places in the continent of the 9 clouds. They couldn't go to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Of course, there were saints too. Some of them had been in the godly grave for a very, very long time. Many strong groups were destroyed. Some others appeared and started rising. In the tower of the fire shrine, Lin Feng's clone was still imprisoned. The woman came back and looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. "The godly grave is open now. Many strong cultivators have come out. From what I know, anyone can leave now. Where is your real body?" The woman asked Lin Feng icily. Why hadn't Lin Feng come out yet? He still had her son, Xianxia. Lin Feng's clone slowly opened his eyes and smiled at the woman indifferently. "I'm not in a rush even though I'm stuck here. Why are you worried?" The woman was surprised and said icily, "Don't forget what I told you last time. Don't forget Xianxia either." "His life is still in my hands," replied Lin Feng evenly. "I'll give you 3 more years to bring Xianxia back, and I'll release your clone. After that, I won't be patient anymore," said the woman as she left. Lin Feng was angry. She was threatening him again. The world is now chaotic. The imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds is in chaos, but the lower world is too, said the woman, and then she disappeared from Lin Feng's field of vision. "Is it chaotic already?" whispered Lin Feng. The continent of the 9 clouds was becoming more and more unstable. "Real body, when will you wake up?" Lin Feng's clone gazed into the distance. His real body was still studying the celestial Tao destiny technique. It was very difficult to comprehend. Time never stopped to wait for anyone, and Lin Feng couldn't make time stop either. Time passed quickly. Another 7 years went by. On that day, Lin Feng's real body finally stopped practicing cultivation. He opened his eyes. He realized he was still on the praying mat. However, he wasn't in the Star Temple. He was in a vast and desolate area, out in the wild. He raised his head and looked at the sky. "Where am I? I took you out of the godly grave. We're in the lower world, in the continent of the 9 clouds. The godly grave hasn't changed much. The starlit area is now missing. That's all," a voice said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled and looked at the praying mat. "That's..." Lin Feng disappeared into the praying mat. He arrived in the Star Temple. He was still on the praying mat. The old ox was there. "That praying mat is the Star World?" said Lin Feng. "Yes, my master modified it for you. He modified the whole world. You didn't sense it? Asked the old ox. Lin Feng was thoughtful. As expected, he could sense that many things had appeared in his mind. He disappeared from there and appeared where he had taken the exam. The 9 beasts were still stuck there. The old ox also appeared at Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng didn't know how he could do that. The Star World's master helped me modify the whole Star World, so I can move around freely. Surprisingly, the old ox even follows me, thought Lin Feng. He was surprised. The beasts there looked at Lin Feng, and their eyes glittered. Saint Ox, that little boy is the one who passed the exam? Asked the beast who Lin Feng had attacked with his saint's weapon, his eyes icy. You should call him master, said the ox firmly. The beasts were stunned. That despicable little boy was the one who had passed their master's exam back then. How lucky. He's the master's heir, thought that beast. He was jealous. He knew that their master's world was a powerful world. Obtaining it was his dream, but now Lin Feng had it. Eh? Lin Feng looked at him. He could sense that that beast wasn't happy. It was a strange sensation because his perceptions seemed more real. That's the power of the Celestial Dao Destiny technique, thought Lin Feng suddenly. It was as if he could see people's luck, their destiny. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Feng didn't do anything to the beast. Even though he now controlled that world, he didn't need to be petty. Lin Feng disappeared again. This time he saw the 9 other beasts. Their chi was even more powerful. High-level bestial saints. 9 of them. Lin Feng was impressed. Those 9 beasts were mighty. There were peerless bestial saints, too. Lin Feng disappeared again. This time he saw 3 figures with human forms. There was a mountain in a constellation. The 3 people were at the top of it, meditating. When Lin Feng arrived, they looked at him. One of them was surprised. A terrifying black vortex appeared in his eyes. Lin Feng had the impression he could drown in those eyes. What a terrifying gaze, thought Lin Feng, closing his eyes. The beast also closed his eyes again. You, said the ox, landing next to Lin Feng. What? Said Yu indifferently. His eyes were still closed. This is our master's heir, Lin Feng, the ox said to the 3 people. But those 3 people ignored him. When he's as strong as our master, he can come back and we'll call him master, said Yu indifferently. He looked calm and composed. The old ox said to Lin Feng telepathically, Lin Feng, those 3 beasts are peerless saints. They're proud. They despise me, too. If you're strong enough someday, they'll submit and acknowledge allegiance to you. I understand, he replied. Even the 9 high-level saints had ignored him. Even though he was their master's heir, strength was still the most important thing. Let's leave, said Lin Feng. He quickly appeared in front of the Star Temple. This place is where our master used to practice cultivation. There are all sorts of celestial Tao inside. You can study some sorts of strength more easily inside. If you want to study our master's original strength, star strength, I'll help you, the old ox said to him. He could easily follow Lin Feng anywhere. Alright, there are also saints' weapons and saints' techniques. In the outside world, people would go insane because of those things, whispered Lin Feng. They were in the star world. It was a gigantic world filled with treasures. The god had left many things here. How daunting. Even if Lin Feng studied star strength, he would not keep it as his main kind of strength. He wanted to develop his god's strength. It included every original strength in the world. Can you tell me about the gods? Asked Lin Feng. Gods? I don't know how many lives my master had. At such a cultivation level, people have many, many lives. When you become strong enough, you'll be able to learn more about them, I guess, said the old ox, shaking his head. Are you going to practice cultivation and meditate in seclusion for a while? I need to head to the outside world. Some things are happening, replied Lin Feng. The old ox nodded. Good. I won't help you in the outside world, though. I know, said Lin Feng. He disappeared and reappeared in the outside world. Strife had started in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds and then had spilled over to the continent of the 9 clouds. Dark Clouds was no exception. These days, there was a terrifying vortex in Dark Cloud's sky. It was a passage, connecting the imperial court and dark clouds. Dark clouds wasn't the only region so afflicted. The other 9 regions of the continent of the 9 clouds were in the same boat. They all had a passage in the sky which led to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. When the sky was broken, such passages appeared. However, according to legends, only great emperors could cross such passages without being destroyed by the destructive energies inside. Other people died instantly. The holy city was the center of dark clouds. After Lin Feng had destroyed some clans in the past, Champion University had become the first university of the city. They had many very talented students. At the same time, Tiantai had also been rising, and they also had incredibly talented disciples. Tiantai had many great emperors which made many people sigh. What was going on in the world? In the past, great emperors were extremely rare, even in the biggest influential groups. After all, people needed a very long time to become great emperors, and they had to be very talented. But in Tiantai it was common. It was the case everywhere in the holy city, actually. The world was changing. After Champion University and Tiantai started rising, the great imperial palace also continued rising. The Canaan Buddhist clan also became stronger and stronger. Some people had managed to get to the top of the supreme Buddhist mountain and had obtained the Buddhist Sutra. Buddhist cultivators became stronger and stronger. Some incredibly strong Buddhist monks had appeared. The atmosphere in the holy city became a bit wild. Many groups were competing, and the 4 universities also got involved. However, things started and finished in the strongest group, the Celestial Martial Dynasty. The Celestial Martial Dynasty hadn't existed for a long time, but they were rising at a terrifying speed. They hadn't raised their cultivators, though. They had recruited them. In such a short time, they had become the strongest group in the holy city and could oppress the 4 universities. That was possible because of one single reason. The Celestial Martial Dynasty had saints. If the Buddhist clan hadn't been powerful and prosperous, the Celestial Martial Dynasty would have taken control over the entire holy city. But the Buddhist clan had created the Canaan dynasty. They were positioned in the south and north. With time, the holy city had completely changed. 2 powerful groups controlled the holy city, the Celestial Martial Dynasty and the Canaan dynasty. In the lower world, saints were usually hermits. People never saw them, there were just legends about them. However, these days saints had showed up in the holy city. That's why the Celestial Martial Dynasty and the mysterious Canaan dynasty rose so quickly. The other groups weakened. People were well aware of that, but what could they do? The Celestial Martial Dynasty was unstoppable. Even the 4 universities thought so. They even made their students go to the Celestial Martial Dynasty. They hoped some of their students would become saints' disciples. The situation, which was initially unstable in the holy city, calmed down thanks to those 2 groups when they took control of the city. Tiantai was in the holy city. They were also powerful, but these days, many of Tiantai's disciples left to join the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Lin Feng appeared outside of Tiantai. After realizing he was in dark clouds, he had decided to go to Tiantai. He had heard about the situation. He hadn't thought things would change so quickly in the continent of the 9 clouds. Only a few dozens of years had passed and so many things had changed. Lin Feng was wearing a simple robe as he stood outside of Tiantai. It was a bit cold. I wonder if my teachers and friends are in Tiantai. Lin Feng released his godly awareness which surrounded Tiantai. He could see everything apart from a few mysterious places. My friends are all gone, only my teachers are here. My friends must all be traveling the world, thought Lin Feng. He looked inside a temple. Mu Chan and Emperor Yu were there. Apart from them, there was also Yun Qing Yen and Qin Wu. They were talking about something. Xiao Chun is there too. He's a great emperor now. I didn't fulfill my obligations as a teacher, thought Lin Feng. He felt guilty. In the palace, Mu Chun looked at Yi Chan and said, Xiao Chun, this time, the Celestial Martial Dynasty is organizing this ceremony to prove how strong they are. It will be extremely dangerous. After all, you're little Lin Feng's only disciple and he's never here. We weren't able to teach you anything either. You can only rely on yourself. We hope nothing will happen to you. Teacher, how can a cultivator fear anything? My teacher is busy, he's going to become a peerless cultivator someday. I have to honor him and his reputation. Everybody knows why the celestial martial dynasty organized the great ceremony. However, nobody can avoid going. All the powerful groups of the Holy City will participate, including the 4 universities. How could I flinch? Let me go, said Yichun, bowing before Mu Chun. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu glanced at each other and nodded. Since you're determined, we're happy. If your enemy is too strong, though, don't take risks. I understand, replied Yichun with a smile. Little Chun, good luck, said Yun Qingyan before adding. Now, all your teacher's friends are traveling the world. Otherwise, nobody would have dared act arrogantly in front of us. Your teacher, that bastard, hasn't come back for so many years. I wonder if he's a saint now. If he's a saint, he'll destroy the celestial martial dynasty and make them shut up. Those bastards always put on an air of extreme arrogance. Now they'll stop. Saints are legendary cultivators. Little Lin Feng is talented, and I am sure he is at the top of the Shangdi layer. But becoming a saint is extremely difficult, said Mu Chun, smiling wryly. But little Lin Feng left some puppet with me back in the days. He's quite strong. I've never used it, but he can protect Tiantai without any problem. All right, everybody can disperse. The grand ceremony is tomorrow. The competition between the Celestial Martial Dynasty and the Canaan Dynasty will be scary. Xiaoqin, you should get ready too. We'll talk to Champion University, too, said Emperor Yu. Everybody nodded and left. After everybody left, Emperor Yu and Mu Chun sighed. Unfortunately, we're powerless. Our disciples have to endure the pressure, said Mu Chun, shaking his head. Lin Feng saw and heard everything. He felt sad for his 2 teachers. They'd had to take care of everything because his fellow disciples were all traveling. I understand. I'll go and see the grand ceremony tomorrow, whispered Lin Feng. He closed his eyes, and after that, a group of strong cultivators appeared on the ground. Their chi was terrifying and contained death intent. Some of them looked bestial. You guys go to Tiantai and become Tiantai's disciples. No matter what they tell you, listen to them and never betray them, said Lin Feng to those people. Yes, sir, said the group of people automatically. Go. Don't talk about me. I'll show up tomorrow, said Lin Feng. His figure flickered and he left. He didn't gather with his teachers immediately. He went to honor his promise. He had to give back the heavenly grace ancient tree within 100 years. This time he was in dark clouds, so it was a good time to give it back to the Godly Wood Valley. The Godly Wood Valley was situated in a forest in the mountains. It was a hidden land of peace and prosperity, an earthly paradise. Ordinary people couldn't go there easily to look around, and even less to practice cultivation. However, many people were in the heavenly grace ancient tree forest looking for trees. They were very excited because the cosmic energies were thick and rich there. Who would have thought there would be such nice places in the lower world, too? I would have come a long time if I had known this before, said a young man, smiling when he sensed the cosmic energies. They were from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. After the passage between the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds and the lower world had formed, they had decided to go and travel, and they had found this great place. The continent of the 9 clouds is so big. The imperial court is also boundless. There are 9 regions in the lower world, so of course there are great places too. Our clan, the Bloodsea clan, found this place by accident in a lucky coincidence, replied another one, smiling. Indeed, they had been lucky to find this place, which was perfect for young people to practice cultivation. I think the effects on our blood vitality will be great, said another young man, smiling. Then he stretched his hand out and ate a full heavenly grace ancient tree, smiling. Stop! Shouted someone furiously at that moment. Someone looked at him furiously and said, Heavenly grace ancient trees are extremely rare. Even if you invaded this place and now control it, what makes you think you can act like disrespectful bastards? The young man looked at that old man icily. His eyes were bloodshot. Stop farting here, old dude. How dare you talk to me that way? Your granddaughter is stunning. What would you say if I fucked her tonight? Said the young man icily. The old man's face stiffened and he started shaking. Asshole, asshole! shouted the old man on the inside. But he didn't dare say it for real. The Blood Sea clan was terrifyingly powerful. They had saints. After finding the Godlywood Valley, they had decided to invade it and make it their young people's cultivation paradise. Even though they didn't kill the inhabitants of the Godlywood Valley, they treated them like slaves. At that moment in the Godlywood Valley, a young man was walking slowly. When he arrived, he frowned. He released his godly awareness and realized there was something wrong. The continent of the Nine Clouds had grown unstable and there were problems everywhere, including in the Godlywood Valley. Lin Feng rose up in the air, looked at the Heavenly Grace Ancient Trees area. The guard of the area turned around and looked at Lin Feng. It's him. When the old man saw Lin Feng, he remembered him instantly because a special tree had chosen to follow him. He had even said, "In 100 years, I'll be a king in dark clouds." "Venerable old man," shouted Lin Feng. The old man was stupefied. Lin Feng's chi was ordinary. He didn't look like a cultivator at all. And he didn't call him Mr., he called him Venerable Old Man. "What's going on?" asked Lin Feng. "Who are you?" asked a young man on the ground, glancing at Lin Feng icily. Most of those young people were cultivators of the Huang Qi layer. The forest was useful to cultivators of the Huang Qi layer after all. Lin Feng ignored him and looked at the old man. The continent of the Nine Clouds has become unstable. The Godlywood Valley wasn't lucky. They found our place and invaded it. People who go against them get killed. I want to protect the Heavenly Grace Ancient Trees, so I submitted to the Blood Sea clan, said the old man to Lin Feng telepathically. You must be here to give the tree back. Keep that tree and leave. Blood Sea clan. Lin Feng frowned. There were many groups in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and they all had saints. No wonder the Godlywood Valley couldn't resist them. Everybody, piss off, said someone aggressively at that moment. That voice made the ground shake violently. People who were practicing using the strength of the sky blue godly would raise their heads and gazed into the distance. Many people looked at Lin Feng icily. The old man was stupefied. This little boy was insane. You shouldn't stay here. Leave, hurry, said the old man to Lin Feng telepathically. Even though he thought highly of Lin Feng hadn't practiced long enough, he probably couldn't compete with them. You want to die? A young man said to Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng glanced at him and the young man's body became golden, exploded and completely disappeared. All that happened instantly. The crowd gulped when they saw that. How strong. You all want to die? Shouted Lin Feng icily. Death strength suddenly surrounded the whole area. If Lin Feng wanted, he could destroy everything there in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the air shrieked furiously. A few great emperors arrived and looked at Lin Feng icily. Their eyes were filled with murder. It seems that you really want to die, said Lin Feng. He turned around and looked at the people who had just arrived, and suddenly they were terrified. Their bodies turned gray. They instantly died, collapsed, and fell from the sky. That's... The crowd was stunned. The old man was stunned too. Lin Feng could kill great emperors instantly? A few dozens of years have passed. I hadn't thought things would change like this, thought Lin Feng sighing. His death strength surged out and surged over everything. Venerable old man, are there any people from your clan in the area? Lin Feng asked the old man. The old man was stupefied. No, said the old man, shaking his head. He was trembling while looking at Lin Feng. All right, good, die. Lin Feng killed everyone in the area. They all turned gray and collapsed. When the old man saw that, his heart pounded extremely violently. He could barely breathe. How strong had this young man become? What was his cultivation level? I can't do that. Lin Feng could do that, which meant he was far stronger than him. His heart pounded even faster. Are there people from your clan over there? Asked Lin Feng, pointing to the distance. There are, replied the old man hastily, afraid that Lin Feng would kill them all instantly. He was too strong. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Then he shook his hand and a tree descended from the sky. It was the Heavenly Grace Godly Wood. I promised I'd bring the heavenly grace ancient tree back, said Lin Feng to the old man. You said you'd become the king of dark clouds 100 years later, but you did it in less than 100 years. You're the first saint I've seen in my life, said the old man, taking a deep breath. But the Blood Sea clan is very powerful. They have saints too. Last time, an ancient saint came here and caused chaos. He immediately killed everybody who disagreed with him atrociously. In a chaotic world, the only solution is to slaughter your enemies, said Lin Feng calmly, but very aggressive. The old man shivered. No wonder this little boy had succeeded so fast. His temper was scary. Back then, you were kind to me and you gave me the godly wood. Now I'm back, and I'll help you too. Come with me, said Lin Feng evenly. The old man and Lin Feng flew away. When Lin Feng saw people attacking them, he instantly killed them. Nobody could compete with him. Very quickly, Lin Feng finished killing all the members of the Blood Sea clan. None of them were left. The strong cultivators of the godly wood clan gathered and looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Emperors and great emperors were all like tiny little insects in front of him. How incredible! Master Ox, I have things to do. Can you send some saints here to help me kill the members of the Blood Sea clan when they come? Lin Feng asked the old ox of the Star World. All right, they can do what you can do anyway, replied the old ox. After a short time, 9 bestial saints appeared there in the sky, all of them low-level saints. A terrifying chi surrounded Lin Feng. It was the beast Lin Feng had injured. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently and smiled. I know you don't want to submit. Just help me protect the area for some time. Then, someday, I'll release you. The beast shivered. Release them? Freedom? Really? Asked the beast. Of course, I am the new master. But I need you to help me with a few things first, said Lin Feng. He said to the old man, Venerable old man, they will protect the area. I'm off. Then he left and disappeared. The old man was stunned. His heart kept racing. Many strong cultivators had gathered in the holy city. The celestial martial dynasty organized a grand ceremony and invited everybody in the holy city to compare their young cultivators' strength. The celestial martial dynasty made it look like it was a grand ceremony for the holy city, but actually the crowd understood that the celestial martial dynasty wanted to show everybody they had control over the whole town. The celestial martial dynasty's saint had said that if anyone stood out, they'd have the opportunity to become a saint's disciple. That was something incredible and inconceivable for many people. A dream. Many clans wanted their young people to become members of the celestial martial dynasty, or to become saints' disciples. There was a gigantic battle stage set up. In the northern part of the battle stage were the strong cultivators of the dynasty, sitting in bleachers. In the southern part, there was a group of Buddhist monks. They looked solemn and respectful. The Canaan dynasty was the only group who could compete with the celestial martial dynasty. The other groups were still around. There were people from the great imperial palace and the 4 universities. They still had some power in the holy city. The 4 universities had weakened a lot, but they still had some strong cultivators. Ancient holy clans had fewer and fewer people though. The Yin clan still had some trump cards. Years passed, after Lin Feng had destroyed some ancient holy clans. Some new ones had started rising, but they couldn't possibly have a position as high as the 4 universities in the holy city. At the foot of the bleachers, there were even more people. Many of them were ordinary people from the holy city who had come to watch. In only a few dozens of years, so many things had changed. In the past, the 4 universities used to be the strongest, but now they weren't anymore. The 8 ancestors of Champion University came personally. They rarely appeared other times. After the continent of the 9 clouds had become chaotic, they had come back from abroad. Things had changed, and now the celestial martial dynasty was the group who organized grand ceremonies. People had to give them face. Tiantai's people were with the members of Champion University. Champion University and Tiantai were very close, thanks to Lin Feng. Mu Chan and Emperor Yu were with the 8 ancestors of the university, on the very left of the group. Ancestor Shen Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian, who were very close to Lin Feng, were next to them. Mu Chun. The direct disciples of Tiantai haven't come back? Ancestor Shi Tian asked Mu Chun. Even though Mu Chun and Emperor Yu weren't very strong, they had raised incredible disciples. Lin Feng was terrifying, and Ho Qinglin, Ruoxia, Tianqi were all strong. No. The continent of the 9 clouds is chaotic. I don't know how they are these days, replied Mu Chun. He missed them. Why didn't you contact them? Asked Ancestor Shirtian, smiling wryly. I don't want to disturb them. They're busy, said Mu Chun, shaking his head. Ancestor, do you have news from Lin Feng? No. He disappeared a long time ago, said Ancestor Shirtian. I've heard that all the shrines are looking for him to kill him, said Ancestor Zhu evenly. Emperor Yu and Mu Chen's hearts twitched nervously. Ancestor. Mu Chen looked confused. You didn't know? All the shrines are looking for him. They are ready to do anything to kill him. I'm afraid, said Ancestor Zhu patiently. Emperor Yu and Mu Chen grew even more nervous. Their stomachs burned. All their direct disciples were like their children. They loved them. They didn't want anything to happen to them. I'm afraid he might be dead, admitted Ancestor Zhu calmly. Enough, said Ancestor Shirtian angrily. Lin Feng is protected by the Fortune Shrine. He's probably fine. Mu Chun, if your direct disciples are not here, who can participate today? Asked Ancestor Zhu indifferently and disdainfully. One of them. I hope he won't disappoint me, said Mu Chun. Ancestor Zhu tone of speech was starting to irritate him. He knew that these people were ancestors, and that they would never have sat at the same level as him if Lin Feng didn't exist. I've heard that many of Tiantai's disciples have abandoned Tiantai these days. Can you compete with other groups now? Asked Ancestor Zhu. We still have many talented disciples, said Mu Chun. He didn't like arguing with people, but he was losing patience. He sounded angry. We'll see, said Ancestor Zhu smiling. He didn't say anything else after that. Ancestor Shirtian was startled. He hadn't thought Ancestor Zhu would be angry because of trivial matters which had happened in the past. Everybody had forgotten about those small things, but not him. When Lin Feng had become famous, he hadn't shown his feelings. But now things had changed. At that moment, members of the crowd looked at Ancestor Zhu angrily. He was surprised. They were looking at him. Those people are so strong, are they from Tiantai? Thought Ancestor Zhu. He asked, Mu Chun, who are those people? Tiantai's people, said Mu Chen icily. Ancestor Zhu was startled and smiled coldly. He said, So you have friends. At that moment, clouds rolled in the sky. A young man was flying above them. He looked furious. What was wrong with that Zhu? Lin Feng and those people belonged to a different world. He could see everything that was happening in the holy city. He had also heard Ancestor Zhu and Mu Chen's conversation. I haven't seen my teachers for such a long time. I'll be happy to talk to him, thought Lin Feng with a smile. Then he disappeared from there. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu didn't know that Lin Feng had arrived. They watched the members of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. A group of people wearing imperial robes were on a flight of stairs. They looked imposing and awe-inspiring. Behind them were some young people. Some of them were from Tiantai before and had betrayed Tiantai. That bunch of bastards, thought Mu Chen angrily. Nobody prevented their young people from joining the Celestial Martial Dynasty in the Holy City these days, but doing it without their elders' approval was a betrayal. Teacher, how come you get angry so easily? Asked a familiar voice. Mu Chen's face stiffened. What a familiar voice. Mu Chen's heart twitched. He turned around and saw a young man smiling. Mu Chen shivered. He was worried about Lin Feng just a moment before, and now he was there in front of him. Emperor Yu also turned around and shivered. Lin Feng was back. Lin Feng had a huge smile on his face and said, Is there anything on my face, teachers? Phew. Mu Chen and Emperor Yu took a deep breath. Mu Chen also smiled broadly. He looked much younger all of a sudden. His best disciple, his most talented disciple, was back. He remembered when all his disciples had helped him and his wife Jing Xiaoyu. He would never forget that. He had the impression he had led a worthy life only because of that. He remembered those enthusiastic disciples. Mu Chun is my teacher. Ancestor Shirtian was stupefied, but smiled. Lin Feng was there. How could anything happen to him? Ancestor Zhu Tian pulled a long face, shocked at this turn of events. "You're back, great," said Mu Chun several times. It was difficult to calm down. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu moved aside and left a place between them. "Little Lin Feng, come here and sit." "All right," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then he sat down between them. He nodded at Ancestor Shen Tian and Ancestor Shi Tian and said, "Hello, ancestors. How are you?" "We're all right. We're happy to see you." Ancestor Shi Tian smiled. "You left for a few dozens of years. Such a long time. Because some things require time. I just came back, sorted out a few things and immediately came here to see you," replied Lin Feng. "You came for your teachers, not for us old men," said Ancestor Shi Tian laughed. Of course, Lin Feng had gone through so much with Emperor Yu and Mu Chun. It was incomparable. "Little Lin Feng, how have you been?" Emperor Yu asked Lin Feng. "I've been all right. No major problems." "Don't I look fine?" said Lin Feng breezily. "And you, teachers, you must be exhausted managing Tiantai." Lin Feng had seen that his teachers looked tired when arriving, especially because of Ancestor Zhu Tian. After he arrived, Ancestor Zhu Tian shut right up though. "Father!" Lin Feng saw a teenage girl arrive in front of Mu Chun. She looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. "That's?" Lin Feng was astonished and looked at Mu Chun. "Lin Feng, that's Ling, our daughter," said Mu Chun, smiling proudly. "Ling, that's the little Lin Feng I tell you about all the time." "It's the first time you've seen him," said Mu Chun, caressing her head. When Lin Feng heard that, his eyes twinkled, and he smiled. His teacher finally had a daughter. He was very happy. "Brother Lin Feng," said Ling. She looked like her mother. She was very beautiful. "Ling, come here," said Lin Feng, smiling. Ling looked at her father, and then walked over to Lin Feng. Then she stuck out her tongue teasingly and said, "My dad always says you're his most talented disciple. What's your cultivation level?" "Probably stronger than you," said Lin Feng, caressing her head. Then he dragged her to him, pinched her cheeks, and said to Mu Chun, "Teacher, how come you didn't contact me? This is something very important." "I didn't want to bother you while you were traveling." Mu Chun smiled. "That's not something trivial, though. It's important," said Lin Feng. He was speechless. He was annoyed and asked, "Ling, how old are you?" Ling looked at him and said, "I'm 15. I have the impression you consider me a little child." "Well, you are a little one, aren't you?" Lin Feng laughed. "Everybody silence," said someone in the distance. Instantly, everybody stopped talking and turned around. They all looked at the strong cultivators of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Someone waved his hands to make everybody stop talking. "Everybody, today, the Celestial Martial Dynasty has invited everyone for the grand ceremony. We want to make the city more powerful. Back in the days, people fought to be on the Imperial Ranking List and the Great Imperial Ranking List. From now on, they don't exist anymore. We'll organize the Celestial Martial Dynasty Grand Ceremony. It will replace the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List and Great Imperial Ranking List. People who do well will join the Celestial Martial Dynasty, and some people will have the possibility to become Saints' disciples," said that person proudly. Many young people looked enthusiastic at his words. Saints were legendary cultivators. Being a Saint's disciple would be amazing. Regarding the different levels, people have to be at least emperors to participate. They will be divided into low-level emperors, medium-level emperors, high-level emperors, and great emperors. "Now, send your low-level emperors to the battle stage. All the groups must have participants," said that person. After he said that, Lin Feng said to Emperor Yu, "Teacher, will Tiantai send 6 people as well?" They had to send 1 person for each cultivation level. That was 6 people. "Yes, no choice unless a group has absolutely nobody at that cultivation level. Tiantai must participate too," replied Emperor Yu. "I understand," said Lin Feng, nodding. "How strong is Tiantai now?" Emperor Yu shook his head. He didn't seem satisfied as he said to Lin Feng, "Back then, when you left, Tiantai and Champion University were thriving. However, after that, things became chaotic. The great imperial palace rose. The celestial martial dynasty appeared, and then the Canaan Buddhist clan appeared. Geniuses started leaving Tiantai to go to the Canaan Buddhist clan and the celestial martial dynasty. Champion University and Tiantai lost some incredibly talented disciples who betrayed us and went to the celestial martial dynasty. Some of them will get on the battle stage, you'll see. When Tiantai was thriving, we could recruit talented people, but it didn't mean they were good," said Lin Feng to Emperor Yu. "Yes, Mu Chun and I won't be able to have great direct disciples like in the past." Emperor Yu sighed. He would be proud of his direct disciples his entire life. "Uncle Emperor Yu, you have a group of great direct disciples, that's already great," said Ling, smiling at Emperor Yu. "Yes, that's enough, and now we have little Ling," said Emperor Yu, smiling at Ling, in Lin Feng's arms. "By the way, little Lin Feng, you're the one who sent those people yesterday, right?" said Emperor Yu suddenly. Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed, they can fight with great emperors. All right, at least, Tiantai won't lose face too much that way," said Emperor Yu. "Where are our fighters?" asked Lin Feng. "They're down there getting ready to fight, but it would be great if we could change some fighters," said Emperor Yu, pointing at a group of people in the crowd. There was a low-level emperor. He looked up at Mu Chan and Emperor Yu. "Ji Liao, do your best. If you can't win, give up, but don't take risks," Emperor Yu said to the young man. "All right," replied the young man. "I'll use my full strength." "Ji Liao," said Lin Feng at that moment. Ji Liao looked at Lin Feng. He looked perplexed. He didn't recognize Lin Feng. He looked young, and was seated between Emperor Yu and Mu Chun, and Miss Ling was in his arms. He had an extraordinary position. "Do your best," said Lin Feng. Lights emerged from Lin Feng's eyes and surrounded him. Ji Liao was stupefied and asked, "Master, that's... Go. If you lose, you'll understand." Lin Feng smiled. Ji Liao bowed before Lin Feng and left. "Little Lin Feng, did you do anything to him?" asked Emperor Yu. "I gave him an extra layer of protection to prevent him from dying," said Lin Feng. There were hundreds of fighters. Apart from strong cultivators from influential groups, there were also some individual cultivators. Those people belonged to no group. They were talented and wanted to become a saint's disciple. The first round was a free-for-all. Everybody was on the battle stage and fought to death or surrender. Many young people died. In the end, only 16 remained and were qualified. Ji Liao is quite strong. He'll finish in the top 16, said Lin Feng. Emperor Yu nodded. Even though our cultivators are not the most talented, Tiantai's disciples are quite talented. Yes, don't hesitate and attach importance to these kids, said Lin Feng indifferently. These days, what he said could change someone's life. Back in the days, Lin Feng was down on the battle stage fighting for various groups. Now he was at the top and watched the battles. At that moment, some people from Celestial Godly University looked at the members of Tiantai. Someone frowned. They didn't pay much attention to Tiantai, so nobody had noticed Lin Feng at first. But at that moment someone recognized him. Lin Feng is back, whispered that person. They were astonished. Back in the days, Lin Feng had shaken the holy city. Was he really back? Many people looked at Lin Feng and were stunned. He was back for real. Now, the holy city is chaotic, the celestial martial dynasty and the Canaan Buddhist dynasty control the town. Will he change things again? I guess it'll be difficult. The celestial martial dynasty and the Canaan Buddhist dynasty both have saints. They don't care about someone like Lin Feng. Yes, you're right, even Shiju can't do much, said several people. Lin Feng couldn't change anything anymore. It seemed. The battles were fierce and tragic. Ji Liao finished 7th. He was quite strong. Lin Feng and his teachers continued chatting while watching the battles. It reminded Lin Feng of when he was younger. Lin Feng, how do you feel? Asked Mu Chen. The members of the Celestial Martial Dynasty and the Canaan Buddhist Dynasty aren't very talented. They just know more things. Ji Liao has a good understanding of cosmic energies. Lin Feng replied calmly. Brother Lin Feng, How powerful are your cosmic energies? Ling asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and said, So. Is that so? I hope we'll exchange views on cultivation. You're my father's disciple, so you're my fellow disciple, said Ling, glancing at Muchan. But Lin Feng is much stronger than your daddy now. He'd be a much better teacher than me. When Lin Feng was an emperor, he had an advanced knowledge and deep understanding of cosmic energies already. Muchan laughed. All right, I'll teach you whatever you want to learn. Lin Feng smiled. It was Mu Chen's daughter. She was like his child. She called Lin Feng brother, but to him, she was a baby, and he wanted to take care of her. That's a promise then. Ling grinned. Of course. Lin Feng, the second round is starting. I don't think we'll be as lucky. I told him to give up if he was in danger, said Emperor Yu. Ji Liao walked over and said to Lin Feng, Master, thank you very much. Lin Feng had told him to fight as hard as he could. He had done it fearlessly and had lost. But when that attack which should have been deadly reached him, a strange kind of strength protected him. No need to thank me. Continue practicing cultivation really hard. You have potential, said Lin Feng encouragingly. Thank you very much, Master, said Ji Liao. He could sense that Lin Feng was terrifyingly strong. Ji Liao, go and watch your big fellow disciples battle. Emperor Yu told Ji Liao. He watched a young man battle. That young man was a high-level emperor. Such cultivators were strong enough to have a good ranking in town, a bit like those who were on the imperial ranking list back then. His chi is stable. Not bad, said Lin Feng, glancing at the young man. Lin Feng, he's Wuxia's disciple. His name is Lang Yen. He understands speed Dao strength already. His Dao is already low level. His comprehension abilities are not bad. He also understands heaviness Dao. He could finish in the top 5. Emperor Yu told Lin Feng. 2 sorts of Dao, low level, how rare indeed. He could be quite strong in the future, agreed Lin Feng. But he can't finish first, that's for sure. Initially, he was the second most outstanding disciple, and the first one betrayed Tiantai back then to go to the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Back then, Qing Lin and the others taught him a lot. Nobody thought he'd betray Tiantai, said Emperor Yu coldly, gazing into the distance. Eh? Lin Feng was stupefied. Lang Yen controlled 2 sorts of Dao, and the other one was stronger than him back then? That traitor seemed extremely strong, indeed. Lin Feng's fellow disciples had even taught him a lot, and still he had betrayed Tiantai. His name is Xianxia. He also understands 2 sorts of Dao, very powerful sorts of Dao, dark light Dao and speed Dao. His attacks are explosive. Back then, Qing Lin and the others thought they weren't suitable teachers for him, only Jian Mang was. But Jian Mang doesn't want disciples, so he only helped him a couple of times. But that's all. Xianxia was left alone a little, explained Emperor Yu. At the same time, Lin Feng noticed a young man in the group of people of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Many great emperors were sitting next to him. He didn't look proud, he looked sly and violently, wildly ambitious. No wonder my teachers are angry. If you're good to someone and they betray you, that's pretty bad, thought Lin Feng. How ungrateful. But many people were wildly ambitious and hoped to rise quickly. That Xianxia is good at pretending. He looked good in the past, now he looks quite sinister, said Emperor Yu calmly. Xianxia looked at them calmly, then at Lin Feng in a sharp way. Humph! Lin Feng grunted icily. Xianxia looked at him aggressively. Lin Feng looked back at him, and instantly Xianxia's eyes felt horribly painful and he closed them. Xianxia reopened his eyes and didn't dare look at Lin Feng again. He thought, that guy is strong. He's stronger than Emperor Yu. He's even stronger than Ho Qing Lin. I wonder who he is. He didn't injure me though, he's too proud. He doesn't want to fight against me because I'm a junior. Lang Yen, shouted Lin Feng at that moment. Lang Yen raised his head. Come here, said Lin Feng. Lang Yen looked at Emperor Yu and Mu Chan. They nodded. He went over to Lin Feng. How may I call you, master? Asked Lang Yen to Lin Feng. He was seated between the 2 teachers, so he was probably very strong. It was best to be very polite. Show me your Dao, attack me, said Lin Feng. ignoring Lang Yan's question. He was interested in Dao and put Ling aside. Lang Yan was surprised, but he nodded. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Lin Feng, and attacked. His attack was very quick. "Slow," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lang Yan had the impression he had become as slow as a snail. It felt like his hands were extremely far from Lin Feng. How strong! Lang Yan was shaking. He saw Lin Feng's finger point at him, and knew that if Lin Feng attacked him, he would be killed easily. Lang Yan was being pushed backwards. He nearly fell down, covered with cold sweat. He looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still seated and remained motionless. His slow and fast strengths are extremely efficient, much better than mine, thought Lang Yan. He was astonished. He didn't understand how strong Lin Feng was. "Please teach me, master," said Lang Yan, bowing before Lin Feng. He knew Lin Feng was extraordinary. "Study the details," said Lin Feng calmly. Suddenly, Lang Yan sensed something and fell asleep. He started dreaming. He saw a leaf move towards him extremely slowly. However, it also seemed fast at the same time. He moved back, but it was useless. The leaf flew past his head. Phew! Lang Yan took a deep breath. He had thought he was going to die. "I'm still alive," thought Lang Yan, shaking. "Where am I?" Another leaf moved towards him, but this time, it was fast, and contained a hidden slowing. How strong! Lang Yan studied for a long while. The dream seemed to last forever. When Lang Yan came out, the second round was over already. He bowed before Lin Feng and said, "Thank you very much for your lesson, master. He's your teacher's fellow disciple." "Emperor," you said to Lang Yan. "My teacher's fellow disciple?" Lang Yan was astonished. "One of Tiantai's direct disciples. Which one? How strong? Could it be?" Lang Yan was staring at Lin Feng, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Lin." "Ha-ha! Little boy, you're smart," said Emperor Yu. "It wasn't difficult, he's so strong." Lang Yan smiled. "All right, go and fight," said Lin Feng, waving. Lights surrounded him and Lin Feng said, "Do your best. If you defeat Xianxia, you'll be rewarded." "I'll fight to the death." "Yes, if you can kill him, help yourself. No need to be polite," Lin Feng said to Lang Yan. Lang Yan was astonished. Then, Mu Chan and Emperor Yu looked at Lin Feng and said, "They can't." Lin Feng. "Xianxia's social position is extraordinary. So what? If he can kill him, then he should," replied Lin Feng naturally. People around were shaking. Lang Yan's heart was pounding. Uncle Lin Feng was really like in the legends, aggressive and strong. Lang Yan jumped onto the battle stage. This round was for high-level emperors. The strong cultivator of the celestial martial dynasty had created a layer of protection around the battle stage to protect people outside. High-level emperors' battles mainly consist of comparing themselves in terms of Dao strength. "I wonder if Lang Yan understood anything a moment ago," said Emperor Yu, looking at the fighters. They were already quite strong. Before the holy city became unsettled, high-level emperors were already considered very strong. "The imperial ranking list is really about Dao strength," agreed Ancestor Shi Tian. "He probably understood something," said Lin Feng. He had created a dream for Lang Yan. He had realized the boy was very talented. In a dream, time passed differently than in the outside world. Even though Lang Yan hadn't been able to spend much time in the dream, it had probably been very beneficial to him. More than 100 people were present, their chi dashing to the skies. Xianxia was standing there. Nobody dared offend him. People usually knew about the strongest cultivators of their generation. Back in the days, Lin Feng also knew how strong other famous people were. Xianxia was extremely strong, so nobody dared offend him. He was first on the imperial ranking list. But at that moment, he frowned and then smiled indifferently. "Lang Yan, you think you're strong enough to fight against me now?" "Xianxia, you betrayed Tiantai. A battle is inevitable," replied Lang Yan icily. "Is that so?" said Xianxia, looking at him in a disdainful way and adding, "A moment ago, that guy next to Emperor Yu taught you something? He looked familiar. But who do you think he is? You think he can teach you a few things quickly, and that you're now strong enough to defeat me? Do you know who my teacher is? These days, my teacher taught many things. We'll see when we fight, said Lang Yen, closing his eyes. They didn't start fighting immediately. After all, Lang Yen was a high-level emperor too, very strong, third on the imperial ranking list. Nobody wanted to offend him either. They both remained motionless. After that, Lang Yen won all his battles. Lin Feng smiled when he saw that. Emperor, you said, Lang Yen didn't use speed Dao? He only relied on heaviness Dao. He wants to use his trump cards in the end then, I guess. The battles at the top of the imperial ranking list are going to start. Lang Yen is lucky he's going to fight against 4th place, said Mu Chun. Xian was going to fight against 2nd place. How strong! Lang Yen easily defeated his opponent, even though he was extremely fast, said Emperor Yu a moment later. They turned around and were startled. Xian instantly killed his opponent, sword lights streaking across the sky and cutting him apart. That guy is even slyer than Jian Mang, said Lin Feng, looking at Xian. That guy harbored evil intentions. Tiantai had raised him, and he had betrayed them. He was even becoming a problem for Tiantai. Lang Yen, the next one to die will be you, said Xian, pointing at Lang Yen. He slowly turned around and looked at Emperor Yu, smiling icily. Emperor Yu and Emperor Shi, you're weaker than me now. You're not qualified to be leaders. If I became the leader of Tiantai, maybe I'd manage to make it shine again. Bastard! Shouted Emperor Yu icily. You shameless traitor! Strength is the most important thing in the world. You're weaklings, and you couldn't teach me anything. I had to find someone else to teach me. Why would I waste my time with weaklings? Said Xian. He was wildly ambitious and arrogant, too. Shut the hell up! Shouted Lang Yen explosively. Today, one of us is going to die. I will fight against you. Xian's sword twinkled. He wasn't as strong as a Canaan Buddhist monk, but the battle was going to be dazzling. A dazzling sword shone out. People couldn't open their eyes anymore. Intent. Lang Yen closed his eyes and remembered the dream Lin Feng had created for him. How ridiculous! When Xian saw that Lang Yen had closed his eyes, he looked at him icily. Slow, said Lang Yen. Suddenly, everything became slower around him. It was his own intent. He had control over his surroundings. Eh? Xian's sword suddenly slowed down. Xian frowned. Lang Yen seemed to have an advanced understanding of Dao. But so what? Die! A dozen dark swords appeared and streaked across the sky. Slow down! Shouted Lang Yen. His eyes were still firmly closed. At the same time, he struck out with his hand, and thunder rolled. A gigantic heavy hand appeared in the air and shot out. It was faster than his opponent's dark swords. One of Xian's swords pierced through the gigantic hand, startling everyone. Usually, Xian could kill people silently without anybody noticing, but this time he didn't manage to kill Lang Yen. Xian turned into a beam of light and he flew past Lang Yen in the sky. Where are you going? Shouted Lang Yen explosively. He released more slow energy. When cultivators became stronger, slow and fast strength could be really terrifying. Heavy strength? Shouted Lang Yen furiously. Xian was stupefied when he sensed Lang Yan's Dao strength. It was already so powerful, and now it was high level, not low level anymore. How was that possible? How had Lang Yen done that? Lang Yen disappeared, then reappeared close to Xian, pointing at Xian with his finger. At that moment, he remembered everything Lin Feng had shown him in the dream. He had seen one finger. It didn't contain strength, but it was extremely fast. When Xian saw that, his expression changed drastically. His sword descended from the sky. Sword lights flashed, but at the same time Lang Yen kept slowing him down. Blood splashed. Lang Yen had stabbed Xian in the chest. Explode! Shouted Lang Yen explosively. Xian's body crackled as he threw a sword at Lang Yen. Slow! Said Lang Yen when he saw that attack. He wanted to kill Xian no matter what. Heavy strength. Lang Yan's Dao was now very powerful, his attacks brutal. Xian was injured and threw out his sword. The heavy strength coupled with slow strength gave him a hard time. He was starting to feel danger. Lang Yen dodged the sword. Everybody was astonished. This duel had already exceeded all their expectations, and it was a very beautiful fight. The most surprising thing was that the cultivators were competing in terms of speed. They were both as fast as lightning. "Enough!" shouted someone loudly. An overwhelming strength oppressed Lang Yen. He had the impression he was going to collapse. Xianxia flew up in the air. "This battle is over," said one of the organizers, glancing at Lang Yen. "You're talented. You can join the Celestial Martial Dynasty and become a saint's disciple." "Bullshit," said Lang Yen furiously. "The Celestial Martial Dynasty is despicable. You got involved in our battle. You are pitiful and ridiculous. I would never become a member of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. You're humiliating the Celestial Martial Dynasty? Die," said that person icily. The crowd was stunned at the quick escalation. It was how the Celestial Martial Dynasty handled things. Lang Yen had refused to join the Celestial Martial Dynasty and had humiliated them. That was an excuse for them to kill him. Only the Canaan Dynasty could compete with them. If anyone else dared offend them, they died. No reason was needed. "He wants to die. Go and kill him," ordered Lin Feng. A group of people jumped forwards and released a terrifying death chi. The referee was stunned. He turned on them and shouted, "Insolent! You dare cause trouble during the grand ceremony? Die!" shouted someone in return. The referee sensed some terrifying death energies surround him. A strong wind blew past him. A great rock streaked across the sky, and blood sprayed. The referee was beheaded, his head flying away. His eyes were still open, and from the expression on his face, one could guess he couldn't believe it. He had just gotten killed? He had just gotten killed during the grand ceremony of the Celestial Martial Dynasty? Everybody was astonished. People who weren't even members of the Canaan Dynasty dared cause trouble there? Even the members of the Canaan Dynasty wouldn't have dared do such a thing there, right? Someone dared suddenly kill people ruthlessly. The crowd was astonished, took a deep breath, and continued watching. 3 figures were floating in the air. One of them was a strong cultivator with dark wings and sharp eyes. It was a great rock. Bestial chi kept emerging from his body. "That's a great imperial beast. A great rock. He controls wind and death strength. His speed was incredible. He killed the referee instantly," thought the crowd. "He was actually a celestial emperor. He's from Tiantai. Since when does Tiantai dare act recklessly and audaciously like that? How could they kill a member of the Celestial Martial Dynasty like that? They're insane." Many people were looking at the members of Tiantai. In the Holy City, most people who had lived there for a long time knew Lin Feng, and when they noticed Lin Feng between Emperor Yu and Muqian, they were stunned. They hadn't paid attention to the members of Tiantai a moment before, so they hadn't seen him. He's back. No wonder. Lin Feng had destroyed many ancient holy clans in the past. There was nothing he didn't dare do. Killing the Celestial Martial Dynasty's referee wasn't a problem for him either. The crowd knew that Lin Feng was supported by some saints. Lin Feng is back. The battles are going to be fun. The Celestial Martial Dynasty, the Canaan Dynasty, and now Lin Feng. Will Lin Feng become the 3rd pillar of the Holy City? Wondered many people. Lin Feng was supported by saints behind the scenes and by Champion University and Tiantai officially. He had power and influence. Lin Feng. At that moment, on the side of the Canaan Dynasty, a Buddhist monk looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng remembered him. He had dazzled during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list. It was Do Zhansong. Decades had passed, and he had become a cultivator of the Shangdi layer. He was outstanding. "Brother Lin Feng, they're all staring at you," whispered Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Even though he wasn't on the battle stage today, people still paid attention to him, but he didn't care. It wasn't important to him. On the side of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, a group of people rose up into the air. They all looked furious as they flew towards the battle stage. "Those who dare cause trouble here must die," shouted one of them icily. He released a wave of overwhelming energies. The celestial martial dynasty had organized the grand ceremony. How could they let anyone ruin the event? The celestial martial dynasty organized this event, but only to cause trouble. The referee dared commit all kinds of outrages. The grand ceremony is completely unfair. From now on, Tiantai is in charge of the grand ceremony, not the celestial martial dynasty, said someone next to Lin Feng. Instantly, the atmosphere became silent. Besides, Xianxia and Lang Yan's battle isn't over. Nobody can get involved. It's a battle to the death, which will end only when one of them wins, said that person, as if Tiantai had already taken control of the grand ceremony. 3 people surrounded the battle stage. They didn't kill Xianxia. They surrounded Xianxia and Lang Yan so that they could finish their battle. What could the celestial martial dynasty say about that? Xianxia pulled a long face. He hadn't thought he would lose against Lang Yan. He hadn't thought Tiantai could oppress the celestial martial dynasty. On the battle stage, someone stood up. Around him, other people stood up. They looked calm and composed, or at least they tried. From their eyes, one could see a terrifying chill. Who dared act so arrogantly and recklessly? Elder, that guy's name is Lin Feng. He's a genius of Champion University. He's supported by saints, and back in the days, he destroyed a few ancient holy clans. He's very strong, said someone telepathically. The person in the middle frowned and said calmly, "Those who dare cause trouble here must die. We obey." People started moving in all directions. Their chi was ominous. They were all celestial emperors. At the same time, a strong wind containing death strength started blowing. A group of people appeared behind the battle stage. The atmosphere became eerily silent and oppressive. The strong cultivators of the celestial martial dynasty all stopped moving. Eh? The elder frowned and looked at the newcomers. They were determined to confront them now. How do you want to solve the issue? Be straightforward, said the middle-aged man to Lin Feng. Have your saints come out to talk to me. You're not qualified to talk to me, said Lin Feng indifferently. The middle-aged man's face stiffened. Saints? To talk to him? How insolent. Many people were astonished. How insane. Or was Lin Feng a saint? They immediately excluded the idea. Even though they couldn't see Lin Feng's cultivation level, he was probably just using a very powerful cloaking technique. Only a few decades had passed. Maybe he was a saint emperor, or even a saint emperor of the top of the Shangdi layer, but he couldn't be a saint. Saints had transcended worldliness and attained holiness, and in the past they never saw saints in dark clouds. Saints were also usually very old. Lin Feng was much too young to be a saint. Only a few decades had passed. How could he be a cultivator of the Shang layer? Lin Feng was probably confident because he was backed up by saints. Many people had heard that he had become a Fortune Shrine disciple after ranking first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds back then. It explained why he was arrogant and asked them to send saints to talk to him. The elder looked at Lin Feng icily. He said he wasn't qualified to talk to him. Even if you're a member of the Fortune Shrine, you're not qualified to talk to saints, either. And even if you're talented, you can die any time, said the elder, smiling icily. Lin Feng was startled. That guy knew he was a member of the Fortune Shrine? Fortune Shrine? That's Lin Feng. Xianxia was astonished. No wonder he found him familiar. But why did Lin Feng look so ordinary? Why didn't anyone notice him? He had no chi, he didn't look proud and sharp, like his statue. You just now guessed it was my teacher's fellow disciple, Xianxia? He just taught me. That's how my Tao broke through. He's a peerless genius. He finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and he's a disciple of the Fortune Shrine. You'll never be as successful. You cannot imagine how strong he is, said Lang Yan icily. He could sense how terrifyingly strong Lin Feng was. He had been taught incredible things in only a few minutes. He had the impression that Lin Feng could kill anyone in a few seconds. Xianxia's face froze. He knew Lin Feng. Lin Feng was famous in the holy city. In only a few years, he had become the most dazzling young cultivator of the city. Just now, Lin Feng had taught Lang Yan a few things. That's how Lang Yen had become stronger than him. Continue the battle, said Lin Feng indifferently. He ignored the elder and took control over the grand ceremony. Lang Yen released his qi. The face of the celestial martial dynasty's elder stiffened. Lin Feng disdained him. Xian, you betrayed Tiantai. Today you're going to die, said Lang Yen. His speed exploded. A terrifying heavy Dao strength oppressed Xian. Xian released sharp sword strength. Slow, said Lang Yen, closing his eyes. He felt more confident. He had instantly become stronger after Lin Feng's teaching. Now he knew he could defeat Xian. Everything around him became slower. It was Dao, it was intent, it was a sensation. Anything could become a deadly weapon at extremely high speeds. Even a leaf could become sharp at high speed. Lang Yen performed the same attack he had seen in the dream. His finger could become the sharpest sword. Metal clashed. Xian's sword lights and Lang Yan's finger collided. Surprisingly, the sword lights dispersed instantly. Impossible. Xian couldn't believe it. Lang Yan's attack didn't look extraordinary. It wasn't dazzling. How come it was so powerful? Lang Yen continued moving his finger towards Xian's third eye. Lang Yen shouted furiously, "Die!" "Why?" shouted Xian. That was his last word. He was a genius of the Huangqi layer. He was first on the imperial ranking list. He had become a member of the celestial martial dynasty, and they had organized the grand ceremony. It was supposed to be a wonderful day for him. But Xian, a saint's disciple, was now dead. This time, Tiantai is taking big risks. They're messing around with saints now. A terrifying saint's strength filled the air and surrounded the whole crowd. People's hearts started pounding violently. Was a saint going to show up? A figure appeared in the sky, wearing a white robe. He looked ordinary, but when the members of the celestial martial dynasty saw him, they were astonished and amazed. They looked at him with true admiration, as this was a saint. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty appeared and looked down at the crowd. Many people were wondering how the celestial martial dynasty was going to deal with Tiantai. "Greeting, your holiness of the celestial martial dynasty," said people from many different groups, standing up and bowing before the saint. In the past, saints were considered legendary cultivators, and now they had a saint in front of them. Is that a saint? I've heard that the difference between a saint and a great emperor was incredible. They aren't even comparable. Saints can easily kill entire armies of great emperors, whispered someone, looking at the saint admiringly. Before the celestial martial dynasty and the Canaan dynasty had settled in the holy city, people had heard that Lin Feng was backed up by saints. A moment before, Tiantai had killed a saint's disciple. Lang Yen watched the saint of the celestial martial dynasty nervously. However, he trusted Lin Feng. He was an incredible cultivator. He probably knew how to solve the issue. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the saint. He was surprised because the saint of the celestial martial dynasty was a low-level saint, surprisingly. Such a cultivator had come to the holy city to create the celestial martial dynasty. That was very surprising. But a low-level saint didn't scare Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, you disappeared for so many years, and now you're back in the lower world. You're even interested in the grand ceremony." "I'm surprised," said the saint to Lin Feng, just when everyone thought he'd be furious. He even smiled calmly. However, the crowd trembled, even more than if he had killed Lin Feng immediately. They were astonished because the saint of the celestial martial dynasty called Lin Feng Brother Lin. He didn't address disrespectfully. Brother was a friendly way of addressing someone, but the most terrifying part was that it also proved one thing. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty considered Lin Feng someone of the same level. Otherwise, he wouldn't possibly have called him Brother Lin. How strong was Lin Feng, then? Many people's hearts were pounding furiously. Lin Feng had disappeared for decades. Was he now a saint? People couldn't believe it. "I am from the holy city and a member of Tiantai, so of course I come back sometimes. Since you organized the grand ceremony, it should be a fun event and not a way to oppress everybody else. I don't mind destroying the celestial martial dynasty immediately, you know," said Lin Feng calmly. The crowd was astounded. He didn't mind destroying the celestial martial dynasty? The celestial martial dynasty had risen in the Holy City, and apart from the Canaan dynasty, nobody could resist them. Even though the celestial martial dynasty was powerful, they didn't destroy all the other groups of the Holy City, as the 4 universities still existed. Many of their students even betrayed them to become members of the celestial martial dynasty. Nobody minded actually. Many groups were willing to let their disciples become members of the celestial martial dynasty. The celestial martial dynasty didn't force them outright. Many strong groups of the Holy City wanted to rise along with the celestial martial dynasty. Many people even thought it was an opportunity. However, if they decided to oppress other people, Lin Feng didn't mind teaching them a good lesson. I see. Since it's that way, I'll respect your opinion, Brother Lin. Today, we don't need referees anymore. People of the same level can fight against each other. I won't get involved. What do you think? Asked the saint of the celestial martial dynasty calmly. He didn't seem angry. All right, Lin Feng agreed. On the inside, he smiled coldly. He had studied the celestial Tao destiny technique, and even though the saint of the celestial martial dynasty was extremely polite, Lin Feng could sense he was furious and wanted to kill him. He had a good intuition now. His perceptions were acute and precise. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty didn't look angry, but Lin Feng could guess he was. Lin Feng was now convinced that prophecies and predictions could be true. Back, everybody, said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty, waving his hand. All the strong cultivators of the celestial martial dynasty withdrew. Lin Feng nodded and his people went back as well. Only Lang Yen was left on the battle stage. Lang Yen, you killed a traitor who betrayed Tiantai, and you're now first on the ranking list. I would like to grant you a saint's weapon for your achievement. Great emperors won't be able to kill you. However, you can't use a saint's weapon unless you're in imminent danger of dying. When you become strong enough, I will offer you other precious items, Lin Feng said calmly. He waved and a saint's armor appeared, glowing softly. It flew towards Lang Yen and stopped in front of him. A saint's weapon. People's hearts were pounding violently. Only saints could have saints' weapons, and Lin Feng was giving one to Lang Yen that Lang Yen was astonished, too. He was speechless and dumbstruck. A saint's weapon? His teacher's fellow disciple was offering him a saint's weapon? What are you looking at? Take it, said Mu Chun, smiling at him. Lang Yen was stupefied and he took the armor numbly. Thank you very much, teacher. Brother Wuxia is very busy traveling. He doesn't have time to teach you. I'll also offer you some skills, techniques, and spells, continued Lin Feng. Lang Yan's heart twitched. Lin Feng had just offered him a saint's weapon, so what kind of techniques would he give him? Some of the disciples of the celestial martial dynasty were members of Tiantai in the past. At that moment, their hearts were pounding in astonishment. They had the impression they had made a mistake. They had missed something great. Disciples who respect Tiantai, who never betrayed Tiantai, have a very important position in my heart. No matter how strong they are, no matter how talented, they will all be rewarded, said Lin Feng calmly. The members of Tiantai all looked happy and clenched their fists in joy. They felt even more determined for remaining loyal. Lin Feng was back and finally, Tiantai was going to change again. Lin Feng could talk to a saint as an equal. Everything changed. He even dared say he could destroy the celestial martial dynasty. To Lin Feng, a saint's weapon wasn't much anymore. However, he hoped that Tiantai would become extremely powerful. He had great affection for the other direct disciples of Tiantai, as well. He hoped Tiantai would have no more problems in the future. He wanted to show everyone that Tiantai couldn't be offended, and he wanted to help all his friends rise. Brother Lin Feng, I'm a member of Tiantai too. Do you have a gift for me? Ling asked Lin Feng. Her eyes were twinkling. When we go back, you can choose something, Lin Feng agreed. Awesome. Ling grinned. All right, it's the great emperor's competition now, said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty indifferently. All the great emperors walked up to the stage. A young man appeared at the foot of the stage. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, smiling broadly. Teacher, said Yi Chun with a smile. He looked very happy to see his teacher. Xiao Chen, do your best. But stay safe. Don't risk your life, said Lin Feng smiled. He waved and some strength surrounded Yi Chen. Go now. I will do my best. Yi Chen nodded. He didn't feel relaxed at all. His teacher was there, he felt even more pressured. He wanted to finish among the best cultivators, otherwise, it would be a humiliation for his teacher. He was very nervous. Because you're here, Xiao Chun will be even more worried. He will be nervous because of the rankings, said Mu Chan to Lin Feng, understanding what was going on. He must listen to his heart, replied Lin Feng calmly. The fire shrine. A woman was standing in front of a stone stage. In front of her were a few saints. Since there were many problems in the continent, many groups had called their saints come back. Shrines had many saints, even if people seldom saw them. I've got news. Lin Feng is in dark clouds in the holy city. He's sly. Even if the fortune shrine supports him, he must die. I have some people watching him, we know where he usually goes. He won't be able to escape this time, said the woman calmly. All the saints understood why she made such great efforts to find Lin Feng. Because of Qiongyu, Lin Feng's real body is not weak, and could even be called strong. He's a low-level saint, but he's soon going to become a medium-level saint. I'm not sure you can easily kill him. All of you are heroes of the Qiong clan. This time, I need people who can go to the lower world to kill Lin Feng, said the woman, glancing at the saints. These people were all heroes of the fire shrine and high-level saints. She couldn't give orders to people stronger than that even if her social position was very high. The Qiong clan was a powerful clan of the fire shrine, and they had many contacts. These saints were from her clan. I don't want the fire shrine to send people straightforwardly to kill Lin Feng, because we have to make sure Qiongyu is safe, said the woman. Other people from the fire shrine might kill Lin Feng straight off without caring about Qiongyu. I'll go. Tian Ruojian and the others aren't there this time. Killing Lin Feng should be easy, said Qiong Lin icily. He was the one who had captured Jitian the previous time. All right, I'll leave it to you then, said the woman, smiling at Qiong Lin. Thank you. Qiong Lin nodded. His task was to get Qiongyu back alive, safe and sound. Lin Feng was in the bleachers watching the young people battle. He felt enthusiastic. It reminded him of his youth. Back in the days, he was also on battle stages quite often. Now, things had changed and he would never be on a battle stage to compare his strength with other people again. As expected, Xiao Chun is having a hard time, but he's ready to risk his life, sighed Mu Chan. Little Lin Feng is back, so that little boy doesn't want to disgrace his teacher. That's why he's ready to take risks. I'm afraid he will deteriorate quickly, said Emperor Yu. As expected, just as he finished talking, Yi Chun was struck hard. He was injured, hurled away, and blood splashed. He crashed to the ground. You lost. Go now, said Yi Chen's opponent. He knew Yi Chun was from Tiantai, so he didn't dare act too arrogantly. He had seen Lin Feng a moment before. He wanted to give them face. I lost. Yi Chun pulled a long face and came over to Lin Feng. He lowered his head and said, Teacher, I'm sorry. I made you lose face. Come here, said Lin Feng, smiling. He didn't care about those things. Yi Chun walked over to Lin Feng. He didn't dare look at him. He felt ashamed. Little boy, how could I say anything about that? So many years have passed, and I haven't had time to teach you. I feel guilty, said Lin Feng. He released life qi, which surrounded Yi Chun and quickly healed him. Very quickly, Yi Chun felt rejuvenated. He raised his head and said, Teacher, don't say that. I'm the one who's useless. Don't feel bad. Come here, sit in front of me and watch the battles. Learn from them, said Lin Feng smiled. Yi Chun understood that Lin Feng truly didn't mind, but that made him feel even more guilty. The battles continued. Lin Feng sensed something approaching. He raised his head, his eyes narrowing. Danger is approaching, he thought. He had practiced the Celestial Dao Destiny technique for a while already, and he could sense and predict things. It was a very strange sensation. It wasn't like when he had talked to the saint of the celestial Tao destiny technique. This time, a terrifying danger lurked. If I sense danger, it means there's a high-level saint. Their original strength has already reached the maximum level, so I can't compete with them. I'll need to borrow the strength of the star world again, he thought. He considered several things. The shrines wanted him to die, especially the fire shrine. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the woman, Qiong Yu's mother. She had mentioned the holy city in the past, Qitian Holy Town, his friends. So was the celestial martial dynasty a group which had been created by the woman to settle in the holy city? It was absolutely possible. A low-level saint had appeared in the holy city. For the lower world, that was very surprising. They had started watching everything in the city. Very strange behavior. Ling, go back to your father, said Lin Feng. He was still holding her in his arms. He nodded and went back to Mu Chun. Teachers, I need to leave my body for a few minutes. Don't let anyone disturb me. Lin Feng told Mu Chun and Emperor Yu telepathically. They were both surprised, but nodded and replied, all right. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he appeared in the star world. Master Ox, he called out. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the old ox. What's going on? The old ox asked Lin Feng. Master Ox, I think some high-level saints are coming for me. I need some help, said Lin Feng. The ox said to Lin Feng, at your cultivation level, you cannot compete with high-level saints, indeed. However, I told you I can't help you in the outside world. You need to ask those beasts if they are willing to help you. One is enough. Try and convince one of them. One is enough? Lin Feng was astonished. The old ox sounded very confident. He knew the beasts were incredibly strong. Lin Feng had seen how strong the 9 low-level bestial saints were. They were just medium-level saints. The high-level bestial saints were even more terrifying. They were the gods' beasts, but they were proud, too. Convincing them to help would be very complicated. I'll try, said Lin Feng. He disappeared and reappeared in front of an ocean of stars. The 9 high-level bestial saints were there. Everybody, shouted Lin Feng. The beasts ignored him. Their eyes were closed, as if he didn't exist. I know that you've been imprisoned in this world for a very long time, and that the god is not here. I know you don't want to submit to anyone, especially me, the new master of this world, and I'm very weak in comparison with you. I know all this, said Lin Feng calmly. Now, I will give you an opportunity if anyone agrees to help me. When I become a high-level saint, I'll give you the opportunity to challenge me. If you win, I'll release you and you'll be free. When Lin Feng said that, they suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sensed a terrifying bestial qi fill the air. Really? Asked one of the bestial saints. Lin Feng was proud. When I become a high-level saint, I'll give you the opportunity to challenge me. That was an opportunity? Wasn't he just trying to get them to react? Master Ox can tell you I am a man of my word, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Are you sure you want to do that? The old ox asked Lin Feng telepathically. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He asked, Master Ox, which one is the weakest one of them? You made up your mind. Even if you choose the weakest one, it's indeed enough. But let me warn you, in the future, when you become a high-level saint, even the weakest one will easily be able to defeat you, if not kill you, said the old ox. I already made up my mind, said Lin Feng. The gigantic one, he's an ancient golden ape. You can choose him, said the old ox telepathically. Thank you very much, master, replied Lin Feng nodded. The 9 beasts said at the same time, I agree to help you this one time, and then I'll challenge you when you become a high-level saint. Thank you very much, everybody. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at the gigantic golden ape and said, Master, please help me this time. All right, only once, said the gigantic golden ape. He shrank down in size only as tall as Lin Feng. His chi now looked ordinary. Take me out. Yes, Lin Feng agreed. In the outside world, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu were startled when someone appeared behind Lin Feng. He looked composed, but also unfathomable and enigmatic. Little Lin Feng? Emperor Yu inquired warily. Teacher, continue watching the battles. Lin Feng smiled. The celestial emperors were fighting at that moment. It was almost the end of the ceremony. After them, the saint emperors would fight. Little Lin Feng, for the saint emperors' battles, most of the fighters will be patriarchs themselves, said Mu Chun. Who will fight for Tiantai? Asked Lin Feng. An old friend of yours. Mu Chun smiled. Lin Feng was surprised. An old friend of his? Lin Feng had convinced the Golden Ape, a high-level bestial saint, to help him. He didn't feel he was in danger. Since he could solve the issue easily, he continued watching the battles. After that, the celestial martial dynasty sent forth a fighter. Lin Feng was startled. He knew that fighter. Back then, during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List, there was a giant Shi Yun Feng. He was now a member of the celestial martial dynasty. Shi Yun Feng was a saint emperor now. He was very strong, having reached the very top of the Shangdi layer. If the holy city hadn't changed so much in the previous years, a saint emperor would have been considered a terrifying cultivator. The Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List hadn't taken place too long ago, and Shi Yun Feng had already become really strong. Back then, Lin Feng remembered everybody used to say that those who did well at the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List were going to become great cultivators. And it was true. All those people were very talented and continued rising. Shi Yun Feng back then, during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List, you weren't as strong as me, and now you will still be weaker than me, a voice proclaimed. A Buddhist monk walked forwards. It was Do Zhansang, now a strong cultivator of the Canaan Buddhist clan. He was also a saint emperor at the top of the Shangdi layer. Back in the days at the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial Ranking List, he had ranked better than Shi Yun Feng. Lin Feng, it's a pity that you're not fighting today. I wonder how strong you are in Chu Chun Xiu, said Do Zhansang, looking at the members of Tiantai. Those people were now so strong. Watching an old friend fight is a great opportunity, too. Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, someone shouted, Lin Feng, old buddy, you came back, and you didn't tell me. A strong cultivator arrived as a strong wind started blowing. He was topless. Lin Feng grinned. Tiantai, couldn't you put on some clothes? Hee, I like being topless, said Tiantai. He looked straightforward and good-natured as usual. He landed on the battle stage. Now that Lin Feng is not participating, I'll finish first. We'll see if you're strong enough, said Do Zhansang. Ancestor, how strong is the cultivator of Champion University? Lin Feng asked Ancestor Shi Tian. Those guys are extraordinarily talented. They're as strong as me. Some of them are even stronger than me. Champion University has some incredible geniuses. You killed Ji Chong, and now nobody can compete with those people, Ancestor Shi Tian sighed. Some incredible people came from Champion University. Some of them had died or joined the Celestial Martial Dynasty when the Holy City had become chaotic. All right, said Lin Feng nodding. I owe Champion University, but some things must be changed in Champion University too. Ancestor Zhu Tian, you're very strong. Why don't you fight personally for the university? Ancestor Zhu Tian's face stiffened, and he blushed. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would come back. Since Lin Feng had come back, he had remained silent, saying absolutely nothing. But Lin Feng had heard him before arriving. Some people were incredibly important in Lin Feng's life. His wives, his teachers, his fellow disciples. In the past, Ancestor Zhu Tian was relatively respectful. But now he had humiliated Lin Feng's teachers and was very impolite. Lin Feng couldn't accept that. He didn't want to do anything against Champion University. He owed them, but he had to do something about Ancestor Zhu Tian. Lin Feng, you're a student of Champion University. Why don't you fight for it? Said Ancestor Zhu Tian. He felt embarrassed, but he was an elder. Lin Feng wasn't being polite to him. Me? Lin Feng smiled. Ancestor Zhu Tian looked at Lin Feng and suddenly, he had the impression everything around him had become darkness and death. You said me? Said a voice in his head. Ancestor Zhu Tian shouted quickly, No, let me off. Everything became normal again. Lin Feng was just looking at him and smiling indifferently. Ancestor Zhu Tian was covered with cold sweat, his face as white as a sheet of paper. He looked like he had almost died. Everybody was staring at him. "What's wrong, Ancestor?" asked Lin Feng. However, he sounded a bit cold. Ancestor Zhu Tian lowered his head. He didn't dare look at Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng be so strong? A saint. Lin Feng had to be a saint. Ancestor Zhu Tian's heart was pounding violently. A moment before, the saint of the celestial martial dynasty had talked to him as equals. He had hoped that he was talking that way because he was a disciple of the Fortune Shrine. But now his hopes were ruined. Lin Feng was a saint. He was as strong as the saint of the celestial martial dynasty. How could he go on to the battle stage? "Ancestor, you shouldn't bully people who are weaker than you," said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't look at him anymore. The other ancestors also noticed it, but they all remained silent. Lin Feng was back. Saints talked to him as equals, and Ancestor Zhu Tian had infuriated him. The other ancestors decided to let nature take its course. After all, Lin Feng and Champion University's relations were deep. They didn't want that to change. They didn't want Lin Feng to hold a grudge against Champion University either. The battles started. At that level, things were completely different. There was no group battle, only one-on-ones. It would have been too destructive otherwise. Shi Yun Feng understands Stone Dao. His defense and attacks are terrifying. When he becomes a saint, it will probably become Earth Original Strength, murmured Lin Feng, watching Shi Yun Feng fight. When becoming a saint, a cultivator's strengths all had to turn into original strength. Stone Dao became Earth Original Strength. And to understand Earth Original Strength, a cultivator had to understand several sorts of Dao intent of the same type, such as stone, mud, heavy, sand, etc. Do Zhansang was also very strong. He was a Buddhist monk, and his attacks were terrifying. He was like Kong Ming, his defense and attacks were terrifying too. He's stronger than Shi Yun Feng, thought Lin Feng. He could see everything. Finally, it was Tantai's turn. Tantai's tribe controlled one type of strength: explosion strength. Their strength became more and more explosive with time. It was a special kind of strength. Tantai also understood Soundwave Dao now, and he had an advanced understanding of it. Time passed, and the battles continued. The sun gradually set. The evening sun illuminated the battle stage. The atmosphere was different. Tantai won against Shi Yun Feng, but he lost against Do Zhansang. Do Zhansang really reminded Lin Feng of Kong Ming. Finally, the battles ended. Do Zhansang finished first, Tantai finished second, Shi Yun Feng finished third. "Brilliant," said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty, standing up and applauding. He said, "All right, the battles are over. The top 3 cultivators can join the celestial martial dynasty and become my disciples if they wish." When the saint said that, many people were astonished. For the different leagues, most of the time there were members of the celestial martial dynasty, the Canaan dynasty, and Tiantai in the top 3. Those people weren't really going to leave their groups, especially since Lin Feng had come, so Tiantai was now at the same level as the celestial martial dynasty. "Nobody is willing to become my disciple?" said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty, looking at Lang Yen and Tantai. "You too, you better become my disciples." Eh? The crowd was astonished. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty was provoking Tiantai even though Lin Feng was there. Lin Feng didn't find it strange. He found it very normal. "Saint of the celestial martial dynasty, you think you're good enough to be my teacher?" said Tantai icily. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty was humiliating Tiantai. "Good enough?" The saint of the celestial martial dynasty smiled. "You're ignorant like a frog in a well. Don't you know that saints are also divided into different levels? Half-saints, low-level saints, high-level saints, peerless saints. Before we came, there wasn't a single saint in the holy city. Becoming a saint is extremely difficult. And me, I'm a low-level saint. And you're saying I'm not good enough to become your teacher." The crowd was astonished. He was a low-level saint, which meant he was a level 2 saint. "I'll give you an opportunity now. If you refuse, you'll fall with Tiantai if anything happens," said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty indifferently. Everybody's heart started pounding. Was Tiantai going to be destroyed? Nonsense, said Lang Yen coldly. Nonsense. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty smiled icily. Some saint's strength filled the air, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Everybody had the impression they were suffocating. Then they saw a group of people in the sky. They were flying so high they looked like gods. Saints, they're all saints. The crowd was trembling in fear. To the inhabitants of the holy city, a group of saints was a terrifying and astonishing thing to see. Their hearts were racing. Lin Feng, proclaimed a voice which sounded like thunder, and made people's bodies shake even more. Lin Feng, they're here for Lin Feng. It proves that the saint of the celestial martial dynasty knew that. The people trembled even more. This group of saints didn't come in peace. Lin Feng, get ready to escape, said Mu Chan and Emperor Yu. They were both grimacing. Even though they didn't know how strong these people were, they could sense how terrifying they were, and they wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng raised his head, he looking completely unperturbed. He looked at the leader of the group, Qiong Lin, from the Fire Shrine. Back then, he had captured Zhetian and imprisoned him. 1 high-level saint, 3 low-level saints, 5 half-saints, they really overestimated me, he thought. If the Fire Shrine had managed to get a high-level saint to come for Lin Feng, it meant they took the issue extremely seriously. It was dark clouds, so even if Lin Feng contacted the Fortune Shrine or Tianrua Jian, they wouldn't be able to arrive within a short time. The Fire Shrine couldn't know that Lin Feng had obtained something great in the godly grave, though. He now possessed the star-studded sky world, and the star god had transmitted his knowledge to him. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the saint of the celestial martial dynasty, asking, "You're a member of the Fire Shrine?" Lin Feng, "I'm not from the Fire Shrine. They just hired me to watch Tiantai and gather information about you. Regarding the holy city, I'm happy here. The qi is good. You can't escape anymore, so my mission will soon be over," said the saint of the celestial martial dynasty calmly. People around were astonished. So that's how things were. The shrines wanted to kill Lin Feng, and the celestial martial dynasty was there to spy on him. Why did the shrines, who controlled the world, want to kill Lin Feng? What had he done to them? The crowd looked at the group of saints in the sky in awe and veneration. Not only were those people saints, but they were also members of shrines. "If you release Qiongyu, apart from you, we will not bear recriminations against other people," Qiong Lin stated loudly. He looked imposing and awe-inspiring. Lin Feng smiled coolly. "I see. So the shrine wants to attack ordinary people again? It all depends on you," said Qiong Lin coldly. "Is that so?" said Lin Feng. He had a knowing smile on the corner of his mouth. He waved and said, "Teachers, move away." Little Lin Feng, Mu Chun, Emperor Yu, and the others looked extremely worried. Lin Feng wanted to fight against a shrine? How could he? "Move away. I can solve the issue," said Lin Feng calmly. Mu Chun and the others were astonished, but they nodded and moved away. Lin Feng said, "As long as I'm not dead, if you touch any of my friends, I'll kill Qiong Yu atrociously. Since you want to die so much, I will help you." The saints were in line. The crowd was terrified. One glance, and those people could kill all of them instantly. "Let's see how you intend to kill me," Lin Feng said to Qiong Lin. Qiong Lin flashed forwards. He was a high-level saint, and fighting against Lin Feng was easy. The reason why he had brought the others was just to be sure, in case something unexpected happened. A beam of light streaked across the sky. It looked like a shooting star. The sky started burning instantly. The ground under Lin Feng's feet started crackling, turning into an ocean of magma and flames. And his enemy hadn't even arrived yet. Something shattered with a sharp and clear note. The person who was standing behind Lin Feng without saying anything finally moved. He grew to a gigantic size and turned into a golden beam of light. He roared furiously. His voice turned into a powerful soundwave strength which blew away any incoming energies. The flames exploded and disappeared. The crowd saw a gigantic golden ape behind Lin Feng, dozens of zhang tall. The air thrummed with the presence of a supreme beast. The atmosphere crackled when he breathed. Qiong Lin was extremely fast. He had landed in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye, but at that moment he started shaking. A gigantic hand swept towards him. The 5 fingers looked like mountains. The crowd was astonished. That cultivator was there to protect Lin Feng, and was horrifyingly strong. All the bleachers and the fighting stage all exploded. Buildings hundreds of li away blew apart. Many strong cultivators exploded instantly, too. Their souls exploded, unable to stand the pressure. When saints fought, it was an apocalypse for normal people. A terrifying metallic sound spread in the air. Qiong Lin was smashed backwards. The gigantic golden hand continued moving towards him. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" shouted Qiong Lin desperately. He was afraid. A terrifying heavy strength oppressed him. Nobody answered. The gigantic hand continued moving towards him. He felt powerless. How strong? Thought the crowd on the ground. How could that ape be so strong? Qiong Lin was already incredibly strong, but that ape could force him back in the blink of an eye. How incredible! And even though Qiong Lin retreating desperately, the gigantic hand continued closing on him. Qiong Lin released as much fire strength as he could. He was now bathing in flames. His fire original strength turned the atmosphere around him into an explosive ocean of flames. "Break!" shouted Qiong Lin, releasing a sun to collide with the gigantic hand. An incredible explosion covered the sky, and the gigantic golden ape's hand grabbed Qiong Lin. "What should I do with him?" the gigantic golden ape asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. No wonder the old ox was so confident. Those beasts were much, much stronger than he had imagined. The golden ape controlled several sorts of original strength, all at the maximum level. He was a terrifying, high-level bestial saint. "Kill!" Lin Feng said firmly. The ape crushed Qiong Lin in his hand. Crackling sounds spread out. He drew his hand back and looked at the arm sticking out of his closed hand. The ape growled ferociously. "No!" Qiong Lin shouted desperately. He was devastated. He released strength while shouting, but gradually, his voice grew more and more faint. When the ape opened his hand, only a few threads of fire chi were left. Qiong Lin had disappeared. Phew! The crowd was astonished and took a deep breath. That was a truly terrifying saint. He could kill a saint without moving. He could shout and kill gigantic groups of people. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine were astonished. Lin Feng had a protector who was a peerless saint. Qiong Lin was a high-level saint, and had been killed in the blink of an eye. The members of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, Tiantai and Champion University were astonished too. At that moment, the gigantic figure shrank down again. The ape was now a mere 3 meters high, standing calmly behind Lin Feng. The crowd was just flabbergasted. Lin Feng was back, and saints could be killed? Behind him was a terrifying bestial saint. Lin Feng had just told him to kill, and his protector had killed that saint from a shrine. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Everybody had suddenly forgotten about the grand ceremony. The members of the fire shrine were staring at the gigantic ape behind Lin Feng, trembling now. They knew how strong Lin Feng was, unrivaled in his cultivation. They also knew how strong any high-level saint was, especially high-level saints from shrines, and they were from the fire shrine. A high-level saint had at least one kind of original strength at the maximum level, and Qiong Lin had been killed in one strike. One strike and Qiong Lin had died. "Piss off now. Tell that woman that we'll settle accounts. Don't cause trouble to anyone else, or she will receive Qiong Yu's corpse," said Lin Feng icily. The members of the fire shrine all grimaced. Lin Feng was telling them to piss off and was threatening them. The woman had sent such a big army, convinced they would manage to kill Lin Feng. However, nobody had thought such a thing would happen. Qiong Lin, a high-level saint, had been killed because a terrifying cultivator protected Lin Feng. Could they kill Lin Feng now? They could already consider themselves lucky for not dying here. "Let's go," said one of them. They quickly turned around and left. They had come looking dignified and majestic. They left in abject fear. Many people were astonished. Saints had come looking dignified and majestic. Many people had looked at them as if they were gods, and their strongest cultivator had promptly been killed. And now Lin Feng had told them to piss off. Everybody turned and looked at Lin Feng. What had Lin Feng gone through in the previous decades? How had he changed so much? The crowd couldn't believe it. And who was that terrifying cultivator protecting him? Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint, said Lin Feng at that moment. He smiled icily. The Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint's face froze unnaturally. Brother Lin, you're extraordinary, as expected, said the saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, smiling awkwardly. He didn't look as majestic as before. The golden ape behind Lin Feng could kill him effortlessly. Your Excellency, I vividly remember what you just said, smiled Lin Feng. The Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. He was furious at the fire shrine. They hadn't been able to deal with Lin Feng. Of course, they hadn't known Lin Feng would be backed up by such a terrifying cultivator. Lin Feng, I'll tell you directly, if that bestial saint wants to kill me, I naturally can't do anything against him. That'd be my destiny. Anyway, that being the case, the Celestial Martial Dynasty is in the Holy City, and it won't change anything. The saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty remained calm and continued. Anyway, if that terrifying bestial saint kills me, what can I do? You think too highly of yourself, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He said calmly, since you say that, I'll give you an opportunity. It's the grand ceremony today. The younger disciples are all done fighting. You and me, let's fight. Eh? The saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty was stunned. Lin Feng wanted to fight against him? He didn't know much about Lin Feng. He only knew he was very talented and that the shrines wanted to kill him. But in any case, the saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty had been a saint for thousands of years. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Feng, he was convinced Lin Feng wouldn't be able to kill him. Only that golden ape posed a threat to him. Really? Asked the saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. Naturally, said Lin Feng, flashing forwards. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to challenge the saint? He was a low-level saint. Lin Feng had disappeared for decades. He couldn't be a low-level saint. He was definitely a half-saint, right? Everybody was curious. They thought that Lin Feng dared act like that because he was a member of the Fortune Shrine, and the Fortune Shrine protected him. They didn't think that Lin Feng had become a saint in just a few decades. But Lin Feng was challenging the saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty. All right, said the saint, slowly walking forwards. Felt like the earth and the sky were on the verge of freezing. Let's see how strong a genius of the Fortune Shrine is, said the saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, staring at Lin Feng. He sounded cold and detached. He flashed forwards as everything froze around him. A layer of ice appeared around Lin Feng's body, and he felt his soul start to freeze. Ice strength was trying to prevent him from releasing his own strength. The Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint turned into a beam of light. His robe was covered by a layer of ice, glittering in the light. He threw himself at Lin Feng. Die! A gigantic ice cauldron moved towards Lin Feng. The ice on the cauldron turned into threads of original ice strength. Each thread seemed like it could freeze a cultivator's soul. Slow! Lin Feng released slow strength, and the threads of ice chi slowed down. Lin Feng could see them more distinctly. He could also see the saint's movements more clearly. Lin Feng moved too, raising his finger and releasing absorbing strength. A dragon which absorbed everything in his way moved towards the cauldron. The two sorts of original strengths collided and shattered. Lin Feng was staring at his opponent. He looked enigmatic and unfathomable. Throne! Shouted the Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint loftily. An ice throne appeared and rotated around him. Contained King Qi. Go in, said Lin Feng. The Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint sensed the world around him turn into an illusion. Everything around him turned into darkness. Celestial life peeling, said Lin Feng coldly. The Celestial Martial Dynasty's saint was horrified as he sensed his life being peeled off. How is this possible? My King Dao Qi, The saint was astonished. He had a king-type body, he had a king life, his chi was more powerful, he was extremely strong and talented. And yet, Lin Feng was peeling off his king Dao. As expected, the celestial Dao destiny technique is terrifying. Not only do I sense what might happen in the future, but I can also use it to kill people by destroying their destiny, thought Lin Feng. It was one of the last things he had studied, but it was also one of the things he had studied for the longest time, decades. He only understood the basics so far. I'm done playing with you, said Lin Feng indifferently. He pointed at the celestial martial dynasty saint and moved in a blur of motion. He condensed fast strength in his hand and accelerated, moving so fast it was impossible to follow him with the eye. And the celestial martial dynasty saint was still affected by the slow strength. Playing with me? The celestial martial dynasty's saint pulled a long face. He had been a low-level saint for so many years, and Lin Feng said he was playing with him? 1,000,000 death stamps turned into hell and surrounded him. The celestial martial dynasty's saint shouted furiously. His throne of ice was behind him. He looked like an ice king. A terrifying sword chi moved towards him. It was Lin Feng's ruler's sword. The throne exploded and the ice as well. "Piss off!" shouted the celestial martial dynasty's saint. He raised his hand and released ice original strength. He wanted to freeze Lin Feng. Absorb! Lin Feng's fist collided with his hand, turned into a vortex and absorbed his king chi. The celestial martial dynasty's saint's face turned deathly pale as he stared at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought he would feel so weak against Lin Feng. "And you dared act arrogantly in front of me?" said Lin Feng icily. He looked at the celestial martial dynasty's saint disdainfully. These days, Lin Feng released attacks with all his body parts, his eyes, his hands. It was difficult to defend against him. Lin Feng controlled so many sorts of original strength. He could attack without really probing. Attacking was natural for him. The celestial martial dynasty's saint was being attacked from all sides, and his chi was being absorbed. He was being absorbed in Lin Feng's vortex, and then he disappeared into it entirely. How is that possible? The members of the celestial martial dynasty were astonished and terrified. A saint had just been absorbed? Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and slowly walked back to the members of Tiantai. He looked like a peerless and aggressive cultivator. The crowd realized that Lin Feng wasn't a gentle young man anymore. He had become almost peerless. He had become a real king. Lin Feng looked like a real king. He was Saint Lin Feng. The crowd was even more astonished than when the gigantic golden ape had killed Xiong Lin, a high-level saint. Lin Feng had disappeared dozens of years. When he had left, he was still a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer. He had dazzled during the Pathfinder Day of the Imperial ranking list, then he had finished first at the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. He had come back and destroyed some ancient holy clans, but the crowd mainly remembered Lin Feng as a cultivator of the Huang Qi layer, and later as a great emperor. A few decades was nothing to become a saint. Saints were legendary cultivators, and especially a level 2 saint. The inhabitants of the holy city didn't even dare imagine that, but Lin Feng had done it. Lin Feng had just killed a low-level saint in front of them, not to mention a saint who was at the top of a powerful group in the holy city, the Celestial Martial Dynasty. The saint of the Celestial Martial Dynasty was dead, so the Celestial Martial Dynasty would probably collapse at some point. The crowd looked at Lin Feng and at the members of Tiantai. Tiantai was going to continue rising. When a man attains the Tao, even his pets ascend to heaven. Lin Feng had attained enlightenment, so Tiantai rode on his success. 2. The golden ape was surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. This guy had managed to become the new leader of the Star World. He didn't have an undeserved reputation. Mu Chan? Emperor Yu? And the others were stunned, gaping at Lin Feng. They had never thought Lin Feng would be so talented. He had changed so quickly. "Little Lin Feng, I'm really surprised," said Mu Chun, taking a deep breath. "Indeed, I still remember everything we went through. The Chi Tian Peak, the meeting of the emperors. Back then he made a great show of your talents, and then we came to the great world and continued being oppressed. However, little Lin Feng continued rising. He became stronger and stronger. Back then, I still didn't think he'd become a saint so quickly. I hadn't thought a saint would appear in Tiantai, to be honest. Emperor Yu was astonished. His disciple was a saint? It was like a dream. I want to be like my teacher, said Yi Chun, clenching his fists. He felt so weak. Uncle Lin Feng is so strong. Lang Yen was astonished and pleasantly surprised. Tiantai was so lucky. The crowd forgot all about the celestial martial dynasty and their grand ceremony. I never thought Lin Feng would already be so strong, sighed Do Zhansong. He was proud and talented, but he felt like an insect in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the members of the celestial martial dynasty. He said calmly, I don't care about the celestial martial dynasty. However, I will destroy all those who betrayed Tiantai. All the members of the celestial martial dynasty shook. They felt ridiculous, insignificant, and ashamed. Teachers, let's go back, said Lin Feng, smiling at Emperor Yu and Mu Chan. Go back to Tiantai, said Emperor Yu smiling. Unfortunately, your fellow disciples are not here. Otherwise, we would have a big party. Yes, we'll have other opportunities, though. We must do something together. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Ancestor Shi Tian. Ancestor, come to Tiantai with us. All right, said Ancestor Shi Tian, smiling and nodding along. Lin Feng's social status was different now. He had become a king. He could now be more informal with the ancestors. In the cultivation world, strength set the base for politeness and respect, not age. Of course, Lin Feng was usually polite, but he didn't feel awkward or embarrassed, either. Some people were embarrassed and felt awkward at that moment, though, such as Ancestor Zhu Tian. The atmosphere in Tiantai was great and lively. Mu Chun, Emperor Yu, Lin Feng, Tantai, Yun Qin Yen, Qin Wu, Yi Chun, Lang Yen, and many others were all together at the heart of Tiantai. Ancestor Shen Tian, Ancestor Shi Tian, and the others didn't have assigned seats, so they sat wherever they wanted. Everybody was chatting happily. Lin Feng, how did you practice cultivation and become a saint? Asked Yun Qin Yen. Her eyes were twinkling. She was curious. Just like that, said Lin Feng, shrugging and laughing. Tell us about saints then. We've never met saints before, we've never properly chatted with one. We don't even know what kind of strength saints control, said Yun Qin Yen. Yes, Lin Feng, please tell us about saints. We've been saint emperors for so long, and we're not able to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. Maybe the only person of Champion University who became a saint was the founder. He didn't write anything about it, though, said Ancestor Shi Tian. He was curious, too. All right, Lin Feng agreed. You all know what it's like to be a great emperor. However, to become a saint, you must understand what celestial Tao is. That kind of strength can't be studied formally. You must transcend worldliness to understand. When you understand it, you have the impression you have returned to your true self, you are one with nature, and your body becomes nature. Then, when you fuse strength together with celestial Tao, it creates a saint's technique. That way, you create your own saint's techniques. That's when you become a proper half-saint, and when you transcend worldliness and attain holiness. When you're a half-saint and want to become a low-level saint, you need to understand one sort of original strength: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, death, sound wave, and so forth. Anything is possible. Cosmic energy and Tao are original strengths, and celestial Tao is a more advanced version of those. You understand when you have an advanced comprehension and knowledge of energies. Heavy strength and oppressive strength and earth strength all belong to the same category, earth original strength. Ice strength, frost strength, and rain strength all belong to the same category as well, water original strength. When you understand one type, you can carry out terrifying attacks, you can fuse original strength together with celestial Tao. When you manage to do that, you become a low-level saint. The saint of the celestial martial dynasty understood a water-type original strength, ice and frost strength. He fused it together with celestial Tao, and that's how he created the ice throne. He could have easily killed a half-saint, but it was far from enough for him to become a high-level saint. For that, your original strength must reach the maximum level. For example, you'd need to understand every Earth-type strength to make your Earth original strength reach the maximum level. Heavy strength, oppressive strength, Earth defense strength, and so on. Then, when you understand properly, your original strength reaches the maximum level. I haven't been able to do it yet. Regarding peerless saints, it's even more complicated. Many high-level saints understand many types of original strengths at the maximum level and don't become peerless saints like the golden ape. To become a peerless saint, you must fuse special kinds of original strength together. Everybody was carefully listening to Lin Feng. It was fascinating. He was telling them about legendary saints. Making one type of original strength reach its maximum level sounded like something extremely difficult. Saints were not from the same world as them anymore. Teacher, when you made me dream and practice cultivation, was that intent original strength? Asked Lang Yen. Indeed, Lin Feng confirmed. No wonder. I could sense that my Tao had broken through, but I also knew that kind of strength in the dream was unreachable for me at the moment. I need to practice cultivation more. I hope I'll become as strong as you someday, teacher. You will have opportunities. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at Mu Chan and Emperor Yu. Teachers, Tiantai went through a lot this time. Please select some of Tiantai's disciples, people who are motivated, talented, loyal to Tiantai, and even if they're not very talented, some who are very determined, wise, and kind. I want to give them a lecture. I want to help them. Mu Chun was surprised, but nodded approvingly. All right, it'll definitely help them. Can we also attend your lecture? You're flattering me, teacher, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. He definitely wanted to help his two teachers, but not by giving them a lecture. Even though his teachers were willing to attend, Lin Feng couldn't accept. He had the impression it was disrespectful. Lin Feng, we also want to attend your class, Ancestor Shi Tian said to Lin Feng. No problem, ancestors, Lin Feng agreed. Lin Feng, Zhu Tian wants to come and apologize, said Ancestor Shi Tian. He did it once already, but he's petty and miserable. I am a student of Champion University, but I can't tolerate seeing petty people at the top of the hierarchy in Champion University, replied Lin Feng calmly. The ancestors were surprised, but not much. They nodded. We understand. I want to report something, said someone at that moment. That person was standing at the gate. Speak, replied Mu Chun. The new leader of the Celestial Martial Dynasty, as well as some founding members, are here with some people who betrayed Tiantai. They're here to apologize, said that person. The crowd understood how the Celestial Martial Dynasty felt. They were afraid of Lin Feng. They even came to apologize. They all looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng said, I'm not seeing them. Just tell them 3 words. Conduct yourselves well. Yes, replied the disciple. The crowd shuddered. Those who had betrayed Tiantai were probably going to go through hardships. Also, I heard that the Canaan dynasty's saint wanted to come to pay you a visit, said the disciple. The crowd shook again. A saint wanted to come to pay them a visit? Tell them that I won't receive guests for 7 days. They can come in 7 days and after, said Lin Feng. The disciple bowed and left. People were astonished. A saint wanted to come and pay Lin Feng a visit, and Lin Feng just said he wouldn't see anyone for 7 days. How incredible! The ancestors of Champion University were astonished, too. If they hadn't met Lin Feng when he was much weaker, they would have never met him. In the central part of Tiantai was a field. Many disciples gathered there, they standing in 2 gigantic lines. Between them were praying mats. They all looked at a young man with admiration. He was wearing white clothes. He looked clean, calm, and composed. However, everybody knew that that young man could kill low-level saints easily. He had destroyed some shrine's members, too. He had also refused to see a saint because he was busy. He was a living legend. Now he was going to teach them some concepts. How incredible! One could well imagine how happy the crowd was. I've heard that Brother Lang Yen received some knowledge from him. That's how he defeated Xianxia. He progressed a lot after receiving teacher Lin Feng's transmissions. In a few seconds, he can probably make you progress more than you would in 10 years by practicing really hard, thought someone. Such opportunities were extremely rare. Sit down, said Lin Feng, smiling patiently. He didn't sound stuffy at all, rather amiable and casual, but the disciples were nervous. They all sat down on the praying mats and looked at Lin Feng. You all have different cultivation levels. You all practice different types of cultivation. I can't make a uniform lecture for you. However, I want to say a few things. When I started practicing cultivation, my cultivation level was much lower than yours. I started at the Qi layer. Back in the days, I admired cultivators. For me, cultivators of the Xianxia layer and the Tianqi layer were extraordinary cultivators. Such levels were out of reach for me. If I hadn't thought that way, I don't think I would have progressed at all. I would have never become a Tian-level cultivator. But now I'm a saint. What is the Tianqi layer to me? Lin Feng began calmly. People were shaking. Indeed, they couldn't forget that Lin Feng used to be extremely weak back in the days. He had admired other people, too. Now he was much powerful than the people of the Tianqi layer whom he had admired once. Don't think that you can't surpass me even if you are slow-witted. Never give up. Grand talents mature slowly. Many people are slow-witted, but they still have good aptitudes. They practice slowly, but they can also become very strong. Talent is helpful until a certain point, that's all. Talent cannot determine which cultivation level you'll reach in your life. What does is your heart, said Lin Feng. Many people felt extremely determined. Your heart, that's your intent. Your intent makes you unbreakable. You can bend but not break. But you also need to be realistic. Cultivation is something you do step by step. You must be determined to become better each day. Someday you'll reach the end. Phew. People were extremely excited. They all breathed quickly. Their hearts were pounding. Reach the end? All right, I just wanted to tell you those things. If you have any question, you can ask me, smiled Lin Feng. Don't feel ill at ease. Ask me anything. Teacher, said a bald young man standing up quickly. Everybody looked at him. He looked nervous and kept scratching his head. Teacher, I'm so nervous, sorry. I am now a high-level emperor. I understand Earth cosmic energy. However, I can't understand Tao. How do I understand Tao and how do I know which Tao is mine? Most people understood Tao when they were great emperors, but some talented and outstanding young people understood Tao when they were still emperors like Lin Feng, Chu Chunqiu, and Ji Chang had back in the days. Come here and use your best strength to attack me. Let me sense your cosmic energies, said Lin Feng to that young man. He was surprised and nodded. Teacher, I don't want to be disrespectful. He bowed before Lin Feng and attacked him. A powerful heavy strength moved towards Lin Feng. The bald young man's fist became as heavy as a mountain. His strength was oppressive like an avalanche. Of course, it couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and the bald young man sensed an oppressive strength surround him. It was painful. His strength is 1,000,000,000 times more powerful than mine. It's also a type of cosmic energy, thought the bald young man. Lin Feng moved towards him, surrounding him with the force of a landslide and the power of a tidal wave. It was as if the earth had oppressed him. Tao is an accumulation. To understand Tao, you must accumulate enough strength. You can't just study and learn Tao like this. I first understood life and death Tao. I remember when I understood Tao, I was on the battlefield of the celestial country. I killed many strong cultivators before understanding Tao. There were mountains of corpses around me. Other people can only give you pieces of advice regarding Tao, but they can't help you find your Tao. Everybody listened to Lin Feng. As Lin Feng walked towards the young man, the strength became too oppressive, and he fell down on his butt. When the strength disappeared, he closed his eyes and visualized the strength Lin Feng had just used, the pure earth intent he had released. You're worth teaching, smiled Lin Feng. He walked back to his original seat. He had helped the bald young man sense the strength he studied, so now he had to study it on his own. Lin Feng couldn't study for him. Teacher Lin Feng is teaching us personally. We have to seize this opportunity. It's extremely rare, realized many disciples. Teacher, I'm a low-level emperor, and I've been stuck at this level for a very long time. I can't break through. What to do? Asked someone standing up. How long haven't you gone traveling? Asked Lin Feng. 2 years. During those 2 years, you only practiced and meditated alone, and you haven't broken through? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, I can't break through. I can sense my cosmic energies are powerful enough, though. Come here, said Lin Feng casually. That student walked towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng moved like the wind. A terrifying strength surrounded that cultivator and corroded his intent. He had the impression he was going to die. He didn't have time to react, but it was an opportunity to. If he were slightly stronger, he would be able to dodge. No! Shouted that student furiously. Then he moved with the wind, changing his position and releasing humming sword lights all around himself. But he still felt danger closing on him. Another wave of chi rolled towards him. It descended from the sky and moved towards his shoulders as fast as lightning. Wind! That cultivator released wind strength and moved as fast as he could. But as soon as he dodged, more strength moved towards him. It didn't stop, strength kept attacking him. At the same time, he looked at Lin Feng, who was already seated on a praying mat. That's... The crowd was astonished. That disciple was fighting against nothing in a frenzy. He looked crazy. He has the impression he's going to die. It's definitely an illusion. The goal is to unleash his full potential as if he were about to die. The teacher is oppressing him, he has to dodge. If he doesn't, he will die. The crowd understood. The teacher wanted to see how long he would persevere. At that moment, the air hummed, and a stronger chi rolled out. The crowd frowned. I broke through. The illusion disappeared, and the disciple stopped awkwardly. His cosmic energies hummed around him. He was astonished as he understood what was happening to him. He bowed before Lin Feng and said, "Thank you very much, teacher." "You understand now?" asked Lin Feng. "I understand. You oppressed me, but it wasn't real. It just made me think I was going to die. I had only 2 options. Surpass myself and break through, or die. Indeed, die or break through. But to achieve that, you must have reached a certain level too. Your cosmic energies had to be at the top already. This time, you only needed a little bit of pressure. To achieve that, you need to go out and travel. That's why cultivators travel all the time. You need to fight against enemies to become stronger. Risking your life is often part of the game. That's how you unleash your full potential. When your enemies oppress you." Everybody listened carefully. Lin Feng taught new things to everyone. That lecture lasted for 3 days. However, for them, it felt as if they had saved 30 years. Everybody was in awe of Lin Feng. It was incredible to spend time with a legendary cultivator. They would always respect him. They would never betray Tiantai. They owed Tiantai for this chance. After the lecture, Lin Feng gave his teachers many spells, skills, techniques, and weapons. He only gave them great ones. He even gave them some saints' weapons he had obtained after killing people. "Little Lin Feng, those things are good because you're in Tiantai, but if you're not here, people will annihilate us for those items. Like when you gave Lang Yen a saint's weapon in front of everybody. That was scary. Do you really think it's a good thing for Lang Yen to have a saint's weapon?" asked Mu Chun, easily seeing the problem. "Teacher, I understand what you mean. I also thought about that. That's why I gave Lang Yen a protective saint's weapon. He can't use it to attack, he can only use to protect himself. Most cultivators can't do anything to him. When I'm traveling, I will leave 9 low-level bestial saints here to protect Tiantai. They will become Tiantai's protectors. I'm sure they'll be able to protect Tiantai for thousands of years, no matter what happens. High-level saints are unlikely to come to the lower world. 9 bestial saints as protectors. Mu Chan and Emperor, you were astonished. All right, indeed. Nobody can do anything to Tiantai with such cultivators, unless shrines come personally. The fire shrine is the shrine with which I have the most problems. I kidnapped a descendant of the fire shrine. That's why they don't dare try anything too risky. They will probably not try anything for the time being. In the future, if my relations with the fire shrine worsen, I will take care of Tiantai. All right, sounds like a plan, said Mu Chun, smiling and nodding. In less than 100 years, Tiantai will become one of the strongest groups, I think. Teacher, do you have any news from my fellow disciples? asked Lin Feng. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu remained silent. Lin Feng looked at their expressions and asked, "What is going on? And what are you hiding from me, teachers? Tell me." Little Lin Feng Tianqi is, Mu Chun sighed. Lin Feng's face stiffened. What's wrong with him? There's a Buddhist mountain in the holy city. The legend says you need to climb up 99,999 steps to achieve enlightenment as a Buddhist cultivator. You've heard of that legend, right? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. The first time he had arrived in the holy city, Huang Fulong and Tantai had told him about it. It was said that those who had needed the least time to get to the top had done it in 3 years. It was impossible to do it by flying. The cultivators who tried died. There was also another legend which said that there was a peerless Buddha at the top, but that many people who managed to get to the top became peerless demons. Tianqi had tried to climb up that mountain many times. He had also failed repeatedly. Tianqi managed to get to the top. He didn't become a Buddha, he became a demon. He came back once, kowtowed 3 times, banging his head on the ground. Then he said he had nothing to do with his teachers and fellow disciples anymore, said Mu Chun. It was horrible for him to think about. Tianqi was one of his direct disciples, like a son to him. Tianqi used to be gentle and soft, and now he had become a demon, so he had decided to break off all ties. When did that happen? Lin Feng asked grimly. Just before the Canaan dynasty started rising. It is said that the rising of the Canaan dynasty has something to do with the Buddhist mountain, said Mu Chun. Where is Tianqi? Asked Lin Feng. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him since he left. Lin Feng frowned. He gazed into the distance and suddenly shouted, Canaan dynasty's leader, hurry up and come to Tiantai to see me. Everybody in the holy city heard his voice. The ground trembled at his words. Canaan dynasty's leader, hurry up and come to Tiantai to see me. His voice echoed for a long time. Many people raised their heads and shuddered in fear. That was probably Lin Feng's voice. He was the only one who could shout so loudly and especially make the leader of the Canaan dynasty come to Tiantai. Many people sighed. At that cultivation level, people seemed to belong to another world. Nothing could stop them. As expected, after a short time, a group of people from the Canaan dynasty arrived and stopped outside of Tiantai. They didn't land. Someone directly said icily, "What is the Canaan dynasty's relationship with the Buddhist mountain?" Those people looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The leader of the group was the saint. He was startled too. He had watched Lin Feng had directly kill the celestial martial dynasty's saint during the grand ceremony. So he didn't want to offend him. At the beginning, the Canaan dynasty was the Canaan Buddhist clan. Then a disciple climbed up the mountain and obtained a sutra. Then he practiced really hard and that's what happened. Someone said to Lin Feng. "You want to die," shouted Lin Feng icily. A strong wind blew past and beheaded that person. Blood splashed and he died instantly. The others' faces turned deathly pale. "If you continue lying, I'll kill you all," said Lin Feng icily. He said to the saint, "Speak." The saint tried to keep calm. He said to Lin Feng, "I'm the cultivator of the Buddhist mountain," he meant. "Then I came down, I went to the Canaan Buddhist clan and I granted them many techniques. Then I changed their name." "You're a Buddhist monk? You're not a demon cultivator?" asked Lin Feng icily. He looked startled and said, "Buddhism is demon cultivation. Go. Bring me to the Buddhist mountain," said Lin Feng coldly. The saint said, "You want to walk up the mountain?" "I want to fly straight to the top," replied Lin Feng. "You don't respect the big Buddha," said that person, smiling coldly. "If Buddhism is demon cultivation, Buddhists need respect. Besides, if I'm strong enough, what is Buddha in front of me?" said Lin Feng aggressively. The crowd was trembling around them. Buddhism was demon cultivation? If I'm strong enough, what is Buddha in front of me? Since it's that way, you and me will get to the top. He rose up in the air and flew away. Lin Feng glanced at the members of the Canaan dynasty icily and turned into a beam of light. According to legends, to achieve Buddhist enlightenment, it was necessary to climb up the stairs. People who flew and landed at the top died. However, Lin Feng considered himself strong enough to fly straight to the top. He could kill low-level saints easily, but what about the peerless Buddha of the legends? Lin Feng didn't care about legends? In the holy city, many people's figures flickered. They flew towards the Buddhist mountain. Was Lin Feng going to land at the top of the mountain? The Buddhist mountain was surrounded by water. People usually arrived by boat. At that moment, two figures were flying high up in the sky. The leader of the Canaan dynasty stopped and said to Lin Feng, "I must stop here. If you can pass, I'll follow you. Let's see who's purposely making a mystery of a simple thing and terrifying the inhabitants of the holy city," said Lin Feng, rolling up his sleeves. He didn't believe in Buddha and demons, he just believed in strength. If a Buddha wasn't strong, who would believe in them? At the top of the mountain, there had to be a strong cultivator. Lin Feng didn't care about him, but this time his friend had a problem, so he had to help. His friend had even decided to break off ties with his friends and teachers. That was too strange. A powerful energy filled the air and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng was not surprised. As expected, saint's strength. No wonder nobody could fly to the top. But now he had decided to break the rule. Lin Feng continued walking slowly. The atmosphere was oppressive. Then, Buddha lights rolled out and Lin Feng heard someone chant a mantra in a magnificent Brahma voice. A peerless golden Buddha appeared. He kept chanting endlessly. Many people raised their heads. As expected, there was a peerless Buddha protecting the mountain. Nobody had ever dared fly straight to the top, but Lin Feng dared. Lin Feng raised his head and heard the Buddhist cultivator shout loudly. The atmosphere trembled. He had the impression his soul was going to explode. However, Lin Feng shouted out too, and the force of his voice dashed to the skies and collided with the Buddhist cultivator's loud shout. However, it was just the beginning. After that, a gigantic ancient golden Buddha descended from the sky and oppressed everything. His hand blotted out the sky and bore down on Lin Feng. It felt like the earth and the sky were on the verge of collapse. What a domineering attack. Humph! Lin Feng grunted icily. He released sword strength, which streaked across the sky and destroyed the Buddhist hand imprint instantly. The Brahma voice's sound waves continued rolling out in waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng was alone in an empty space and could only hear the Brahma voice. 108 Sakyamanas appeared and chanted mantras unceasingly. They wanted him to give up everything and die happily. Lin Feng was disgusted by this kind of technique. Buddhist cultivators tried to kill people by making them give up. It was a horrible feeling. Lin Feng disappeared. The 108 Sakyamanas shot towards Lin Feng. He raised his hands. "Slow," said Lin Feng. Everything around him slowed down. At the same time, he released a terrifying sword intent which contained God's strength. His manifesting speed was incredible. It was like he was merely releasing dazzling beam of lights. The ancient Buddhas exploded one after another. They turned into a golden ocean, which rolled in waves towards Lin Feng, the roar of the waves threatening to drown earth and sky. The mantra sound wave continued floating all around him. Could it be that there's no peerless Buddha here? It seems like only the attacks of a peerless Buddha are left, but an actual person, thought Lin Feng. He didn't see his opponent at all. The attacks had definitely been created by a very strong cultivator, probably a high-level Buddha saint, or the attacks he had left wouldn't have been so powerful. Sword lights kept flashing around Lin Feng. He jumped into the golden ocean and continued walking. Only Buddhist enlightenment could allow one to escape from the boundless sea of bitterness. But Lin Feng wasn't interested. His figure flickered. The sea of bitterness was boundless. There were dazzling golden lights everywhere, corroding away. People from the outside couldn't see the top of the Buddhist mountain at all. Lin Feng and the ancient Buddha disappeared together. Lin Feng traveled for days. He didn't turn around. He ended up in many illusions, but Lin Feng overcame every obstacle. Lin Feng was still walking slowly. Finally, the sea of bitterness disappeared, and he finally landed at the top of the mountain. This the Buddhist mountain? Lin Feng looked around. He was surprised. He smiled icily. This was a holy place for Buddhist cultivators? Bullshit. It was an evil and demonic place. On the top of the mountain were several buildings. Some people came out of a building, all of them Buddhist monks. However, Lin Feng smiled icily when he saw them. They were wearing Buddhist clothes, but their demon chi rolled in waves around them. I would have never thought that this place would be a sink of inequity, said Lin Feng calmly. Where is Tian Chi? I wouldn't have thought someone would arrive by air. Unfortunately, you're not a Buddhist cultivator, sighed those people. Your Excellency, please go back, you shouldn't be here. Who should come here then? Asked Lin Feng. People who want to achieve Buddhist enlightenment, replied that person. Why do people who want to achieve Buddhist enlightenment turn into demons? Asked Lin Feng. They achieve supreme enlightenment. After they achieve supreme enlightenment, they don't become Buddhas. They become demons. How ridiculous. Where's Tian Chi? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't have time to talk about this. There hasn't been any saint in the holy city for a very long time, but Buddhist monks who come to the Buddhist mountain become great demon Buddhas and become saints. Isn't that supreme enlightenment? Asked that person, ignoring Lin Feng. They were all strong, all low-level saints. If Lin Feng hadn't come personally, he would have never known there were such strong cultivators here. Buddha? Demon? Lin Feng looked furious. He took out his great demon halberd of desolation, and demon strength suddenly rolled in waves. He suddenly looked like a peerless demon. He said icily, If you continue making me waste my time, I'll destroy the Buddhist mountain. Those people were stupefied. This strong cultivator was a demon cultivator. Tian Chi is there, said that person, pointing at a building. Lin Feng's godly awareness rolled out. Crackling sounds spread in the air. He entered the building and saw a cultivator with long black hair seated cross-legged. The man suddenly opened his eyes and said, Brother Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Lin Feng put his great demon halberd of desolation away and walked forwards. The ground under his feet shattered. He destroyed the building, and the demon cultivator appeared alone in front of Lin Feng. It was Tian Chi. He had completely changed. He looked like a demon now. Second fellow disciple. Lin Feng was seething. Back in the days, Tian Chi used to smile all the time. Now he had completely changed. You go back. I'm not your second fellow disciple anymore, said Tian Chi indifferently. Lin Feng suddenly felt so sad to hear that. He was probably as sad as his teachers. Why? Asked Lin Feng. I don't care about worldly affairs anymore. I only care about strength. In only a few dozens of years, I became a saint. I'm becoming extremely strong, said Tian Chi calmly. I will understand, said Lin Feng, turning around. He landed in front of the flight of long stairs. There were 99,999 steps on it. Lin Feng moved like the wind and descended the flight of stairs. After a short time, he arrived at the foot of the flight of stairs. He looked up at the flight of stairs and started climbing it again. He wanted to see what people who went through that test experienced. Those who are not honest and serious can't achieve enlightenment, said a voice. Lin Feng didn't care. He continued walking up. He could sense a strange strength, but the voice was right actually. Without being completely honest, it was impossible to achieve enlightenment. However, Lin Feng was different because he was stronger than the flight of stairs. Nothing could stop him. 33,333 steps. People who make it here must be very honest and have faith, they believe. Buddhist cultivators are usually very determined and honest. My second fellow disciple is that kind of person too, thought Lin Feng. He continued walking up. There were several tests as he walked up the stairs, illusions which tested his ambition, intent, honesty, etc. He had to pass all the tests to get top the top. It wasn't an easy test, but Tian Chi had passed it long ago. Lin Feng was on the 66,666 step. He was starting to experience Buddhist cultivators' lives in illusions. Those lives were all about faith. The only way to continue walking up was faith. Lin Feng was surprised by some illusions, too. For example, a Buddhist monk had practiced compassion every day. He had become incredible. He had created great skills to help people become compassionate and so on. He had recruited many disciples. Then, one day, he realized that the disciples he trusted the most had betrayed him. They had killed his family members and stolen his skills and techniques. How could people like that be considered Buddhist cultivators? The Buddha delivers all living creatures from suffering and torment. Those illusions looked extremely real, like the king of the 10,000 beasts' lives. If someone who tried to climb up the stairs had any doubt, they couldn't get the top anymore. Lin Feng could imagine how hard the exam was. Lin Feng's heart was racing. He imagined how terrifying it was for people who got to the top and saw demon qi. How devastated were they? Achieve supreme enlightenment? How cruel. How could people achieve supreme enlightenment like that? Lin Feng continued moving forwards. He saw all sorts of things. For Buddhist monks who had faith and who were determined, passing all those tests was a beautiful thing. But the one who had created that test wasn't a real Buddhist cultivator. He wanted to crush people's faith. That's why it was so cruel. If someone firmly believes until the last minute, it must be even more horrible, thought Lin Feng. He continued climbing up the stairs. Finally, he arrived at the top after experiencing someone's life. That life was a Buddhist monk's life. He had experienced love and hatred, but he abandoned everything to achieve enlightenment and, in the end, he lost everybody he loved, they died, and in the end he had a miserable life. When Lin Feng reached the last step, he heard a voice say, "Do you still believe?" Hearing such a thing was shocking. Lin Feng took another step and arrived at the very top of the mountain. He sensed the demon qi and heard, "Being a Buddhist in this world is useful if you want to be strong, and it's also the goal when you're a demon cultivator. Demon cultivation and Buddhism are the same. I am a Buddha." Then, Lin Feng saw a woman, Buddhist and demon energies intertwining around her. The two antagonistic energies were having a fierce battle. That's the one who experienced the miserable and tragic life. Lin Feng was grim and took a deep breath. He understood why Xianxia had no way to free himself. People who managed to pass the exam of the flight of stairs were extremely determined and motivated, and when they arrived at the top, their beliefs, their faith were crushed, which also crushed them emotionally. Lin Feng's figure flickered. He arrived in front of Xianxia again and said, "Brother, even if you pass the tragic and sad exam of the flight of stairs, you don't need to be disappointed in everything. Our two teachers and all our fellow disciples love you as a brother, and it's not a lie, it's true." Xianxia shook his head. "If they're honest, it's great. And if it's all a lie, it doesn't matter either. I already gave up. Leave now. Don't disturb me while I practice cultivation. It's my own decision, and it has nothing to do with you. If you accept to reply to a few of my questions, I'll leave," said Lin Feng. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "Go ahead. Your faith has been crushed. You don't believe in Buddhism anymore. Why did you turn into a demon cultivator?" asked Lin Feng. Demon cultivation is merciless and emotionless. The only purpose is to become strong. You can see how strong I've become. Do you think I had the ability to become that strong in the past? Alright, you think you can only be strong that way, so you became emotionless and merciless to become strong. But then again, why do you want to become so strong? Asked Lin Feng. In this world, only strength matters. If you're strong, you can control everything. If you're strong, you can say you're a Buddha, you can say you're a demon, it all doesn't matter. You can choose to be what you want to be. What was the purpose of the one who made you become a demon? Asked Lin Feng. He's had a miserable and sad life, and then he achieved supreme enlightenment. He didn't want other people to have the same life as him, so he decided to help others. He is an extraordinary being. If you can't become a demon, then you can continue believing in Buddhism, it doesn't matter anyway. Both can become peerless cultivators, said Xianxia slowly. Lin Feng burst into frantic laughter, like a madman. Xianxia asked, "What are you laughing at?" Second fellow disciple, "I'm laughing because you seem so naive. Since he achieved supreme enlightenment and became a peerless demon, he's supposed to be selfish and focus on his own strength. He's supposed to practice with single-hearted devotion and without distracting thoughts. So why would he help other people? I'm laughing because you think you achieved supreme enlightenment. You think you're having a good life as a demon cultivator. You're just a tool for him," said Lin Feng. "Now, I will show you how to achieve supreme enlightenment again. If you still don't believe me, then we'll break off ties forever. You say that demon cultivation merciless and emotionless are the best ways to become strong quickly. How, I've never changed, I love my closed ones, I hate my enemies. Back then, we were similarly strong, how strong am I now? Demanded Lin Feng. His robe started fluttering in the wind. He stepped forwards, and a terrifying energy filled the air. Tianqi's face changed drastically, and he jumped away. You think you can escape? Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. Tianqi had the impression he was being absorbed into hell. Lin Feng raised his hand and grabbed Tianqi's neck. Maybe you did achieve supreme enlightenment, but you're so now. He threw Tianqi away, and the latter crashed into a wall. He pulled a long face and stared at Lin Feng, while releasing demon qi in angry waves. You're angry? You're not qualified to be angry. Our teachers made great efforts to raise you and you decided to break off ties? You're worthless, said Lin Feng, walking forwards. He raised his fist again. Tianqi was angry. He released ancient imprints and shot them towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng destroyed them instantly. He grabbed Tianqi again and threw him onto the ground violently. A crater appeared under Tianqi, and he coughed up blood. That's what you call achieving supreme enlightenment? You've become a tiny little insect. You've become weaker after achieving supreme enlightenment. I can kill you in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng looked at Tianqi disdainfully and said, Don't tell me that you achieved supreme enlightenment and that it's the best way to practice cultivation when I'm stronger than you. You say that strength is the most important thing, that Buddhism is demon cultivation, maybe. But in any case, the most important thing is to listen to your heart. I am strong, but I listen to myself. I have my own stories. I have my own life. There are people I love, there are people I hate. I think I'm quite free and unfettered. Unlike you, said Lin Feng. Tianqi shivered. And these people who live at the top of the mountain, are they enlightened beings? Snarled Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd icily. He glanced at them and buildings exploded instantly. Qi rolled in waves towards Lin Feng. He flickered, pointed his fingers at someone, and that person instantly died. Killing you people who have achieved supreme enlightenment is a slight effort, said Lin Feng, rolling up his sleeves. Then he landed in front of Tianqi again and said, Did you see that clearly? You really achieved supreme enlightenment. Tianqi was trembling and staring at Lin Feng. His younger fellow disciple was crazy and honest. He had never changed. He loved his friends and hated his enemies. Why change? You passed the test of the flight of stairs and changed because you thought you had achieved supreme enlightenment. I've also gone through a lot and I also experienced many lives. I'll show you, said Lin Feng. Suddenly, Tianqi started dreaming. Lin Feng forced him to experience the different lives of the king of the 10,000 beasts. After a long time, the dream ended and Lin Feng said to Tianqi, I experienced more than you and I didn't change. Why did I manage to do that and you didn't? Even if you don't believe in Buddhism anymore, even if you don't want to be a Buddhism monk anymore, why did you need to change your personality? Why do you exist? What is your purpose in life? Lin Feng was furious. Tianqi thought he had achieved supreme enlightenment? You mean it's a conspiracy? Asked Tianqi, of course. Come with me, said Lin Feng. Their figures flickered. There was nothing where Lin Feng took Tianqi, but he took out a sword and slashed it. Break! Clear notes sounded as something unseen broke. Fissures appeared in the atmosphere. Tianqi was stunned. Nothing that is invented can escape from my perceptions, said Lin Feng. They continued moving forwards. There was a mountain there and a figure at the top. There was a man there, half Buddha, half demon, holding a woman in his arms. It's him. Tianqi was astonished. Indeed, it's him. He's the one at the center of all this, said Lin Feng. You really think he's helping you? What is his goal? Asked Tianqi. To become a peerless saint, replied Lin Feng firmly. Tianqi was stupefied. Lin Feng said to that person, You're still alive, if I'm not mistaken. The person slowly turned around and looked at Lin Feng. His face was blurry. It was impossible to see his features. He was half demon, half Buddha. I think we know one another, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng, said that person. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. He could sense that he did indeed know that person. "Who are you?" asked Lin Feng. "You'll know in time. Now take him away. He came voluntarily, I didn't force him." "There's no need to disturb me," said that person calmly. "All right, we'll meet again," replied Lin Feng easily. He left with Xianxia. "You know the difference between high-level saints and peerless saints?" asked Lin Feng to Xianxia. "I know," said Xianxia, nodding. "What are conditions to become a peerless saint?" asked Lin Feng. "Two sorts of special original strength at the maximum level, then you must make them fuse together," said Xianxia slowly. Suddenly, he looked astonished as if he had just understood something. His heart started pounding. Indeed, that cultivator is a terrifying Buddhist monk, and he wants to become a peerless saint. For that, he needs to understand the opposite original strength. Demon original strength. "He used you guys to study," said Lin Feng. Xianxia was astonished and trembling. Lin Feng showed Xianxia a lot. Had he made a mistake? Back then, he didn't really care about the outside world. He was free, but he was also very determined on the path of Buddhism. Lin Feng knew that. Mu Chun and Emperor Yu also knew that. But during the previous decades, he had focused on climbing the Buddhist mountain because of his religion. His faith had been ruined, and his soul had been bruised all over. He had decided to focus on becoming stronger. He had decided to become a demon. In a few years, he had become a saint, so he was convinced that it was due to his choice. But now Lin Feng had used facts to show him he was wrong. He had been used by other people. He couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the same as before, and he had become strong too, and he was still becoming stronger quickly. So why was Xianxia becoming stronger quickly? Because he had decided to practice demon cultivation? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and said icily, "You became stronger? So what? Someone ruined your faith, your personality changed, and you convinced yourself you were happy that way? Don't you feel ashamed, ridiculous, and miserable? Your fate was in someone else's hands." Xianxia took a deep breath and asked himself what he had done wrong. Someone had used him? "Second fellow disciple," said Lin Feng. Suddenly, he didn't sound as cold. He sounded calm and serene. Xianxia slowly turned his head to Lin Feng and looked at him straight in the eyes. "I came here to find some answers. Now, I told you all I wanted to tell you. I hope you'll return to your true self. I can't force you to change. I hope you'll understand who you really are and how to live your life. If you really want to stay like that, I'll just leave immediately, and I will never come back to you," said Lin Feng, staring at Xianxia calmly. Xianxia also wondered who he really was. He closed his eyes, he had to listen to his heart. He had achieved supreme enlightenment once. Now he had to do with his heart. He had to forget about everything. He needed to understand his own emotions. Xianxia visualized many things. He visualized a young Buddhist monk at the top of a mountain meditating. He said to a middle-aged man, "Teacher, why do we practice cultivation? Cultivating our mind and body is important to learn things, to become qualified. It helps you understand yourself. It helps you choose your path," smiled the middle-aged man. He didn't really understand, but the middle-aged man laughed and tapped his head. The little Buddhist monk grew up. He practiced really hard, he traveled all around, he was tired. Life was difficult. He went back to the mountain. The middle-aged man was still there. He clapped his shoulders and smiled. Little Chi, you traveled for 2 years." The Buddhist monk who had grown up smiled widely. "Teacher, I feel purer in my heart. I feel infinitely grateful. I didn't ask you to leave for so long, though." Another middle-aged man smiled. The Buddhist monk lowered his head and grinned. Tears appeared in his eyes and flowed along his cheeks. He suddenly felt so sad. He understood. He finally understood. He suddenly opened his eyes. He cut his long black hair, and after a few seconds he was completely bald again. He looked at Lin Feng, he was still crying, but he still smiled broadly. He felt sad and happy at the same time. He had returned to his true self. Nobody could use him anymore. "Lin Feng, thank you," said Xianxia. Lin Feng smiled broadly too. He knew that the Xianxia he knew had come back to his true self. "Second fellow disciple," said Lin Feng. They hugged. Let's go back, Lin Feng. I want to see our teachers, said Tianqi suddenly. He was impatient. All right, let's go back, said Lin Feng smiling. They both left. At that moment, there were still many strong cultivators at the top of the mountain. Tianqi wasn't the only one who had been influenced by Lin Feng. The others were, too. They were also struggling in their hearts. But all of that had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore. In Tiantai, Mu Chan and Emperor Yu gazed into the distance. They were waiting. Lin Feng had left for a few days already and he hadn't come back. So they were worried. Even though Lin Feng was strong, the Buddhist mountain was mysterious, and they had heard that Lin Feng had tried to fly straight to the top of the mountain. There had been a terrifying battle, and after that Lin Feng had disappeared. In the distance, a beam of light appeared and shot in their direction. They couldn't see anything, but they heard sonic booms. They landed on the ground. A gigantic crater appeared as dust rose up in the air. Then, someone appeared in front of them, and didn't dare look at them. The two were stupefied. Then they saw Lin Feng land there, too. Little Qi, said Mu Chen. He was stupefied. Tianqi was on his knees in front of them. Teachers, I am a bad disciple, said Tianqi. He sounded extremely sad and guilty. He banged his head on the ground. Dust continued rising around him. Phew. Emperor Yu and Mu Chen glanced at each other and smiled. Little Qi was back. Stand up. Little Qi, you're back, we're happy. They walked up to him and dragged him up, or at least they tried to. He didn't stand up. Teachers, let me kowtow here, said Tianqi, raising his head. He looked at them. He could see they weren't angry at him, but he still felt so guilty, so sad. He imagined how sad his teachers had been because of him. He felt like a horrible person. Little Qi, you made a mistake, but we don't blame you, said Mu Chen. Pulling on Tianqi, Mu Chen is right. Little Qi, you're back. Let bygones be bygones, said Emperor Yu. Tianqi looked at the two teachers. He felt so guilty. Second fellow disciple, stand up. You're making our teachers sad like this. Let bygones be bygones, said Lin Feng. Walking towards Tianqi, Tianqi looked at Lin Feng and then at his teachers. He kowtowed again and said, Your teachings are etched firmly into my mind. Tianqi stood up. Emperor Yu and Mu Chen were touched and really happy. Little Lin Feng, thank you for having brought little Qi back, said Mu Chen to Lin Feng. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would succeed. Teacher, we can't blame my second fellow disciple. The leader of the Buddhist mountain is too strong. He's using people who are determined. He makes them lose faith and turns them into pawns, said Lin Feng. He could talk from personal experience now. I understand. I also know what kind of person little Qi is. I never thought the legendary cultivator of the Buddhist mountain would make people change so much. Mu Chen sighed. Lin Feng, what did you find there? A strong and terrifying cultivator. He practices both Buddhist and demon cultivation. He's a high-level saint who's stuck at that cultivation level. He's trying to make both original strengths reach their maximum level to become a peerless saint. He controls the Buddhist mountain and studies the cultivators who go there to progress. That's why he turns them into demons. He studied demon cultivation using them. How strong! Mu Chen was astonished. He had never thought the cultivator there would be a high-level saint who wanted to become a peerless saint. How incredible! Yes, we know each other, but I'm not sure who he is, said Lin Feng. He didn't remember whom he knew who practiced both demon and Buddhist cultivation. I'll tell all the disciples of Tiantai that nobody should go there, ever, said Mu Chen slowly. They had to be very careful. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, on a public field of the fire shrine, there were flames all around a sacrificial altar. In front of the altar was a strong cultivator wearing a fire robe. He looked dignified and majestic. There were incredibly strong cultivators gathered around. Qiong Yu's mother was in the crowd. Fierce battles have started. It's at the point of no return now. The situation is really chaotic. What do you think? Asked the presiding man calmly. Everything is going to change now, said someone. Of course. We can read lots of things about the situation back in the days when it was chaotic. There were great changes. Some shrines were destroyed. and some others rose. Of course, things change all the time. People have different destinies. Many geniuses rise. Many people break through suddenly. Of course, even more people fall behind and get killed. The leader smiled. Indeed, some of you will rise too. Some of you will die. You all have different destinies. You've probably heard of what happened yesterday. We know. Everybody nodded. I hadn't thought that the legends would be true. All the worlds the shrines have created are connected, and the territories which connect two different worlds are sometimes forbidden territories. It's incredible. These last few years, we've found a dozen worlds connected to the continent of the Nine Clouds. Yes, so there's the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, which is something different. Then there's the continent of the Nine Clouds and 12 worlds that are connected to it. In those other worlds, there are some incredible influential groups, but still, there is no world that is more complete than the continent of the Nine Clouds. The continent of the Nine Clouds is the best and main world. The other worlds were created by gods. The continent of the celestial stars was created by cultivators who control star strength. They might have close relations to the fortune shrine. We have already sent some cultivators to investigate that matter. We'll see if we can find anything related to the fortune shrine and to the god or gods who created that continent. The world of the celestial stars isn't the only one. We sent strong cultivators to all the other worlds to investigate. We're not the only ones doing that, the other shrines are also doing it. The relationships between all the shrines are complex nowadays. We need to help the younger generations grow strong. From now on, the Fire Shrine's God's picture scrolls should be made available for the core disciples. Elder, I have something to report, a woman said to the leader. What? Asked the elder. Maybe that Lin Feng who has a forbidden body is in the lower world. Can we send a peerless saint to kill him? Asked the woman. Qiong Lin had been killed, so she understood that without a peerless saint, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng. The elder's eyes glittered, and he said to the woman, Last time, you told us about the situation. Back then, the shrines even went to the fortune shrine to oppress some young people, but nothing was done to kill them quickly. Now, some of them have already become famous. The shrines made a mistake of strategic importance. The elder said the shrines had made a mistake without feeling ashamed. He continued, but the shrine's leaders didn't think that the world would become so chaotic later. We forgot or neglected what happened 1,000 years ago. The destiny wheel is not a joke. The top cultivators of the last meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds were really talented. That's why they became strong so quickly. And last time you acted alone, you sent people and you failed. You think the fortune shrine doesn't know about that? They know. Lin Feng's real body has a mysterious strength. Even if we send a peerless saint, it might not work either. Let's forget about it for the time being, said the elder. The woman's face stiffened. Elder, Lin Feng is becoming strong extremely quickly. He probably has the forbidden body. If we let him become strong, he will overturn the shrines, said the woman. However, the elder just glanced at her and retorted. You think it's so easy for a low-level saint to become a peerless saint? It's already extremely hard to make one sort of original strength reach its maximum level, so imagine two sorts of special original strength, it's even harder. In the history of the world, nobody has ever managed to do that in less than 1,000 years. We still have time. We need to wait until it's the right time. Just have some people spy on him, that's enough. The woman wanted to say something else, but the elder said, Enough! If Lin Feng has a forbidden body, we'll see. The fortune shrine will also attach more importance to him. Don't you understand these basic principles? When the woman heard the elder, she pulled a long face. How could she give up and let Lin Feng off? We're not the only ones who want to kill Lin Feng, the other shrines want to kill him too. We shouldn't stir up trouble, said the elder icily. The woman shuddered as she understood something. Shrines could be destroyed in troubled times. Thus, all the shrines wanted to protect themselves and their people, as their people were their assets. They couldn't take risks and let their people die. The fire shrine didn't want to take risks and then have other shrines attack them in a moment of weakness. This time, I called everybody together because I want you to do some things. First, I want you to make efforts to teach our young people more things and help them become stronger. Second, I want you to recruit young geniuses. Third, I want everybody to get ready to battle. The world is chaotic, and it'll be the same as in the past. It will be a very long fight. The fighting may last for 1, 5, or even 10,000 years. He who laughs last, laughs longest. We understand. Everybody nodded. The worst times were also the best. Who was going to use the losers as stepping stones? Those things had nothing to do with Lin Feng for the time being. As the fire shrine thought, there would be chaos for a very long time. No shrine was stupid enough to attack another shrine straightforwardly, and nobody was stupid enough to use their trump cards immediately, either. Also, nobody was stupid enough to send their strongest cultivators first and have them die. Therefore, they focused on raising their young geniuses. They needed to accumulate strength. Lin Feng wasn't strong enough to make the whole world change. He didn't have such a power. Those days, Lin Feng stayed in Tiantai with his teachers and his friends. He taught young people about cultivation. The holy city calmed down again. Many people who wanted to become Tiantai's disciples came, but Tiantai didn't recruit disciples so easily. To become a member of Tiantai, the rule was now to become a student at Champion University first, then they had to become core students of Champion University. Only then did Tiantai consider their applications. It also meant that Tiantai and Champion University belonged to the same group. Champion University used to be strong, and now they were even stronger. They had always been respected, so many students wanted to study there. Regarding Tiantai, people admired Tiantai because of Lin Feng. Mu Qian, Emperor Yu and Tianqi were gathered in a courtyard. Mu Qian asked Lin Feng, "Little Lin Feng, you really intend to go?" "Yes. I've been in the holy city for half a year. Tiantai is becoming stronger and more stable. I have left 9 bestial saints here to protect Tiantai. They can protect Tiantai for 1,000 years. They will do their best. I need to leave," Lin Feng told Mu Qian. But now the passage between the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds and the lower world is open. "I can come back to see you anytime anyway." Mu Qian nodded. "You stayed here for a while and you did so much for Tiantai, you should indeed leave and do your own things now." "Little Qi, are you going to leave too?" "Teacher, I won't call you great fellow disciple or brother. You're my teacher. Qing Lin is my great fellow disciple or brother. They all left for so many years, I was a demon for so many years, too. I should go and travel," said Tianqi, smiling calmly. He looked soft and kind like in the past. "Even though you were a demon for a while, your fellow disciples might not necessarily be as strong as you, you're already a saint. But you were lucky. This time, if you go and travel, be careful." "I understand," Tianqi nodded. "All right, old buddy, let the kids leave the nest," smiled Emperor Yu. However, he also looked sad. He didn't want the young ones to leave either. "Haha, all right, go," said Mu Qian, laughing wholeheartedly. "These little boys don't want to leave either. And Ling, she keeps following little Lin Feng everywhere. Tell them after we leave. Let's go now." Lin Feng and Tianqi bowed before their teachers and flew up. Mu Qian and Emperor Yu watched them disappear in the distance. They turned around only when the 2 of them completely disappeared into the horizon. The 2 of them flew in the sky. Lin Feng smiled at Tianqi. "Second fellow disciple, where do you want to go?" "Our teachers were right. Even though I progressed a lot, it wasn't in the best conditions. However, after what happened, I understand myself even better than before. I returned to my truest self. Even though I decided to go and travel, Tiantai is always in my heart. I will do all I can to become stronger in this life and honor Tiantai, our teachers and fellow disciples. I have learned from my past mistakes." Tianqi smiled. He gazed into the distance, as if he were taking an oath. When Lin Feng heard that, he was surprised. Tianqi's obsessiveness was impressive. Was it because he had returned to his true self? He didn't understand what Tianqi was thinking about. But in any case, he felt extremely guilty and was becoming obsessive about it. He wanted to dedicate his life to Tiantai and his teachers now. "Lin Feng, you're extremely talented. Keep up the good work," Someday you'll become a supreme cultivator in the whole world. You'll control heaven and earth. Then, even if I can't do everything I want for Tiantai, at least you'll be there. Anyway, now I'll travel everywhere in the world, and I'll go back to Tiantai from time to time." Tianqi smiled. Then he asked, "What about you? Where are you going now?" "Vast celestial ancient city and Qi Tian holy town. I have things to do there," replied Lin Feng. He wanted to bring Qing Feng back to the animal world, and he also wanted to go to Qi Tian holy town. "Alright, so we're going in different directions. We'll see each other again," said Tianqi. "Yes, take care, brother." They both smiled at each other and headed off in different directions. After Lin Feng destroyed the Moon Palace in vast celestial ancient city, things went back to normal, and the city became calm again. However, calmness was relative. Different groups continued competing, but the animal world rarely got involved. After Lin Feng arrived in the animal world, he met the third leader. He also got some news from Wu and the others. The third leader was completely stunned when he learned about Lin Feng's cultivation level. Things had changed so fast, but Lin Feng didn't stay there too long. He left with Qing Feng and Jing again. Qi Tian Holy Town was more agitated than vast celestial ancient city. It had a long history, and there were powerful groups there. After the continent of the Nine Clouds had become chaotic, many people had come to Qi Tian Holy Town. Of course, an important reason for that was that back in the days, a group of strong cultivators, including Lin Feng, had been to the historical remains. Now, the historical remains were filled with strong cultivators wanting to explore the mysteries of the historical remains. Of course, they also wanted to know who those chained cultivators were. Lin Feng arrived in the historical remains, standing at the top of a mountain. Qing Feng and Jing were next to him, looking peerlessly beautiful. Some people looked at them, and others also released their godly awareness to look at them. "What's this place? Surprisingly, there are so many strong cultivators," asked Jing. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. She had been practicing cultivation for decades, but she was still only a celestial emperor. She was astonished. Historical remains. The founders of all the dynasties sealed this area long ago, and some terrifyingly strong cultivators were stuck inside. "So, naturally, they attract many other strong cultivators," replied Lin Feng. "I wonder if we will be able to find answers. I can sense different kinds of qi. They're all incredibly strong," said Jing. "Yes, the qi here has become more powerful with time, it seems," agreed Lin Feng. He flashed forwards and landed in front of a gigantic abyssal hole. He could hear the sound of chains coming from within. Back then, Lin Feng had jumped into it to escape, and the hole had collapsed, so it wasn't as dark as in the past. A terrifying demon intent roared out and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath and spat out fire strength, which surrounded the demon qi and destroyed it. "Little boy, you grew up," said a gloomy voice. "Your Excellency, who are you, or what are you?" asked Lin Feng. He was much, much stronger than back then, but he couldn't sense the other's strange qi precisely. It was just a pure demon energy, but it was also much more powerful than back then. "If you break my chains, I'll tell you," said that person promptly. Lin Feng pulled a long face. The ancestors of the dynasties who were saints were strong, but back in the ancient days they were probably not strong enough to seal terrifying immortal creatures. "Who chained you? What do I have to do to break them?" asked Lin Feng. "You don't need to know who chained me. And these chains are a seal, the celestial chains of heaven and earth. If you can find the source of the chains, you'll be able to break them, and if you break them, you'll be rewarded. You can't imagine the incredible things you will obtain," said the voice, heavy with demon strength. Lin Feng was startled. The celestial chains of heaven and earth? Who had created them? He had the impression that the stories of the ancient days were even more complex than what the saints of the town had told him. "Let's go," said Lin Feng, frowning. He took Qing Feng and Jing away. After a few seconds, they arrived in a frozen place. In the middle of the area, a figure was buried. Some crackling sounds spread out, and the figure broke free from the ice, but he could not move away. "Back in the days, I didn't see everything. Surprisingly, there are 9 creatures like that here, and they're all chained. The ancestors of the dynasties are definitely not the cultivators who sealed them. I need to ask Qin Shan. Lin Feng took out a jade talisman and contacted Qin Shan. Master Qin Shan, are you there? What is it, Lin Feng? Replied a voice. Lin Feng was astonished. Qin Shan was in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds and Lin Feng was in the continent of the Nine Clouds, and the call still worked. It was probably due to the fact that the passages were open, as it wasn't possible in the past. How's it going in the life shrine? Asked Lin Feng to Qin Shan. I'm recovering. The life shrine is a great place. The rebirth scriptures are really mysterious. Thank you for everything, Lin Feng. It's all thanks to you. I never thought I'd recover someday. Lin Feng laughed and said, It's all thanks to the diviner. He's enigmatic and unfathomable. He has extremely good relations with the life shrine, and he asked them to help me at some point. That's how it started. So we have to be grateful to him. I know, but without you, it still wouldn't have been possible for me. Qin Shan laughed. Right? By the way, I am in Qitian Holy Town in the historical remains where you used to be. There are 9 terrifying cultivators here who are imprisoned. They say those chains are called celestial chains of heaven and earth. You probably know what happened here back then, right? Lin Feng asked Qin Shan. Qin Shan suddenly sounded nervous. Lin Feng, actually, if you try to investigate, you'll probably learn things. But sometimes you have to be careful. Back then, we were all quite strong, but it was difficult for us to become stronger. When you're a low-level saint, it's difficult to break through. But one day, we bumped into them. When we saw them, we finally had hopes again. We saw an opportunity to become stronger in them. Back then, we practiced cultivation really hard. We kept becoming stronger. We weren't even aware of our cultivation levels, actually, as we didn't care about naming them. All we knew was that we were breaking through. Who are they? Asked Lin Feng. When the Saint of the Holy Spirit dynasty had transmitted the memories of the ancient battlefield to him, Lin Feng had heard about that. They're not cultivators, they are a transformation and evolution of original strength. They can absorb space strength and turn it into original strength. They evolve in endless cycles. They constantly become stronger. They are heavenly gifted. They are natural original strength. When Lin Feng heard Qin Shan, he shuddered. They were an evolved form of original strength. Heavenly gifted. No wonder their qi didn't resemble cultivators' qi. So, the terrifying entity in the abyssal hole is demon original strength, the one in the ice world is water original strength, and there's also an empty space original strength and a soundwave one. 9 innate original strength bodies, thought Lin Feng. He asked, So back in the days you started fighting because of those people? However, you didn't manage to absorb them. We all regretted it in the end. For example, me, I used all my strength to turn into a gigantic cauldron to oppress the soundwave original strength in the valley. The other saints did the same. Nobody won. In the end, we used as much strength as we could to oppress their original strength. Then, we decided to have our descendants come, but we didn't think nobody would be strong enough to do anything until now. It finally changed. I understand. Thank you very much, replied Lin Feng. He put his jade talisman away and ran back to the abyssal pit. Outside of the black hole were 2 people. They were both very strong and demon chi rolled around them. They were both half-saints. What's going on here? The demon intent is terrifying. It doesn't even look like a person, said one of them. I'm not sure. I have the impression that practicing cultivation next to him is good. It helps us understand demon original strength, said the other one. But practicing here could be dangerous. He could kill us, said the other one. He looked petrified. The energies in the black hole might be more powerful than his own. At that moment, they looked at Lin Feng and the others, and their eyes twinkled. You're a saint too? One of them asked Lin Feng. They couldn't sense Lin Feng's qi, so they didn't understand. Lin Feng just glanced at them, then said to Qing Feng and Jing, Wait for me here. I'll be back quickly. All right. Both of them nodded. Lin Feng jumped into the hole. The 2 cultivators were stupefied. That guy was definitely a saint. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared jump into the abyssal pit. It was completely dark inside. Back then, Lin Feng had been inside, but this time his godly awareness was much more powerful. Lin Feng saw the demon's evil eyes and the chains. The demon said to him, "I'm not interested in people who are not demon cultivators. Piss off." "Who said I wasn't a demon cultivator?" asked Lin Feng airily. He looked at the demon disdainfully and released demon energy. Instantly, he looked like a demon king. "Demon original strength, very good," said the demon. He looked ferocious as the chains emitted crackling sounds. He rose up into the air and a gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng. "I wonder how strong a body made of original strength is?" Lin Feng asked casually. He also released a terrifying demon punch. The entity's punch broke apart and Lin Feng realized that after it broke, the original strength condensed a hand again, and it was more powerful than the previous one. It moved towards him again, too. It was like the entity had used Lin Feng's demon strength. "Too. Good little boy." Lin Feng was stunned. Then, his body turned into a vortex and he started absorbing the energies. It was incredible to see. The vortex absorbed the demon's strength. As the original strength disappeared, Lin Feng continued moving down. He wanted to check whether he could absorb all the strength at once. The demon was astonished and roared with rage. The chains shook even more violently. Lin Feng felt danger. Demon strength condensed. 12 ancient demons appeared around Lin Feng, all holding gigantic steel fork. They looked like demon gods as they rose up in the air and started attacking Lin Feng's vortex. The 12 demons hit the vortex with their steel forks. Thunder rocked the pit. The vortex cracked, and the 12 demons roared eagerly. "Humph!" Lin Feng grunted icily and continued releasing strength to oppress the enemy. "That demon has a body made of original strength. I can't fight against him as if I were fighting against a normal saint." Lin Feng suddenly accelerated, arriving in front of the 12 demons. They roared in unison and attacked. "Slow," said Lin Feng. Everything around him became slower, including the 12 demons. Lin Feng then flew past them, as trying to kill them was useless anyway. After that, Lin Feng appeared in front of his enemy and directly used a ruler's sword attack. Pierced through the demon like a knife through butter. The demon directly vanished. Lin Feng's sword destroyed it. However, the nothingness condensed again into a demon, still chained. "It's not a real body?" Lin Feng was astonished. That wasn't a real body. Even when the demon was destroyed, the chains continued constricting him. Those chains seemed indestructible. The demon roared furiously. He wanted to eat Lin Feng. "Fire!" Lin Feng released fire strength, which burned the entity. At the same time, he suddenly rose back up in the air and headed outside. "How annoying." "How was it?" Jing asked Lin Feng. "He can't be killed. I don't know what to do," whispered Lin Feng. Jing was stunned. He couldn't kill that creature? They heard a terrifying roar. Many hands reached for Lin Feng, Jing, and Qin Feng. Lin Feng dragged them away as lights surrounded them, and they continued flying away. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the original strength creature, but Jing and Qin Feng were vulnerable. Lin Feng was annoyed. He was so strong, even stronger than Qin Shan back in those days, but he couldn't do anything against the original strength entity, either. A group of people appeared outside of the historical remains. They were all wearing white clothes, moving easily and casually, and stylized sharp eyebrows. "There," said one of them, pointing to a place. There was a chained entity in the sky. Golden lights flashed there. "Let's go." The group of people in white clothes flew and punched the creature in chains. "Who?" the chained creature shouted furiously. The atmosphere around it exploded. Energies moved towards the group of people. Chains descended from the sky and bound the attacks before moving them into an empty space. At the same time, mighty deployment seals surrounded the chained creature. It looked like a fly in a spider web, buried in chains. "You! Arg!" that creature shouted furiously. The atmosphere kept shaking around it. Everybody in the historical remains heard it. "Kill those people!" shouted someone furiously. Soundwave strength shook people's eardrums. "Eh!" The people who were in the historical remains raised their heads and saw the group of people in white clothes. At the same time, those figures flickered. What were those people in white clothes doing to the chained creatures? A light curtain appeared in the sky and surrounded the people in white clothes, including the chained creature. Lin Feng arrived, wanting to see what was going on. He was startled too. Sealing strength. These people are strengthening the chains? Do they have anything to do with the celestial chains of heaven and earth? Stop struggling. Our master let you live for one reason. You're captured and tied already. No need to put up a fight, said one of the cultivators in white clothes. Those saints represented their master. How powerful was their master? The seal was still there. More and more invisible and intangible marks appeared and surrounded the original strength entity. He couldn't move anymore. The group of people in white clothes moved forwards. Their sealing lights became even more dazzling and powerful. The young man in the middle released shining golden lights. At the same time, he started drawing things in the air with his finger. Suddenly, chains appeared around his own body and connected to the chains on the original strength entity. "Who are you?" shouted the empty space original strength entity furiously. Could sense that the chains were terrifying. These people were similar to the people who had sealed it long ago. They probably belonged to the same group. Back then, the cultivator who had sealed them was even stronger and scarier. From now on, you and me make one. You'll help me make my empty space original strength reach the maximum level. You should be happy about that, said the young man, slowly walking towards the original strength entity. Empty space original strength and sealing strength were two sorts of strength. The original strength entity was a gift he had received from his teacher when he had been accepted as a disciple. It meant his teacher acknowledged him. "Piss off!" shouted the original strength entity desperately. It was going to become this young man's tool? It was very unhappy. It had been created by the earth and the sky. Nature was its mother. It was a heavenly gifted strength of nature. Nobody had managed to capture it in the past, and now what? It was going to become someone's stepping stone? "Body seal!" shouted the young man furiously. The original strength entity slowly started corroding. His original strength slowly started flowing through the chains towards the young man's body. The young man was absorbing it and sealing it in his body. "No!" shouted the original strength entity frantically. However, its entire body turned into smoke and penetrated into the young man's body. It vanished completely. It became an integral part of the young man's body. "You're mine," said the young man in white clothes. The seals in the space disappeared, as the original strength entity had already disappeared. The crowd around was astonished. Many people's hearts were racing. Those people's sealing abilities were just too incredible. They could directly absorb the original strength entities and make them part of their bodies. "Do you want to die too?" shouted the young man furiously. His voice echoed far away in the historical remains. The 8 other original strength entities stopped shouting out, afraid that the group of people would try to capture them as well. The sealing strength of the group of people in white clothes disappeared. They turned around and glanced at the crowd. They looked indifferent and scornful, as if they found all those people worthless because they weren't strong enough. The crowd sensed that those people were making fun of them. But so what? What could they do? They were so much weaker compared to them. They probably came from a powerful and influential group. Their sealing techniques were mysterious and incredible. Only extremely strong cultivators could do such things. They were all saints, and their group attacks were amazing. They had also talked about their master, who also seemed to be a terrifying being. Since the passages to the higher world are open, more and more saints will appear here, but let me tell you one thing. You're too weak to do anything against them. Now piss off. "We want to seal this place," said the young man in white clothes calmly. Many people didn't know what kind of creatures the 8 original strength entities were. However, Lin Feng knew about them. Therefore, he understood that these people wanted to seal the place to have access to the original strength entities later on if they had the opportunity. They wanted to use the original strength entities to become stronger easily. If they sealed the area, they would be able to use them whenever they needed them, like a moment before when they had absorbed the empty space energy original strength entity. "Haven't you heard me?" said the young man icily. Some people hadn't moved. as if they hadn't heard him. "Young master, since they cast greedy eyes on the gift our master gave you, we should kill them all," said a person in white clothes standing next to the young man. He sounded as calm as pale clouds and light breeze, as if killing all the people around them was something insignificant and easy. Actually, it really was the case, as those small saints from the lower world were really weak compared to them. Their master seldom showed up in the outside world, but he was really terrifying. The young man in white clothes had had to become a low-level saint to be acknowledged by his teacher. When the crowd heard him, they flew away. It was better not to offend these people. They were crazy and really strong. A gift, meaning his teacher acknowledged him? When Lin Feng heard them, he was astonished. Those original strength entities were a gift to that young man? That was impressive, indeed. "Qing Feng, Jing, leave now," said Lin Feng. The two women weren't strong. If anything happened, they could die easily. All right. The two women understood that too, so they left. Quickly, many people disappeared from the historical remains, but some people also decided to stay. Some of them were like Lin Feng and didn't like it when other people threatened them, and second, they were interested in original strength too. The young man in white clothes inspected the area with his godly awareness and suddenly looked angry. He hissed, "Surprisingly, some people decided to stay here. They're not afraid to die. Well then, kill them all." "Yes, young master," said the group of people when they heard their young master. They rose up in the air and released a powerful sealing strength over the historical remains. A gigantic circular sealing pattern appeared in the sky. "Eh?" Lin Feng frowned. He could sense that a sealing strength was constricting his body. "Seal dragon constriction," shouted a cultivator. A gigantic godly dragon appeared and roared out. Sealing strength could also kill people. Lin Feng wasn't the only who was being attacked. Everybody who had decided to stay in the historical remains was being attacked and buried in sealing strength. That kind of strength can be that powerful? Surprising, thought Lin Feng. He released sword intent, but it wasn't sufficient to destroy the godly sealing dragons. There were more and more dragons around him. It's impressive when so many people attack at the same time. He attacked a dragon directly, and it exploded instantly. The godly dragons were getting closer and closer to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was angry and released sword intent as he rose up in the air, using his god's sword. Fissures appeared in the sky around him. At the same time, he accelerated and moved, condensing fast strength in his sword. The seal sounded like metal shattering as Lin Feng managed to pierce through the energies and appeared outside. He inspected the area with his godly awareness and realized that all the strong cultivators were being attacked like him. The dazzling empty space lights had turned into ancient godly dragons. Those people's sealing attacks are powerful and strange. I wonder where they are from. He saw the cultivators in white clothes looking at him. He had managed to escape from a dragon constriction attack, attracting their attention. The young man in white clothes looked furious and called out, "Celestial horizontal chains." He put his hands on the empty space ancient dragons, and the other strong cultivators moved at the same time. A mighty sealing strength surged out. Lin Feng saw the cultivators who were already constricted by godly dragon chains get constricted by another layer of chains. More and more sealing layers appeared around them. "Eh?" Lin Feng frowned as invisible and intangible empty space chains descended from the sky. He could sense their strength, too. Lin Feng rose up in the air. He wanted to escape from those sealing chains, which were closely following him. His enemies wanted to constrict him completely. "8 celestial gates!" shouted the young man icily. The group of cultivators in white clothes attacked at the same time. Celestial gates appeared in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head as the strange sealing gates came closer and closer to him. "Close!" shouted a cultivator furiously. The 8 gates descended from the sky. "Slow!" shouted Lin Feng. He was furious. These people considered everybody and everything beneath their notice. They didn't allow anyone to cast covetous eyes on the original strength entities. Lin Feng released slowness strength on the 8 gate, and a terrifying empty space strength, and his figure became blurry. "Great empty space technique!" shouted Lin Feng icily. The chains shifted away from his body. He jumped into an empty space void and turned into a beam of light. He reappeared outside of the 8 gates. Eh? The group of people was astonished. A low-level saint could escape from their group attack? The attack was extremely powerful. Their sealing attacks were the best in the world. Once someone had been sealed, it was difficult for them to break free, especially once they continued releasing more and more sealing strength. They suddenly realized that Lin Feng was getting closer and closer to them. He was moving very, very quickly. The group of people was astonished. This guy was pretty brave. He dared to get closer to them. Wasn't he afraid? Lin Feng pointed a finger at them. Hell death strength appeared. The strong cultivators in white clothes started hearing ghosts and demons howl furiously around them. Hell strength surrounded them. Then demons appeared and converged on them. It's an illusion. Keep cold-headed, shouted the young man in white clothes. Everybody was startled. Their enemy controlled illusion original strength, and he was a low-level saint. They had to be careful. Illusion original strength was a terrifying kind of original strength. At such high levels, one thought sufficed to trap people in illusions. Inside illusions, cultivators could barely protect themselves. They could be killed easily. Those who controlled more than just illusion original strength were even more terrifying. Seal the space, shouted the group of people icily. Sealing strength filled the area again. They sealed the atmosphere around them. They saw Lin Feng attack their sealing strength frantically, but he didn't manage to destroy it. They smiled icily. Get ready to attack and kill him, ordered the young man in white clothes. The cultivators in white clothes nodded and released even more sealing strength. Open! They opened the sealing strength and converged on Lin Feng. Life seal! Sealing patterns appeared one after another and moved towards Lin Feng. His life strength was being drained out. He was dying. He overestimated himself. The young man in white clothes smiled icily. At that moment, he sensed danger, and their faces stiffened. Be careful, seal your own bodies, shouted the young man in white clothes. His friends sealed their bodies with the celestial sealing gates. As they did, an incredible destructive strength filled the air, and a curtain of sword chi appeared. How is that possible? When they saw the sword, they were astonished. They were convinced they had killed him. How had he survived? Illusion. They suddenly understood. They were still in the illusion. They hadn't managed to break free at all. And now they couldn't protect themselves inside. It was the problem with illusions. You believed you broke free, but actually you were still inside. It was the scariest part of illusions. They sealed their bodies or ran away, but they were so slow. Their enemy's attack was extremely fast as lightning. The sword instantly cut apart a saint, and his soul dispersed. No! There was a scream as another saint was killed. The god's sword was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed. Ancient sealing gates suddenly appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng withdrew and jumped into an empty space. He was startled to recognize that it was a kind of spirit he had seen a long time ago. Before breaking through to the Huang Qi layer, cultivators used their spirits a lot. When they became emperors, their spirits fused together with their blood. They became an inherent strength and ability, a part of a cultivator's body. Emperors could use their blood strength to use similar abilities after that. That was why really strong cultivators' descendants also had incredible spirits, because it was a part of their blood. It was why someone who had an incredible sealing soul also had incredible sealing abilities, especially after becoming an emperor. You want to die! Shouted the young man in white clothes furiously. He had just been acknowledged by his teacher, many people admired him, and his teacher had granted him the original strength entities, but told him to pick them up himself. That was why he was there. Their teacher had told them that the world was chaotic, so he had told them to get ready to travel and become famous in a chaotic world. However, they had just come down their mountain, and now someone was already killing them. They were getting killed in the lower world. It was humiliating. If they went back and told their group that some of them had been killed, their fellow disciples would make fun of them. He released a great sealing strength, and the atmosphere became dark. More gates appeared. There are ceiling gates everywhere. Lin Feng was impressed. Indeed, he had already seen such gates before, but these were much, much more powerful. "Stop!" shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng was startled, but the space was sealed and he didn't know who was shouting. The young man tried to look as if he hadn't heard anything. "D sure you're ignoring me?" asked that voice. The young man in white clothes frowned and came back to his senses. How come he's here? When D sure heard that, the ceiling gates disappeared. Everything returned to normal. "Ninth fellow disciple, what are you doing here?" asked D sure, smiling unhappily and looking at another cultivator in white clothes. He wasn't happy. Before recruiting him, his teacher already had 9 direct disciples, but D sure only admired the first 8 ones, because they were extraordinarily strong. He didn't like the 9th because he wasn't that strong. He had been a low-level saint for a shorter time than he had. According to rumors, the 9th disciple had become their teacher's disciple only because he knew their teacher from before. Otherwise, their teacher would have never recruited someone like him. Therefore, D-Sure didn't like him much. After all, he had just become his teacher's disciple, so he had to respect him. He couldn't wait to rise up in the hierarchy of the group, and then he would forget about 9th quickly. "Come and see," said the young man in the sky indifferently. He hadn't been recruited by his teacher very long ago either, only a few dozen years. Someone had taken him to a mysterious and incredibly powerful group, and he had been accepted as a disciple of an incredibly strong cultivator. He didn't know much about his teacher in comparison with the other disciples. He felt a bit lonely. He also knew that D-Sure didn't like him. Of course, he didn't care about him. "Brother Lin Feng, we finally meet again," said the young man, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe it his eyes. That little boy had become so strong. A long time ago, he had understood that that little boy had an incredible strength. They hadn't seen each other for such a long time. He had never heard of him since. This time, that little boy was the fellow disciple of those people in white clothes. He also understood that those people's influential group was incredible, from what he had heard so far. Their teacher had even offered them those original strength entities. Of course, Lin Feng was happy for him. Back in the days, he was also quite strong. Finally, he had found a group. It was definitely due to his innate abilities and talent. "Duan Feng," smiled Lin Feng. This young man was Duan Feng. They had met in their home world, in Xueyu long ago. He used to be a member of the imperial family of Xueyu. Eh? When Di Shi heard them, he was astonished. They knew each other? "Brother Lin Feng, even though I was recruited by my teacher a short time ago, I know you're famous. Back then, I saw you at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and I also saw the shrines attack you. Recently, I heard you were safe and sound. I was so happy for you. You will definitely become a high-level saint soon." "I've always known that," replied Duan Feng, smiling and landing next to Lin Feng. The crowd of people in white clothes were really stupefied now. Lin Feng, they had heard that name before. This was Lin Feng. They had underestimated people from the lower world. Lin Feng was there too. "So, our 9th fellow disciple is one of Lin Feng's friends. What a misunderstanding." Di Shi spoke up suddenly. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, what just happened was a misunderstanding. I'm sorry." Lin Feng glanced at Di Shi. They were Duan Feng's fellow disciples. He couldn't say much. He just nodded. "Let's forget about it now, then." "Alright, but Brother Lin, this place is a gift my teacher gave to me, at least the original strength entities within. My 9th fellow disciple also knows that. I hope you won't try and steal those gifts," said Di Shi. Even though he was polite, he was also firm. He was telling Lin Feng he had to conduct himself well. He didn't want Lin Feng to steal the original strength entities. Duan Feng couldn't say anything about it, either. "Your teacher is the demon sealer?" said Lin Feng. It wasn't clear whether he was asking Duan Feng or Di Shi. "Brother Lin Feng, I'll tell you more about that," said Duan Feng. He looked at Di Shi and said, "You already have your gift. Bring the others away now." Di Shi was surprised and looked unhappy. Duan Feng was being a bit too pressing suddenly. "Wait until the teacher respects me enough. I'll show you," thought Disher. He had just become his teacher's disciple. He couldn't be too defiant. He had to submit this time. No problem, fellow disciple. I'm off. I'll go and see our teacher to thank him. I will also tell him about what the situation looks like here. We'll see what he thinks. The passages between the higher and the lower worlds are open, so I'm afraid this place will attract many people's attention. So, we'll see if he wants to take all the original strength entities away or not, said Disher calmly. Duanfeng replied indifferently, If you like. Let's go, Disher smiled. He waved and rose up in the air with the others, looking quietly furious. Lin Feng watched them leave. Duanfeng said, Brother Lin Feng, let's find a place to talk. All right, let's head to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Let's talk and move at the same time, said Lin Feng, glancing around. They flew away quickly. Brother Lin Feng, back then, when I was in the Ba Huang province in our home world, someone took me away and taught me a lot. He's my current teacher, said Duanfeng told him. Lin Feng nodded and waited. At the beginning, he just taught me about cultivation. He didn't let me become his disciple officially, even if I already considered him as my teacher. Long after that, I became a saint and he decided to recruit me officially. Even though I've always known he was extremely strong, I only realized how strong he really was when I became his disciple officially. The world is gigantic. There are many powerful groups. Apart from the shrines, there are invisible groups, who are mysterious and hold themselves aloof from the world. I'm not surprised, said Lin Feng. He knew a lot more about the worlds these days. Indeed, my teacher is Feng Mo. In our small world, he was known as the legendary cultivator who could seal incredibly powerful demons. The demon sealer. Many years ago, he was very famous. Many strong cultivators feared him in the outside world. He wasn't interested in power, though, and created his own world. Time passed and people seldom heard about him in the outside world. He just became a legend. Many people don't even know who Feng Mo or the demon sealer is. Only old, powerful cultivators know him. As expected, thought Lin Feng. The great emperor, the demon sealer, was famous in the small world. In the small world, they thought great emperors were already incredibly powerful. To Feng Mo, a great emperor was a tiny little insect. He could kill great emperors with the tip of his finger. Did your teacher create our small world? Asked Lin Feng. There was a sealed area in the Huang Sea. It had the same shape as Xueyu. According to legends, it had been created by the demon sealer. Yes, Xueyu is my teacher's native land. Xueyu is the place where we grew up, but once it was a small country in the great world. My teacher comes from there. After a great battle happened in the ancient days, the continent of the 9 clouds became chaotic and brought people much misery and suffering. Xueyu was destroyed, and my teacher created a small world and put Xueyu in there. That's where we grew up. My teacher also lived there once. As a result, he left his traces everywhere, replied Duanfeng. Lin Feng realized he had guessed right. The 3 Lives Emperor's demon clone had been sealed by Feng Mo. What about Empress Shi and the 9 Netherworld's Emperor's graves? What were the details? Also, why did the members of the imperial city of Xueyu have a sealing gate spirit? Feng Mo lived in Xueyu before, realized Lin Feng. In his life, he had seen some extraordinary cultivators who had ordinary lives in small places. They hid their cultivation, they had lots of time, and they had lots of families. Maybe that was Feng Mo's case, too? So Xueyu's imperial family, your family, the Duans, do they have your teacher's blood? Lin Feng asked. Even though he never told me the truth, I think it's the case. But he must have many families and he doesn't really care, I guess. He just created Xueyu, a family is like a house he would have built. If I had been weak, he wouldn't have cared about me, and he wouldn't have recruited me, replied Duanfeng. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, such cultivators had feelings, but only to a certain extent. They didn't really care about their family members. Duanfeng probably had such a relationship with Feng Mo because they had the same blood and he was talented. The Holy Spirit Dynasty was the same as before. The previous time Lin Feng had been there, the Fire Shrine's members had sent some people to attack Lin Qiongsheng. Luckily, Lin Feng had arrived and had pretended to be a strong cultivator from the Fortune Shrine. Now, Lin Feng didn't know where his son Lin Xianxia was, or what had become of him. At the same time, because of the particular status of the Holy Spirit dynasty, the other dynasties didn't like it. They wanted to destroy it, but as long as Lin Feng was alive, nobody would be able to destroy them, including the animal district. There were many strong cultivators in the region since the lower and higher worlds were now connected, but the Holy Spirit dynasty was the same as before, it hadn't changed. Lin Feng was famous, and that was probably one of the reasons why people feared him. Lin Feng and Duan Feng arrived. Holy Emperor Ling came out to greet Lin Feng personally, because he liked him a lot. He was the father of their future Holy Emperor. Lin Feng had transmitted his blood to their descendants, so they were connected now. Lin Feng. Many strong cultivators came out to greet him. They looked at him and didn't notice anything about him particularly, but they didn't doubt that he had become much stronger. Dozens of years had passed. It wasn't a long time, but they could see that Lin Feng had changed. Holy Emperor, Lin Feng replied. Is Qiong Shang here? Holy Emperor Ling shook his head and said, I don't know where he is. I haven't heard anything from him since. He never contacted me. He's a bit too hands-off, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Lin Feng, who's this? Asked Holy Emperor Ling, looking at Duan Feng. His qi looked extraordinary. My friend, Duan Feng. Lin Feng, Duan Feng, let's go inside to talk, said Holy Emperor Ling. They all entered the dynasty's territory. Holy Emperor Ling, so many years have passed. Has Qitian Holy Town changed a lot? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, there have been great changes. All the dynasties have changed. The Holy Spirit dynasty is the dynasty which has changed the least, especially since many strong cultivators from the higher world come here. There are many battles and so on. Changes are normal and expected. The reason why not so many things changed here in the Holy Spirit dynasty is that we're half-stuck. Half-stuck? Asked Lin Feng. Yes, there are conflicts between the other dynasties and the Holy Spirit dynasty. They don't want us to rise. We can't do anything without being watched. They just don't dare attack us directly. That's all, said Holy Emperor Ling. Lin Feng nodded and said, It's going to stop. Holy Emperor, send some people to the most powerful groups and have them convey a message from me. Tell them I want all their leaders to come to the Holy Spirit dynasty, Lin Feng said calmly. Even though he sounded calm, it made Holy Emperor Ling and the other strong cultivators of the Holy Spirit dynasty tremble. How crazy! Have all the dynasty's leaders come? I don't think they'll come, replied Holy Emperor Ling. Just transmit my message. If they don't come, it's their choice, said Lin Feng. Holy Emperor Ling smiled and nodded. All right, we'll see if they come. It's their decision. The first thing Holy Emperor Ling wanted to do didn't surprise Lin Feng. He organized a huge banquet for him, but Lin Feng didn't want one, so he said, I'm just going back to where I was before. You can let the other dynasty's leaders stay in those great and magnificent places. All right, I'll be waiting for you here, said Holy Emperor Ling. He knew how Lin Feng was. He smiled as Lin Feng and Duan Feng left. Lin Feng went back to the place he used to share with Tang Yuyu, and they watched the sunset. Duan Feng, where's your teacher? Asked Lin Feng out of curiosity. Feng Mo was a mysterious and legendary cultivator. Where had he created his group? Of course, if it's a secret you don't need to tell me, Lin Feng added quickly. It's all right. It's not a secret for everybody. I would guess most of the shrine's saints know where he established his sect. Why have I never read anything about him then? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't understand. Because even if you had read about it, you wouldn't necessarily be able to go there, so writing about it would be useless, said Duan Feng with a smile. My teacher's sect is in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, in a place called Sealed Imprint Mountain. Brother Lin Feng, do you know where Sealed Imprint Mountain is in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds? How could I guess? He shook his head. Duan Feng was creating suspense. The Lost Country, Duan Feng stated calmly. Lin Feng was astonished. The Lost Country? He had heard that name before, of course. Sealed Imprint Mountain is situated in the Lost Country? Whispered Lin Feng. Indeed, one of the 7 forbidden territories, the Lost Country, said Duan Feng, bursting into laughter when he saw Lin Feng's flabbergasted face. Apart from Sealed Imprint Mountain, other people couldn't go there unless someone gave them directions. How do you go there? Asked Lin Feng. He was really curious now. The Lost Country was one of the 7 forbidden territories, a famous place. According to legends, the Lost Country used to be an incredible country with many strong cultivators. There used to be many demon and ghost cultivators there. One day, they faced a catastrophe. The gods abandoned them, and their nation had turned into ruins and desolation. Now many incredible cultivators were sealed in there, and many people had died there. Of course, it was a legend which didn't prove anything, and going inside could be deadly. Few people dared go there. Yet now Duan Feng was telling Lin Feng that Sealed Imprint Mountain was in the Lost Country. We have a special way to avoid danger. We can go straight to the sect. The sect is in a sealed area. It's not really a mountain. It's a world created by my teacher. I see. I'm curious. I wish I could meet your teacher, murmured Lin Feng. I'll take you there sometime. Even though his world can't be as big as the continent of the 9 clouds, it's still amazing there. Your teacher doesn't allow people to come and go as they wish, right? Lin Feng smiled. Correct, most people don't know about the world. Only some people who practice in Sealed Imprint Mountain know about it and can go there. You can only go with prior authorization. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Outside of the Holy Spirit Dynasty, an incredible qi filled the air. A group of strong cultivators arrived and entered the Holy Spirit Dynasty. One of the guards stopped them and smiled. Please stop here. Is this a joke? The Holy Spirit Dynasty invited us, and this is how you treat your guests. Have Holy Emperor Ling come here, shouted the leader of the group icily. Don't prevent Holy Emperor Tianxi from entering, shouted a voice in the distance. The guards suddenly understood. These people were from the Tianxi dynasty, and Holy Emperor Ling came out personally to greet them. Holy Emperor Ling, I trust you have been doing well since we last met, said Holy Emperor Tianxi, entering the Holy Spirit Dynasty's territory. I'm all right. And guards, don't stop anyone who comes here. Many dynasties' leaders are coming to pay us a visit. Greet them warmly, said Holy Emperor Ling. Yes, sir, Holy Emperor, replied the guards. They thought of Lin Feng. He had come back and now something big was going to happen. He had invited all the leaders of the dynasties here. Where is Lin Feng? Asked Holy Emperor Tianxi. He arrived in a great hall where a banquet had been prepared. He's here. He'll come soon. I guess. Holy Emperor Ling smiled. He was convinced Lin Feng knew what was going on. We came because he invited us. Why isn't he here? What's that supposed to mean? Asked Holy Emperor Tianxi. He sounded unhappy. You can ask him when he arrives. Holy Emperor Ling smiled. Lin Feng could take care of everything. More and more people arrived outside. All the leaders were arriving. The atmosphere in the Holy Spirit Dynasty was getting lively. The Holy Spirit Dynasty had dispatched some people to invite these guests over. Even though the dynasty's leaders were all furious, they were also a bit frightened. Why did Lin Feng dare act so arrogantly? He had sent people to invite them to come to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. It felt more like an order to come than anything else. I, Lin Feng, summon you, the dynasty's leaders. That was precisely why they were a bit worried, and that was also the reason why they had all come. They wanted to see what was happening. Now that they were here, they didn't need to be very polite because having come was already polite. Lin Feng didn't give them face, so they needed to show they were proud and dignified. Holy Emperor Ling, what does Lin Feng want? Asked the Holy Emperor of the Qin dynasty icily. However, Holy Emperor Ling just looked unmoved. He glanced around at all the strong cultivators, smiling calmly. Lin Feng was right, they had all come. Of course, it was due to the fact that Lin Feng was famous abroad. Holy Emperor Qin, don't worry. You're not the first one to ask me that. Everybody, please sit down and enjoy the banquet. Why are you all so nervous? Holy Emperor Ling smiled. Lin Feng hadn't appeared. Yet so all the leaders were worried about what he was planning. "How insolent," said someone icily. He looked at Holy Emperor Ling and said, "I haven't left the university for years. I was invited today, so I came, and now you keep us waiting." Holy Emperor Ling looked at the speaker. It was an old man, an elder from Goblin Spirit University. People respected him because many geniuses studied at Goblin Spirit University, but Lin Feng kept him waiting. "Lin Feng invited all of you. He also said you could choose not to come if you didn't want to. Now he's not here, he must have his reasons. If you want to wait, wait. If you don't feel like it, you can leave. Nobody is forcing you to stay," replied Holy Emperor Ling calmly. The old man pulled a long face, but he said nothing. They could stay and wait or just leave, as they wished. Holy Emperor Ling sounded a bit haughty. How could those people not be furious? They were all extraordinary people. Nobody burst out into anger though, they just tried to put pressure on the Holy Spirit dynasty. If Lin Feng showed up and wasn't strong enough to keep them in control, then they wouldn't hesitate anymore. "The banquet is for everybody, so help yourself," said Holy Emperor Ling smiling. Servants kept bringing fine liquor and food, but it didn't suffice to make those people happy. They waited for a while, and it became dark outside. The crowd grew more and more furious. Even though they all chatted, they looked dark and gloomy. Many strong cultivators just drank silently. Holy Emperor Ling was a bit surprised. What was Lin Feng doing? Was he trying to infuriate these people? "Excuse me, everybody," said Holy Emperor Ling. He suddenly stood up and left. The crowd guessed he was going to go and look for Lin Feng. They couldn't do much but wait now. Holy Emperor Ling indeed went to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Duan Feng were laying in the grass in a courtyard and chatting as if the outside world had nothing to do with them. They had even sealed the area with qi in order not to get disturbed by people's godly awareness. They looked completely at ease. They obviously didn't know that some of the leaders were already furious. "Lin Feng!" shouted Holy Emperor Ling in the courtyard. "Holy Emperor Ling, come in," said Lin Feng smiling. When he saw Lin Feng lying in the grass, he was annoyed and asked, "All the leaders are here. Aren't you going to see them?" "No rush. It's still early," said Lin Feng smiling. "It's still early?" Holy Emperor Ling's face stiffened, and he replied, "Those guys are all furious. If you keep making them wait, I'm afraid they will. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even if they get furious, then what? If they want to leave, they can leave," said Lin Feng smiled. He was calm, all pale clouds and light breezes, as if it wasn't a problem at all. Holy Emperor Ling didn't understand. "Lin Feng, could you please tell me what you intend to do?" asked Holy Emperor Ling, smiling wryly. "Holy Emperor." Lin Feng sat up. He asked, "Do you remember what happened last time when I came back?" "Yes, there was an envoy from a shrine, and some dynasties also got involved. They wanted to attack Xianxia. Luckily, you came back at the perfect time and solved the issue." I was astonished. Indeed, nowadays, the continent of the Nine Clouds is in a state of chaos. Nobody can escape it anywhere. If they weren't afraid of me, they could have joined hands and destroyed the Holy Spirit dynasty. What do you think?" asked Lin Feng. "That's a fact," said Holy Emperor Ling, nodding agreement. "Do you think we can accept a compromise, or coexist peacefully with them?" asked Lin Feng. "Impossible. Therefore, this time, I want to teach them a good lesson. I want to show everyone in Qitian Holy Town that nobody can treat me or my family like that. I want them to remember it forever," said Lin Feng indifferently. Holy Emperor Ling smiled and nodded. "All right, but some dynasties aren't our enemies. What will you do if they are furious or leave? Even if they're angry, so what? Nobody will dare attack in the Holy Spirit dynasty. If they leave, I'll invite them again," Lin Feng smiled. "Including those we have tensions with. Since you have a plan, I'm not going to ask again," said Holy Emperor Ling, leaving quietly. At dawn, the atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Feng hadn't shown up at all. The leaders had been waiting the entire evening, and nobody could give them an explanation. How infuriating. "Holy Emperor Ling, are you humiliating us on purpose?" asked Holy Emperor Qin icily. I've also been waiting here. I told you if you want, you can leave, said Holy Emperor Ling calmly. Holy Emperor Qin punched the table in front of him, and it exploded. Alcohol fell onto the ground. He looked dark and gloomy. Everybody, should we go? People were surprised and glanced at one another. Everybody, you must have noticed that many people are watching us from outside. People must already be talking about the fact that we've been waiting here the whole time. Do you really intend to stay here and wait? Asked Holy Emperor Qin. The crowd was surprised. They had also released their godly awareness and noticed that some people had been watching. All the leaders of the dynasties had gathered there. How could there not be anyone outside? I agree. Let's leave, said the Holy Emperor of the Great Desert Dynasty. Since you want to leave, just leave. Nobody is forcing you to stay. Why talk so much? Said someone with a smile. It was the celestial being of the ancient Jade Dynasty. The two holy emperors looked furious. Humph. You're patient then, celestial being, said Holy Emperor Qin icily. He rose up in the air and flew away. Outside, many people saw Holy Emperor Qin leave and whispered. He was out, he didn't want to wait anymore. Back in the days, there had been conflicts between him and Lin Feng, and now he had just been badly humiliated. Everybody, enjoy yourself. I'm off, said Holy Emperor Qin, rolling up his sleeves. Then he left, also furious. After Holy Emperor Qin, Holy Emperor Xianxia also left. 3 days later, everybody left. The hall was just empty. Holy Emperor Ling was annoyed. What was Lin Feng thinking? Even people outside who had come to watch were annoyed. What was going on? When everybody calmed down, on the 4th day, a terrifying beast landed in the Qin dynasty. It was dozens of meters tall. Could crush people with 1 foot. It went through the Qin dynasty and destroyed all their buildings. But it didn't kill anyone. Many people were panic-stricken. The Qin dynasty used their full strength to attack that beast by surprise, but nobody could compete with it. Each time the beast punched someone, they died. The beast looked for Holy Emperor Qin, and it stared at him with its gigantic eyes. It looked excited. Master, what do you want from the Qin dynasty? Asked Holy Emperor Qin when he realized how terrifying that beast was. The gigantic beast didn't reply. Holy Emperor Qin felt pressured. The gigantic beast then threw his hand at Holy Emperor Qin. He wanted to dodge, but he had no time. He coughed up blood, his eyes rolled, and he fell onto the ground. Master, why? Why are you doing this? Asked Holy Emperor Qin, crawling back up. He didn't understand why that beast had attacked the Qin dynasty. The gigantic beast spat out qi, but didn't say anything. He raised his hand and threw it out again. Holy Emperor Qin wanted to dodge, but he couldn't move because of the oppressive strength. Rumbling sounds spread in the air, and he crashed onto the ground hard, forming a crater. Blood splashed. The beast continued attacking. Boom, boom, boom. The beast continued punching him. All the members of the dynasty didn't understand. Why was that beast attacking their holy emperor? The Qin holy emperor had never felt so humiliated. He was still coughing up blood. He suddenly flew away, trying to leave the dynasty. He quickly realized that the beast was attacking him and nobody else. Why? Asked Holy Emperor Qin. His bones were all broken. He wanted to escape, but the beast was much faster than him. The beast continued punching him or squashing him with his feet. How humiliating. Holy Emperor Qin had never felt this way before. He was going insane. Had he offended a terrifying cultivator? Lin Feng. Holy Emperor Qin was frightened. Was this happening because he hadn't waited for Lin Feng? But Lin Feng had done that on purpose. What was he supposed to do? Wait forever? The Xianxia dynasty is there. Holy Emperor Qin turned around and saw 2 people in the distance, a big one and a small one. When he saw them clearly, his face paled. Those 2 figures were Holy Emperor Xianxia and a gigantic beast. He wasn't the only one who was going through this. Holy Emperor Qin! Shouted Holy Emperor Xianxia. His face was deathly pale. When he saw that Holy Emperor Qin was going through the same thing as him, he was stunned. Let's go to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Only they can save us. shouted Holy Emperor Qin to Holy Emperor Tianxi suddenly. Yes, let's go to the Holy Spirit Dynasty. What a humiliation for us, two dynasties' leaders, agreed Holy Emperor Tianxi. He felt wretched and miserable. I feel the same, damn, said Holy Emperor Qin. He even had tears in his eyes. How miserable for two dynasties' leaders. They flew towards the Holy Spirit Dynasty as fast as they could. But on the way, the beasts continued humiliating them and hitting them. Their clothes were torn apart. They both had a running nose and sniffled, with tears in their eyes. On the way, some people saw them, they were astonished. Those two people were dynasties' leaders, and those two beasts were making them cry. They looked truly miserable. Many people even had compassion for them. Poor leaders. Holy Spirit Dynasty, we're there. Holy Emperor Qin looked like he had hope again when he saw the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Were the beasts finally going to stop humiliating them? Those beasts had even put their dirty feet on their faces. Their noses were even broken. Boom! Holy Emperor Tianxi and Holy Emperor Qin wanted to enter the Holy Spirit Dynasty, but they collided with a light curtain. Their faces became even paler. Thunder rumbled behind him. The gigantic beasts drew closer. It's a seal. Holy Emperor Qin's face was deathly pale. Behind the light curtain was Holy Emperor Ling. Holy Emperor Qin said, Holy Emperor Ling, let us come in. I thought you didn't want to stay here, Holy Emperor Qin. Why did you come back? Asked Holy Emperor Ling indifferently. I want to keep the appointment. I want to keep the appointment, said Holy Emperor Qin, forcing himself to smile. But when he said that, he raised his head and saw a gigantic stinky foot move towards his face again. He wanted to dodge, but heavy strength oppressed him and squashed his face. The beast wiped his foot on his face. Holy Emperor Qin's pale face turned red. He looked at Holy Emperor Ling and said, Holy Emperor Ling, I was wrong. I offended you. I'm so sorry. I want to keep the appointment. Please let me back in. After you left, we canceled the banquet. We're not receiving guests anymore. Sorry, said Holy Emperor Ling indifferently. Holy Emperor Qin's face paled again. The gigantic beast squashed Holy Emperor Qin's face again. Holy Emperor Qin crashed onto the ground and crawled back up on his knees. Holy Emperor Qin, what are you doing? You're a holy emperor. I can't stand seeing you like this. If you really insist, I'll go and see Lin Feng, said Holy Emperor Ling sighed. Holy Emperor Qin wanted to kill Lin Feng so bad. So he was the one who had sent those evil creatures. Thank you so much, said Holy Emperor Qin standing up. However, Holy Emperor Ling didn't move. He just giggled and looked at him. Holy Emperor Qin's face turned even paler. He realized something. What banquet? Lin Feng had done this on purpose. If I don't kneel down, the beast will squash my face again, thought Holy Emperor Qin, realizing what was going on. He felt so miserable and pathetic, but it was the truth, the sad and cruel truth. He had joined hands with a shrine hoping they would kill Lin Qiongshang, and now Lin Feng was back and he wanted to get his revenge. And now, even if Lin Feng destroyed his dynasty, he wouldn't be able to do much about it. How tragic! How humiliating! Lin Feng, I will definitely see you die someday, shouted Holy Emperor Qin inside. He knew he couldn't surpass Lin Feng, but he hoped he would die, and then it would be the Holy Spirit Dynasty's Judgment Day. Boom boom! When the Tianxi Dynasty's Holy Emperor saw that Holy Emperor Qin was kneeling down, he did the same. He had also had conflicts with Lin Feng back in the days. Lin Feng hadn't destroyed their dynasties entirely. He had just humiliated them. On that day, the atmosphere outside of the Holy Spirit Dynasty got very busy. Leaders of universities and other powerful groups came and begged to see Lin Feng. All those strong cultivators gathered there, but Lin Feng didn't show up. Holy Emperor Ling went to Lin Feng's courtyard, raised his head and heard Lin Feng's voice. Holy Emperor, I'm leaving those bestial saints here. They will protect the Holy Spirit Dynasty. If anything happens, you can give them orders. I'm off. He just heard Lin Feng, but didn't see him. You're free and unrestrained. A group of strong cultivators is waiting outside and you're leaving it to me, said Holy Emperor Ling, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Lin Feng didn't feel like wasting his time with those people. If he wanted, he could kill them in a flash, but he didn't. He just wanted everybody in Qitian Holy Town to remember him and to know that the Holy Spirit dynasty was powerful. And he didn't even show up. Lin Feng, I'm sure people will remember you for a very, very long time in the continent of the Nine Clouds, replied Holy Emperor Ling, before turning around and slowly walking away. He arrived outside, where the ceiling strength had already disappeared. The beasts looked at the sky. They were half-bestial saints from the starry sky world. Their leader had asked them to protect the Holy Spirit dynasty. Lin Feng said he didn't want to see you. Please leave, said Holy Emperor Ling, waving his hand. Those people's faces paled. They were terrified. The leader of the university who had burst into anger the previous time shuddered with fear. Holy Emperor Ling, please help us and tell him we wish we could see him. Yes, please, Holy Emperor Ling, said Holy Emperor Qin. He had the impression the beast would squash his face any time again with his dirty feet. Holy Emperor Ling had cold sweats. He looked at the gigantic beasts and said, Masters, please come back in. Yes, we have received orders from our master, the beasts replied. They shrank down and entered the Holy Spirit dynasty. All right, everybody, please go back, said Holy Emperor Ling. Those people glanced at one another and asked Holy Emperor Ling, Really? Really? Holy Emperor Ling nodded. Thank you very much, said Holy Emperor Qin and the others. Standing up, they turned around and left as fast as they could. They felt so humiliated. When they left, flames of fury appeared in their eyes. Holy Emperor Ling understood that, but he didn't care anymore. Those beasts could protect the Holy Spirit dynasty. It was difficult to imagine how strong Lin Feng would become within 1,000 or even 10,000 years. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds in the Fortune Shrine, there were gigantic mountains and waterfalls coming from the sky. They were magnificent and grandiose. Lin Feng was walking in the Fortune Shrine. Many people looked at him in surprise. They smiled and said, Brother Lin Feng. Lin Feng also replied and smiled back. Even though many things had happened in the Fortune Shrine because of him, he rarely spent time with the others. He only spent time with the diviner. Lin Feng, you're back, said an old man walking past Lin Feng and smiling. Yes, I'm back. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't recognize anyone, but they all recognized him. Lin Feng slowly walked towards a waterfall. At the top of the waterfall, there was a figure graceful and elegant. She smiled broadly when she saw him. Meng Qing, said Lin Feng. He flew up in the air and landed next to Meng Qing. He stretched his arms and caressed her wan and sallow face. He smiled gently and said, Silly girl. Meng Qing laughed and said nothing. She put her head on Lin Feng's shoulder and her eyes turned red. You left for so long. Don't do that again, whispered Meng Qing. Lin Feng felt guilty. He nodded and said, I will always take you with me in the future. You said it, said Meng Qing, raising her head and smiled softly. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. They both sat down on a gigantic stone and gazed into the distance. The landscapes were incredible here. Any news from Zhetian? Asked Lin Feng. No, I don't know where he is. He has the same personality as you back in the days. Like father, like son. Lin Feng grinned. But while you were away all those years, many things happened to the Fortune Shrine. The continent of the Nine Clouds is now in a state of chaos. More and more shrines want to fight against the Fortune Shrine, and the shrines are also starting to fight for supremacy. During times of prosperity, people don't really fight over territories that much. But now that the world is in a state of chaos, resources are scarce and influential groups start fighting over territories. All the influential groups want to gain some mysterious worlds or places where there are precious things. They want to use resources for geniuses, so the competition is even more fierce. Lin Feng understood that. If the Fortune Shrine controlled a city, it meant that the resources in that city also belonged to the Fortune Shrine, and whenever new geniuses appeared in that city, then the Fortune Shrine could also recruit them. When the world was in a state of chaos, it lasted for thousands and thousands of years. The situation couldn't be solved from one day to another, so the shrines had to do their best. So anyway, what I wanted to say is, 7 years ago, the Fortune Shrine decided to recruit core disciples every 10 years. The core disciples can then all compete, no matter what their cultivation level is. Your friends, Ho Ching Lin, Jun Emoshi, and someone else came back. They want to try and become core disciples in the Fortune Shrine. Lin Feng smiled. You saw Brother Ho and Jun Emoshi? Yes, they came to see you, but then they found out you weren't here, said Meng Qing nodding. How are they doing? Asked Lin Feng. Very good. In 3 years you'll be able to see them, said Meng Qing smiling. Great, in 3 years then. Lin Feng nodded. He grabbed Meng Qing's hand and said, Come. I want to take you somewhere. Meng Qing was curious. They walked towards an ancient palace. They both entered the cultivation room. Lin Feng waved his hand and a praying mat appeared. Let's go in. Lin Feng and Meng Qing stepped onto the praying mat. Lights flashed and they both disappeared, quickly reappearing in the starry sky world. Meng Qing was stupefied when she saw the landscapes. This wasn't Lin Feng's world. Where are we? Asked Meng Qing. A god's world. Lin Feng smiled. Meng Qing, I disappeared for a few years because I was stuck in a forbidden territory. You probably know about that. Then, I found the godly graves god's historical remains. This starry sky world. This world was created by a god. The news that many people came out of the historical remains quickly spread. There are also many strong cultivators from other worlds. Everybody knows about that now. I would never have thought it all happened because you obtained the god's world, answered Meng Qing, smiling sweetly. It meant that the god had chosen Lin Feng as an heir. Let's go. There are many places here. I don't even know what to do with all these places, said Lin Feng. Their figures flickered, and they went to a few ancient star palaces. Lin Feng and Meng Qing entered one of them. Dazzling lights surrounded Meng Qing, which made her shiver. There are saints' weapons everywhere? Meng Qing was stunned. There were saints' weapons everywhere. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, bows and arrows, whips, armors, gourds, rainbow cups. It was incredible. The palace was filled with treasures. Those are saints' weapons the god obtained back in the days. He practiced cultivation for a very long time and obtained many saints' weapons. The saints' weapons in this palace are all the best low-level saints' weapons you can find. In the other rooms, you can find medium-level saints' weapons, high-level saints' weapons, peerless saints' weapons, but I can only enter 2 rooms. I'll take you to the second one, Lin Feng told Meng Qing. He took her to another room. An incredible energy filled the air there. There were even more saints' weapons, all of them dazzling. In the outside world, people would go insane for them. He could only tell Meng Qing about them. He didn't even tell his teachers about them. People were envious. He had given his teachers many things, but not as incredible as these things because he didn't want enemies to kill his teachers to steal their weapons. Meng Qing, choose a weapon you want, said Lin Feng, smiling at her. Everything he had in life he wanted to share with Meng Qing. Meng Qing and his friends were strong enough. He wanted to help them all become stronger. I can't use saints' weapons, I'm too weak. So I'll choose one for defense so that you don't need to worry about me, she agreed. Alright, choose something to protect your physical body and soul. When you become a saint, you'll choose some for attacks, he told her. He didn't need Meng Qing to become incredibly strong and reach the clouds. He just wanted her to be safe. He could do the rest himself. Meng Qing chose a soft armor and a saint's soul sword. The sword could protect her when someone attacked her soul. So even if a saint attacked her by surprise, she wouldn't die. Don't spoil just me. Give some to the others, too. They're all in your small world, aren't they? She prodded him. I will go and see them. My world is becoming more and more perfect. They like calm and tranquility. This world is dangerous, so I will ask them, said Lin Feng smiling. Yes, respect is the most important thing, Meng Qing agreed. Let's go. I'll take you to a place perfect to practice cultivation, said Lin Feng, dragging her along. They soon arrived in a cultivation palace. Meng Qing, this place is perfect to study celestial Tao strength. It's perfect to try and break through to the Shang layer. You should practice here for a while, he said to her. All right, but don't worry if I don't manage to break through to the Shang layer, said Mengqing. They both smiled. She started meditating and Lin Feng went to another room. It was good to practice cultivation too, but it was also suitable to practice special saints spells, as it helped saints improve their fighting abilities. Lin Feng controlled several types of original strength. He wanted to become stronger and increase his fighting abilities. He was a low-level saint now, and he wanted to have no enemy at the same cultivation level. Lin Feng entered the palace and some intent surrounded him. It was a mysterious world. The place was dark, and Lin Feng couldn't see much, even with his godly awareness. However, at that moment, some light appeared and illuminated the space around him. After that, a second light appeared, and a third one. The lights kept twinkling on. Millions of lights appeared. The space around him turned into a starlit sky. The stars were dazzling. Some kind of intent? Lin Feng was surprised. All the stars seemed to be changing every second. It was an incredible sight. However, at that moment all the stars disappeared, and the space became dark again. It made Lin Feng feel uncomfortable, as it lasted for a while. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged patiently. Since that palace aimed at improving cultivators' fighting abilities, he didn't mind being patient and staying there for a while. Suddenly, the lights appeared again. Lin Feng had the impression those lights were as sharp as blades in his eyes, so he closed them. It was very difficult to describe how he felt. The first kind of strength is accumulation, the second type is explosiveness. The goal is to accumulate strength until it becomes explosive, like the god's sword, murmured Lin Feng. The intent in the space around him changed again as it attracted star original strength. Finally, Lin Feng saw the intent invade the space around him as a kind of finger attack. One finger seemed like it could move through space and time. It contained an endless number of dazzling lights, and also contained destructive strength. Only that finger was left in the space around. Some explosive strength made the space look even darker. It absorbed all the dazzling lights around. The stars condensed into that finger. It was impossible to escape from it. Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating. That attack pierced through him. Even if his eyes were closed, he still had the impression the attack had pierced through his brain. It gave him chills. That one finger uses star original strength, similar to light and space original strength. That attack is so powerful. Even though the ruler's sword attack was powerful, it didn't use original strength in such a perfect way. That kind of finger technique can improve my ruler's sword attack. He was meditating calmly. He started using his ruler's sword. He made it condense again, trying to make it as explosive as possible. After Lin Feng finished studying, he went to another room. They each contained different sorts of intent. He visualized different sorts of saints' techniques. Lin Feng had the impression he was becoming much more erudite quickly. He was amazed by the power of original strength. He was focused and enjoyed learning. 3 years passed extremely quickly. It felt like minutes for Lin Feng. He went to see Mengqing and they left the star world. "How do you feel?" asked Lin Feng to Mengqing. "I learned so much. I think I could become a saint soon," replied Mengqing happily. You must have progressed a lot during those 3 years, right?" "Yes, I studied several things. I understand original strength even better. I understand what I have to do to increase my own saint's techniques now," he replied. During those 3 years, he had indeed progressed a lot. The god's saint's techniques must be incredible. Yes, I saw a technique where he just stretched his arm out and he could pick up the sun, the moon, and the stars. Nothing could stop him. It was incredible, Lin Feng sighed. He had seen such an attack in the past. The 2 strong cultivators of the giant god's clan had such an attack, but it was much weaker than the god's own. "Lin Feng, you're back," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng was startled and smiled at Mengqing and told her, "I'll go and see the diviner." "All right," she assented. Lin Feng sped off and quickly arrived in another ancient palace. It was also a starry sky world. "Master," Lin Feng said to the diviner, You went to the godly grave and a few decades later you came out and you were a low-level saint already. Your cultivation speed is astonishing, said the diviner, smiling at Lin Feng gently. But don't be too proud. The world is in a state of chaos. Many terrifyingly strong people travel the world. I found some people whose cultivation speeds were terrifying as well, and I recruited them. I understand. At my cultivation level, cultivation speed is not the most important thing. We have to see how strong someone can get in the end, said Lin Feng calmly. No, you're wrong. If the world wasn't in a state of chaos, you would be right. But now the world is different. Speed is extremely important. You might be more talented than someone else, but if they reach a higher cultivation level than yours more quickly, then you're doomed. If the fortune shrine doesn't raise geniuses quickly enough, we'll be doomed, said the diviner. Lin Feng's heart twitched. Who is stronger these days? Asked Lin Feng. The situation is too chaotic, we can't be sure. Anyway, everybody is very nervous and every day, every year everything changes. But all of this has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng, I hope that you will become a high-level saint as soon as possible. Of course, I also hope you'll become a peerless saint someday. Before that happens, you don't need to fight against the other shrines directly. Only high-level saints can help? Asked Lin Feng, smiling wryly. Indeed, great emperors represent the lower strata. High-level saints are the pillars because they are the only ones who can keep the situation under control. Regarding battles to death, peerless saints control the whole situation, and we haven't reached that point yet. The star priest of the Fortune Shrine, a peerless saint, has already started recruiting disciples. Do you know what that means? It means that the situation of the continent of the Nine Clouds will change thoroughly. Maybe another great war like long ago will take place. Yes, people in the future will maybe consider our war to be like the war of the ancient days. Usually, our peerless star priest practices cultivation to try and become a god. But now, he's recruiting disciples. The peerless saints of the other shrines are doing the same. Lin Feng nodded. The situation was becoming serious. Anyway, don't worry about those things. Right now, you can't battle, or at least you can't participate as Lin Feng. You can use another face and chi to participate. Your fate is more important than the fate of 100 people. You need to become a high-level saint as quickly as possible so that we can use you in battles. I understand, Lin Feng said firmly. I won't put pressure on you. You know what to do. Go to Fortune City. Your friends are back, said the diviner, smiling at him. My friends are back? Lin Feng looked surprised. Do you think they have the potential to become core disciples? Yes, said the diviner agreeably. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised, so he left immediately. He left the palace and descended from the sky, releasing his godly awareness to inspect the area. Many people raised their heads in Fortune City, sensing something. Ho Qinglin and Junemo, she sensed it, too. They raised their heads, and Ho Qinglin said, "What a terrifying godly awareness strength. That's someone from the shrine." People in Fortune City are all members of the Fortune Shrine. Junemo, she laughed. Half, said Ho Qinglin, smiling. At that moment, a voice said to them telepathically, Brother Ho Junemo Shi, Lin Feng. Ho Qinglin was astonishing. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng descending from the sky, grinning broadly. How come you're together? Asked Lin Feng, smiling at the two of them. He landed on the ground next to them. Ho Qinglin's chi was strange. When looking at his eyes, one had the impression one could drown in space and time. Junemoshi's chi was ice cold. One didn't dare get close to him. We bumped into each other while traveling. I almost died. Junemoshi saved me. Ho Qinglin smiled. Nah, it's not true. I almost died. But anyway, we were lucky to find one another. If we hadn't, we would not have today's cultivation level, said Junemo. She smiled. You both became saints in such a short time. Good, said Lin Feng happily. Good? There's still a huge difference between us and you. Back in the days, during the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, we were at the same level. Now we're too weak to stand next to you, protested Junemoshi. He had just sensed Lin Feng's terrifying godly awareness. He was still happy for him, though. Lin Feng looked at Jun Emoshi and shook his head with a grin. I was lucky. You came to Fortune City to become core disciples, I heard. What kind of exam do you have to take? The continent of the Nine Clouds is in a state of chaos, so the exam will be a bit different. Every 10 years, there will be a round and the Fortune Shrine will recruit core disciples. People of all cultivation levels will have the opportunity to participate, and the exam will be different depending on the different cultivation levels. In any case, it will be extremely difficult. We will do our best. I hope we'll have the opportunity to become core disciples like you. Junimo, she smiled. During the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they had failed. Such opportunities were rare. Yes, it's difficult to understand the shrines if you don't become core disciples. This time, I hope we will succeed, said Ho Ching Lin solemnly. When is the exam going to take place? Asked Lin Feng. In 70 days, replied Ho Ching Lin. All right, I'll take you somewhere first, then. I think it'll help you become stronger, said Lin Feng, smiling at his two friends. Ho Ching Lin and Junimo, she were curious when they arrived in a secret cultivation room. It was isolated from the world. Lin Feng took Junimo Shi and Ho Ching Lin out to the Star World. Junimo Shi and Ho Ching Lin were some of his best friends. Lin Feng wanted to help them become stronger. He also wanted to give them some medium-level Saints weapons. They were already Saints, so they could use medium-level Saints weapons even if they couldn't make the most out them. Before the exam started, Ho Ching Lin and Junimo Shi left the Star World, arriving in front of an illusory castle. It was similar to Fortune City when Lin Feng had gone there from the small world. Someone took Ho Ching Lin and Junimo Shi into the castle while Lin Feng and the diviner stood aside. They were at the top of a mountain range and could see everything. Master, that's... Lin Feng glanced at a mountain. A waterfall coming from the sky flowed onto it. There were some old people there, their eyes closed. There were many people seated next to them, all looking down at the castle. People who organized the exam choose core disciples. Lin Feng, if you wish, you can also choose disciples, the diviner told him. That'd only harm the younger generation, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He preferred focusing on cultivation. He didn't feel like teaching. The exam is starting, whispered the diviner. Lin Feng was staring at Ho Ching Lin and Jun Emoshi. They were in the same place as some other saints who had entered the castle with them. It was a vast hilly place. Many ordinary disciples of the Fortune Shrine were hiding there. They were guarding. The examinees had to break through them to move on to the next round. They're all disciples who have just become saints. So many people are hiding. Breaking through must be difficult, murmured Lin Feng. Becoming a core disciple is indeed not easy, said the diviner softly. Ho Ching Lin, Jun Emoshi, and the others started moving forwards. The hills and hiding places were not real. They were made of saints' strength, and breaking them was impossible. So resorting to trickery was impossible, too. They have to break through and then cross a tunnel. They all have to go through 8 blockades, said the diviner. Very quickly, Ho Ching Lin arrived in front of his first opponent. Their battle was explosive. Ho Ching Lin's reincarnation strength was incredible. He kept moving forwards with an indomitable will. Flinching wasn't part of his vocabulary. Even if his opponent was extremely strong, Ho Ching Lin's reincarnation strength could defeat them. Your friend is an insane fighter, the diviner observed. Back then, when we hadn't broken through to the Huang Qi layer yet, he said being insane was a necessity to become an emperor. Even though he has an exceptional talent and a distinguished appearance, his fighting method has never changed. He's always been crazy, laughed Lin Feng. Ho Ching Lin's fighting abilities were indeed impressive. Even if Ho Ching Lin was injured, he wanted to make his opponents drown in reincarnation strength. Nobody dared risk their life against him. Very quickly, he defeated his first opponent. Junimo, she also faced his first opponent. Their fight was straightforward and explosive. They had a close combat. Imperial immortal body, he looks like a king of hell, the diviner observed. At the same cultivation level, even if someone can defeat him, it's almost impossible to kill him unless the enemy has some sort of special power. The guards aren't strong enough, Otherwise it would be difficult for them to move on, noted Lin Feng. Haha, you mean we should have sent core disciples who were low-level saints? That would have been extremely difficult and unfair. After all, they aren't core disciples yet. We can't only test their fighting abilities, we also need to test their intent. Ho Qinglin and Junimo she made great efforts and passed the test of the first round. Brother Ho is on the right path to create a perfect saint's technique. When he succeeds, his attacks will be even more terrifying, Lin Feng pointed out. You noticed that too? Indeed, that kind of saint's technique is great, agreed the diviner. Among the people who had just become saints, there were 28 contestants. The majority of them were people from Fortune City. At lower cultivation levels, among people who weren't saints yet, there were many contestants, yet only 12 people passed the first exam. Jun Emoshi and Ho Qinglin continued on, arriving in an illusory place. Lin Feng didn't understand what kind of exam it was. After this, their obsessiveness will be tested. It will be extremely difficult. During this part, some people will be badly injured, some of them will even die. That's scary? Lin Feng's face stiffened. Yes, we will see how determined they are. Many people are talented and good at fighting. However, intent is rare and crucial, replied the diviner grimly. The examinees continued walking in the illusion. Nothing happened. But Lin Feng knew it was going to be difficult. An hour passed and someone suddenly groaned with pain and coughed up blood. His face deathly pale. Lin Feng's heart twitched. Noting that person was injured, very quickly a second person was injured. He moved back and left, giving up. Half a day passed, and of the 12 people, 7 people were injured or gave up. Only 5 persevered. As expected, it's very difficult. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Ho Qinglin continued moving forwards, bathing in reincarnation lights. Many shadows appeared around him. What's that? Lin Feng was astonished. Worlds of reincarnation appeared around Ho Qinglin. Good little boy. He's very determined. He can even improve his own natural abilities like that, said the diviner. His eyes twinkled. An old man at the foot of the waterfall suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Ho Qinglin. I want that one to become my disciple. The other old men nodded. They didn't try to steal him away. The diviner looked happy and said, Lin Feng, your friend is definitely going to become a core disciple, and he's extremely lucky. Who's that master? Asked Lin Feng. A senior official of the Fortune Shrine who hasn't shown up for tens of thousands of years. He is the Reincarnation priest. Tens of thousands of years ago, he was already a peerless saint. Then, the continent of the 9 clouds became chaotic and our leader had him come back. Ho Qinglin is going to become his disciple. That's an extraordinary opportunity for him. The diviner beamed. You know what peerless means? The Reincarnation priest has made several sorts of special original strengths fused together to become a peerless saint? Asked Lin Feng. He became peerless thanks to the 6 great karma wheel divisions. The diviner beamed. Lin Feng was impressed. His fellow disciple was going to have an incredible opportunity. Indeed, the second round is about transcending worldliness, getting rid of the self. The third round is going to be easy for him. Everything will happen naturally, said the diviner. Ho Qinglin, as expected, left the castle easily. He looked around at the crowd, seemingly surprised. Fellow disciple, congratulations, said Lin Feng to Ho Qinglin telepathically. At that moment, Ho Qinglin didn't understand. His facial expression was funny. Come here, the Reincarnation priest said to Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin looked at him. Lin Feng said to him telepathically, Brother, he's a peerless saint of the Fortune Shrine. Go! Ho Qinglin was surprised and slowly walked towards the old man. He bowed and said, Greetings, master. Would you like to become my disciple? Asked the old man, smiling at Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin was stupefied. He said, I have 2 teachers, they're like fathers to me. I can't have another teacher. Lin Feng was astonished, but then smiled. Brother Ho was the same old Brother Ho, he hadn't changed. All right, you refuse to forget your former teachers even when facing someone like me. Come with me, I won't force you, said the Reincarnation priest. He was a bit annoyed when Ho Ching Lin had refused. But he also admired and appreciated such people. Ho Ching Lin was a good person. "Thank you very much, master," said Ho Ching Lin, bowing deeply. He glanced at Lin Feng and then entered the fortune shrine with the Reincarnation priest. Only 3 people passed the exam at the level of new saints. After Ho Ching Lin, Junemo she also passed. He was extremely determined. The diviner thought highly of both of them. They had very different personalities. Ho Ching Lin was crazy, while Junemo she was determined. Teachers noticed them other too, but they weren't as lucky as Ho Ching Lin. No peerless saint wanted to recruit them as disciples, so they left with high-level saints. The difference between saints of different levels was incredible. The difference between someone who had just become a saint and a high-level saint was gigantic. Therefore, they were happy anyway. There are so many great emperors, their exam lasts much longer. But 10 people at most will become core disciples, murmured the diviner, looking over the great emperors. The majority of them are geniuses from Fortune City and the passing rate is still so low. 10 disciples in a year. The exam is so difficult, whispered Lin Feng. At the scale of the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, 10 years are nothing. Even 100 years are nothing. It's a great opportunity for many people. The diviner smiled. Lin Feng nodded. At his cultivation level, 10 years were really short. Sometimes he could practice cultivation and meditate in seclusion for a few years, and it felt as if a few days had passed. Some old members of the Fortune Shrine sometimes practiced cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng, in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine keep oppressing us. They want to steal the U City from us. We've already sent 3 high-level saints to protect it. However, the 2 shrines are determined too. They sent 4 high-level saints, 18 low-level saints, 36 half-saints, and an army of great emperors. They sent such a terrifying army for a city? Lin Feng was astonished. When 2 shrines joined hands, things became even scarier. The shrines weren't fighting in one city only. There were explosive battles everywhere. The shrines had probably asked all their saints to come back for battles. They were getting ready for a great war. Indeed, the battles aren't happening in the shadows. The battles are now in the open and they're growing in size. For example, in the past, we used to try and keep Fortune City under control. Of course, we were interested in surrounding cities, especially big ones, but now all the shrines are trying to conquer new cities, especially those in which there are influential groups. Du City is an extraordinary city. Situated in the middle of the Fortune Shrine, the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine. Many geniuses come from that city. Many of them have become powerful and influential. Many shrines' disciples are from Du City. Some influential groups in Du City are extremely powerful. Therefore, I hope we won't lose it, said the diviner grimly. Lin Feng understood. They needed to fight on all fronts. The battles were going to last for a long time, and they needed much energy. At the same time, they needed to be resistant. They needed to be able to survive until the end. Master, how may I help? Said Lin Feng. We don't have enough fighters. Apart from the strong cultivators who are in the Fortune Shrine most of the time, we also called all our strong cultivators back. We had never done that before. But even like that, we don't have enough fighters, the diviner said to Lin Feng. Last time, I told you, peerless saints would only get involved in the end. When they fight, it will be the end of the chaotic era. Now, we're competing slowly, and high-level saints are at the core of the battles. Therefore, I hope you can become a high-level saint as soon as possible. At the level of high-level saints, our fighters have the advantage in Du City. But our half-saints and low-level saints are facing difficulties. I need you to use another identity and go to Du City to help. But first, let's wait for the 3 new recruits to become strong enough. Then you'll take them there. No problem. But how long will my fellow disciple and Junemo she need before being able to go to Du City? Replied Lin Feng. Don't worry about that. The battles over the big cities will not end in a few years. Besides, I already told the fighters I dispatched not to fight. They can waste some time like that. We won't lose quickly that way. However, it also means that our enemies will send more and more strong cultivators there. they will have the advantage, and when you go there, things will be even more difficult. But at that moment, if we send people who can compete with all of them, we won't let any of them escape. Quality is better than quantity. That's why we're not afraid of waiting. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. At the level of saints, even if some people lost, it didn't necessarily mean their enemies could kill them unless there was a huge level difference between them. You go back. When they're ready, I'll tell you. All right, Lin Feng agreed. He left and headed to his own palace. The diviner was in charge of establishing the military strategies of the Fortune Shrine. The peerless saints didn't seem to be doing anything. Lin Feng was wondering just how strong the leader of the Fortune Shrine was. And even though he was the leader, could he compete with the other peerless saints of the Fortune Shrine? He didn't know yet. Lin Feng didn't go far. He practiced cultivation calmly. He wanted to reach the next step of his god level. A year quickly passed, and the diviner came to him and told him to change his face. He took him to meet Jun Moshi and Ho Qing Lin. They're coming too? Asked Lin Feng. There were great emperors around. They had also passed the previous exam. Yes, they are core disciples now. Take them to Diyu City. After that, let Saint Qing Yi organize everything, said the diviner. All right. Lin Feng nodded and said to Ho Qing Lin and Jun Moshi telepathically, fellow disciple, Moshi, it's me. I need to hide my real identity. Call me Mu Lin now. The two were surprised, but then they understood that if the shrines knew he was Lin Feng, they would encircle him and kill him. I transmitted you the location and map of Diyu City. You can go, said the diviner patiently. All right. Lin Feng waved, and an ancient boat appeared. It was a medium-level saint's weapon, and its speed was incredible. It was perfect for the occasion. Let's go, said Lin Feng. The group of people jumped into the boat and rapidly left. The diviner watched them leave and smiled. Qing Yi, that's all I can do for you. I hope you'll claim Diyu City. Diyu City was gigantic, and there were many incredible clans there. One of them was the Yi clan. However, the Yi clan had been completely destroyed. Only ruins were left. That's the Yi clan? When the group of people flew above the Yi clan in the boat, they were startled, as they only saw ruins. Yes, this is the place the diviner marked on the map. Something must have happened, murmured Lin Feng. A figure came out of the ruins and challenged them. Where do you come from? Who are you? Challenged Lin Feng sharply. You recognize this? Asked the person. His third eye twinkled. It looked like a fortune star. Lin Feng and the others recognized it, a Fortune Shrine's disciple. Lin Feng and the others' third eyes also twinkled. That person nodded and said, You came to help, right? The Yi clan was attacked by surprise. Come with me. All right, said Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng asked, How bad are the losses? The battles here are direct. They know we're everywhere here, so they don't try and hide. They attack directly, mostly relying on strength. We suffered severe losses. 3 of our saints died. We also lost many great emperors. It's a tragedy. The Yi clan is completely destroyed. Lin Feng and the others took a deep breath. The Yi clan had been completely destroyed. That was a tragedy indeed. How is the Fortune Shrine's disciple who's also from the Yi clan? He escaped. He feels desperate. He wants to kill the enemies. They destroyed the Yi clan because they didn't want us to have a place to stay here. They destroyed the Yi clan as an example to others, thought Lin Feng. How tragic. They had directly destroyed the Yi clan. The strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine used the Yi clan as a headquarters because a member of the Yi clan was also a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine. The Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine had decided to destroy the Yi clan to show all other clans that they better cut off ties with the Fortune Shrine. When the Yi clan was destroyed, Lin Feng and the others were already on their way. The strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine knew that, so they had one disciple hide in the ruins to receive them. The disciple took them to an ordinary yet large courtyard. It looked ordinary from the outside and didn't attract people's attention. Lin Feng sighed. The situation was difficult for the Fortune Shrine. A group of figures arrived. When they saw Lin Feng and the others, their eyes twinkled. But they looked desperate. A middle-aged man said, You're the only ones who came? Lin Feng was shocked. They were indeed only 4 saints. 3 of them were half-saints. No wonder the man was devastated and disappointed. These people wouldn't be able to change anything. Yes, you know that the fortune shrine is under pressure. Only the 4 of us could come, replied Lin Feng. Never mind. Let's go and see Officer Qing Yi, said that person turning around. During wartime, they called high-level saints officer. Saint Qing Yi was thus an officer. The middle-aged man brought Lin Feng and the others to a building in the depths of the courtyard to talk. A few people were standing there. The leader of the group was a clean and elegant middle-aged man. He looked at Lin Feng and the others and asked, Mu Lin. Greetings, Officer Qing Yi. Lin Feng replied. Mu Zhen, go in and tell them their tasks. Qing Yi told the middle-aged man, pointing at the great emperors. All right. Mu Zhen nodded and left to assign different tasks to the great emperors. You saw what happened to the Yi clan. We don't have the advantage here. If they manage to kill us, they'll take control over Diyu City, said Qing Yi to Lin Feng. I'm touched and impressed you came at such a moment, but you have to be prepared psychologically. This war is very dangerous. I understand, said Lin Feng. It was a battle to death. Officer Qing Yi, how many saints are left on our side here? 3 high-level saints, they aren't injured. 7 low-level saints. 17 half-saints, and that's including you guys, said Qing Yi to Lin Feng. Our enemies have joined hands. They have 4 high-level saints, 18 low-level saints, and 36 half-saints. Has anything changed? Yes, they now control a few clans who have already submitted. They also took some of their strong cultivators to make them participate in the battles, said Qing Yi. The enemies didn't have fewer fighters, they had even more. I understand, said Lin Feng. Why did the diviner only send for people? It would have been better not to send anyone at all, spoke up the woman next to Qing Yi. She looked heroic and valiant in her armor, but also annoyed. She was initially very happy. She had thought the Fortune Shrine would send many strong cultivators. In the end, they had sent only 4 saints. You know perfectly well how the situation of the Fortune Shrine is. Don't be angry, you're too old for that. Tell Mu Lin and the others more about the situation of the shrine. Qing Yi ordered the woman. You nodded. Even though she was annoyed, she knew things were complicated for the shrine. Come with me. You told Lin Feng and the others. They moved over in front of a golden map. It was a map of Diyu City. Mu Lin, we're here now, said Mu, pointing at place on the map. Lin Feng's heart twitched. They were stuck in a corner. This territory is already occupied by the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine. Here, it's the Hong clan, here the Lung clan. They are present in those 9 places. They have probably dispatched great emperors everywhere in Diyu City. First to see what's going everywhere, and second because they are about to take control over the whole city. This map is small, so it's as if they had already taken over the whole city, but Diyu City is gigantic. They're still not all together in one place, said Lin Feng. The 9 places they occupy already have teleportation portals. They can teleport themselves everywhere in the twinkling of an eye. They also have many empty space deployment talismans. Therefore, they dispersed in 9 different places because they know they can easily meet anywhere. So attacking them is useless, as they will directly converge and attack us, said Mu. No wonder with the empty space shrine, said Jun Moshi. It didn't look good for them. We can do the same. Give me some time and I'll make some teleportation deployment talismans, said Lin Feng. You can make teleportation talismans? Asked Mu. Yes, I can, said Lin Feng nodded. Making talismans was easy for him at his cultivation level, and he also controlled empty space type original strength. Therefore, his teleportation talismans were definitely going to be good. Good news then. If you can make teleportation talismans, even if they encircle us, if we use the talismans before they seal the area around us, we'll be fine. If we want to seal the area around them, they'll also use teleportation talismans immediately. No wonder. We didn't have the advantage from the beginning, thought Lin Feng. You showed them where they could stay. Lin Feng made some talismans for a few days. He gave them to everybody, relieving them greatly. They hadn't felt so assured for a while, but still they couldn't gain the advantage. "MOU, come with me," Lin Feng said to MOU. Her eyes twinkling, she followed Lin Feng. As they arrived in front of the golden map, Lin Feng showed her the Hong clan and said, "They have 18 low-level saints. They occupy 9 places. Therefore, each of their places has around 2 low-level saints. Let's go and destroy one of their territories. We can only attack once by surprise, and if we do, they'll be very vigilant. They might even chase us." "It's a bad choice," said MOU, shaking her head. "Don't exaggerate. The 5 of us can go, that's more than enough," said Lin Feng. MOU was stupefied. "The 5 of us?" She glanced at Jun Moshi and Ho Ching Lin. If the 5 of them went, it'd be extremely dangerous, and they would definitely not be able to defeat their opponents. "Indeed, the 5 of us, you don't trust me?" said Lin Feng to MOU. "It's not that, but we're such a small force we can't do anything," said MOU, frowning. "Let's try and see. Don't forget, we also have very powerful deployment talismans. You tried one, we can use them and leave instantly," said Lin Feng, smiled. "Don't worry. I am not going to put my life at stake recklessly." MOU was surprised. She looked at him and said, "All right, Mulin, what kind of strength do you control?" "It's quite complex to explain." "You?" asked Lin Feng. "Empty space, ceiling strength, and world creation," replied MOU. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as MOU continued talking. "But it's not very useful. We don't have many people, so our enemies won't let us escape. And if we aren't able to destroy them quickly, even if they're weaker than us, they'll call their friends and they'll be there instantly, and then we'll be in danger. I know what to do. So just tell me, will you help or not?" asked Lin Feng, staring at MOU. MOU's eyes glittered, and she nodded. "I'll try and help you." "All right, let's go to the Lung clan first," said Lin Feng. He turned around and started walking away. MOU hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so determined. She followed him and asked, "Why the Lung clan?" "There can never be too much subterfuge in war," said Lin Feng calmly. He left the building and they flew into the air. After they left, 3 people appeared in the building, one of them Saint Qing Yi. He watched them leave and smiled. "That's the boy all the shrines want. I wonder if he can prove himself on the battlefield of Diyu City. Maradeva had him come to Diyu City. He has something in mind. Maybe that it's to pave the way for him," whispered the person next to him. They knew that Mu Lin was Lin Feng. The Lung clan was a clan in Diyu City. They were very strong. 2 people in the Lung clan were seated under a pavilion in the garden, playing chess. Some people were standing next to them and watching. "How long do you think we'll need to take over Diyu City?" asked a middle-aged man wearing a fire robe, while putting down his piece. "I'm sure it's feasible within 3 years, if they don't hide the whole time," replied his opponent. He was wearing fine golden clothes, and was also a middle-aged man. They were strong cultivators from the Empty Space Shrine and the Fire Shrine. The Lung clan was one of the territories they had taken over. "I bet we'll need less than 3 years," said the Fire Shrine saint. "Last time we already taught them a good lesson. If we have another opportunity to do the same a second time, they'll leave of their own free will. I would prefer it if they stayed here forever," laughed the Empty Space Shrine's strong cultivator, laughing. He suddenly frowned and said, "There's Sword Chi." The Fire Shrine's strong cultivator also sensed it. His eyes glittered as he heard a sound in the distance. Sword lights flew past his shoulder. Breaking and snapping sounds spread in the air. The ancient palace next to them crackled. A fissure appeared, and with a loud roar, the palace exploded. A huge trail appeared on the ground leading right through it. "Everybody, get ready to fight. Inform the other military bases, and activate the teleportation portals," said someone coldly. They released their godly awareness as they rose up into the air. A few sword lights descended from the sky and moved in different directions. More fissures appeared on the ground. The saints in the sky looked furious. The Fortune Shrine was there to get their revenge? "Only one person is attacking," said the Fire Shrine saint. "Watch out and remain vigilant." Wait for the others to teleport here and then we'll act together, said another cultivator. Very quickly, the deployment portals twinkled and figures appeared. Saint's strength filled the air. They moved forwards but paused when they saw a figure in the sky. He was smiling icily as he said, "Scoundrels, members of the Lung clan, listen to me. The Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine decided to completely destroy the clan where the disciples of the Fortune Shrine were. They are cruel and decided to act with utter disregard for principles. We will definitely get our revenge. From now on, if you continue cooperating with them, we'll have no choice but to destroy you." Another sword light streaked across the sky, and a valley appeared through the very middle of the Lung clan. The crowd was astonished. What a disaster for them. The shrines were almost better off than those clans. Capture him, some people flickered. They broke their deployment talismans and appeared around Lin Feng. However, at the same time, Lin Feng disappeared. All that remained was some pale, undulating energy. Deployment talisman? The group of strong cultivators frowned in astonishment. One of them said, "Follow the empty space strength and chase him. He's alone. I don't think he disappeared." The one who had just talked also disappeared, following Lin Feng. He reappeared somewhere else in the sky, but then frowned. The undulating strength seemed to be even farther, which meant Lin Feng was even farther away. He broke another deployment talisman. The group of people chased Lin Feng as fast as they could, but in the end, they still didn't find him. "Inform the other bases and tell them to be careful. The Fortune Shrine is attacking us by surprise. Tell them the members of the Fortune Shrine also have teleportation deployment talismans," said a strong cultivator. Everybody started contacting other people. Even though they hadn't lost any cultivators, it made them feel very nervous, especially since the enemy had tried to scare the clans of Du City by saying they would destroy them if they collaborated with the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine. Very quickly, the saints of the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine received messages about what had happened in the Lung clan. They had been attacked by surprise, so they had to be careful. The sky of Du City turned rosy red. It was a beautiful sight. Outside of the Hong clan, a group was walking in the direction of the Hong clan. Some people were staring at them. Threads of godly awareness appeared in front of them as they asked the group icily, "Who are you?" "Fortune Shrine's members," said Lin Feng smiled. The person who had just asked him that looked shocked. But then threads of death intent pierced through his body and he collapsed. More threads of godly awareness appeared, but Lin Feng also released his godly awareness, covering the sky of the Hong clan. "I'll be right back," said Lin Feng, breaking a deployment talisman. He reappeared somewhere else in the sky. Underneath him was a shimmering teleportation portal. A terrifying sword chi descended from the sky. Sword strength condensed all around him and slashed through the teleportation portal. "Stop him!" A group of people moved towards Lin Feng. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng icily. He moved towards the teleportation portal, sword lights showering down. There was a loud explosion as the portal was blown apart. What a powerful attack! The guards were astonished. The teleportation portal was extremely resilient. Low-level saints couldn't break it, but he had. How scary. "World," said a voice icily. A gigantic light curtain appeared in the sky and surrounded the area. It was a sealing world strength. 5 people, 2 low-level saints. The group of strong cultivators glanced at the intruders and finally saw them clearly. They didn't use any deployment talismans. They used deployment talismans only when they faced enemies stronger than them. Since Lin Feng and the others weren't stronger, they didn't elect to escape. "Hong Dong Lu, you and I fight against him. You guys fight against the others," said an Empty Space Shrine's low-level saint, staring at Lin Feng. That guy's sword attacks were powerful. 2 low-level saints had to join hands to fight against him. He let the Fire Shrine's low-level saints fight against the woman. In total, there were 3 low-level saints and 6 half-saints there. "Finish them as quickly as you can," said Lin Feng. Even though he had destroyed the teleportation portal, enemies could also come quickly. They had to fight and solve the issue fast. Lin Feng looked at Hong Dong Lu. That guy was probably a saint of the Hong clan. which meant that he was unlikely to be very strong. Lin Feng shot towards Hong Donglu, faster than the other would really believe. "Illusion," said Lin Feng. Hong Donglu was astonished. Illusion. Illusion strength filled the air, but he didn't feel like he was appearing in an illusion. Nothing happened. The low-level saint of the empty space shrine threw a golden hand at Lin Feng, trying to grab him directly. Lin Feng slapped the air in front of him, and energies rolled out towards the golden hand. The space around them shook violently. It contained earth strength, and it was becoming more and more powerful. When it collided with the hand, the gigantic empty space hand exploded into pieces. "Hong Donglu, die," said Lin Feng, pointing at Hong Donglu. Hong Donglu withdrew, but sensed that he was slowing down. Lin Feng had released slow strength onto him and condensed fast strength in his finger. Hong Donglu looked a bit surprised. "Die," said Lin Feng. Hong Donglu was astonished. Lin Feng hadn't even gotten close to him and he was already attacking? "Be careful," Hong Donglu heard. He was stunned. Something was ripping through his brain. His face paled as he stared at Lin Feng. He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? His brain exploded and he fell from the sky. He didn't even know how he had died. It was an attack Lin Feng had practiced for years. He created an illusion, but the enemy didn't know he was in an illusion. It was as if nothing changed around them, and then suddenly, Lin Feng was in front of them. Now Lin Feng had improved the attack because he had condensed even more sorts of original strength in his finger. The attack was shapeless, invisible, and intangible. The strong cultivators of the empty space shrine were astonished. How could a low-level saint have been so careless? Lin Feng had definitely used a terrifying attack. "Break free from this territory and disperse," said the low-level saint of the empty space shrine. They had to act promptly. They wanted to give up. He didn't feel like fighting against Lin Feng, even if he was holding a saint's weapon. After the strong cultivator of the empty space shrine said that, their group moved back and dispersed. The one who initially wanted to fight against Lin Feng was holding a halberd with 3 blades. Strength emerged from it. It was a space-lacerating halberd. It could cut apart space. Against people, it was quite efficient too. It could chop them up quickly. The cultivator attacked Mo's sealed world with the space-lacerating halberd. Fissures appeared and the world's strength dispersed. But after that, the crowd sensed the space tremble. They had the impression they were going to explode. Mou was bathing in starlights, and suddenly the space turned into a star world, shattering the spatial ties. After the seal broke, dazzling stars appeared and surrounded everybody. "Let's end the battle quickly, otherwise their people will rush over," said Mou. She looked nervous. Lin Feng had destroyed their teleportation portal, but the enemies who weren't there would realize it soon enough and then would rush over. Mou and the others couldn't waste time. "I understand," said Lin Feng. He then moved towards the empty space shrine strong cultivator who was holding the space-lacerating halberd. At the same time, Ho Qinglin and the others also charged towards their enemies. 2 people who had just become saints moved towards Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin released reincarnation strength, startling them. Reincarnation strength was rare. Reincarnation lights appeared as Ho Qinglin released sword strength. 6 star-like lights appeared. The atmosphere was explosive. The reincarnation strength was corroding it. 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma. The 2 cultivators' faces paled. That was the intent of the 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma. One of them raised his fist and threw a punch in Ho Qinglin's direction. The space turned into a gigantic fire giant. Its gigantic hand shot towards Ho Qinglin. Ho Qinglin raised his hand and reincarnation lights surrounded the giant and corroded its body away. At the same time, he grunted coldly and raised both fists. The 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma surrounded the 2 cultivators, and they screamed, panic-stricken. One of them had half of his body stuck in the reincarnation strength, the upper half of his body still flailing outside. How could a half-saint be so strong? His saint's technique is already incredible. A really strong cultivator must have transmitted that saint's technique to him, shouted one of them anxiously. Ho Qinglin attacked again. 6 beam of lights intertwined in the space and attacked 2 enemies. My 6 great karma wheel division's attack is a billionth of my teacher's attack, thought Ho Ching Lin, sighing. After becoming a core disciple of the Fortune Shrine, he had left with the Reincarnation priest who had taught him a lot. In the end, Ho Ching Lin had acknowledged him as a teacher, not differently from his 2 teachers. His teacher had then taught him the 6 great karma wheel division's attack, but Ho Ching Lin's attack was much weaker. Ho Ching Lin had seen his teacher use the 6 great karma wheel divisions. When his teacher used it, the earth and the sky emitted sad and plaintive cries. Could destroy entire populations, nobody could escape. Ho Ching Lin hadn't even been able to see the intent inside because it was so complex. Ho Ching Lin jumped forwards and killed him. At the same time, Lin Feng's god's sword penetrated into the empty space shrine's low-level saint's forehead and killed him. The fire shrine's low-level saint against whom MOU was fighting was the only one left, and that battle wasn't difficult for MOU. At that moment, breaking sounds came from outside, alerting them. Oh no! MOU's face changed drastically. The others arrived. They're attacking my sealed world. The fire shrine's low-level saint retreated. The others moved back to the edge of the sealed world. If the sealed world broke apart, they'd be able to leave safely. Then they'd counterattack and surround them. Everybody, come. Let's get ready to disperse, said MOU. They gathered together. If the sealed world broke apart, they'd all leave together. It's not that easy. They may have sealed the area outside, said Lin Feng. MOU looked worried. Those people were really fast. But even if they did, those people are, at most, those who were near the Hong Clan stationary base. So we don't have anything to fear, said Lin Feng. He took out a spear, a medium-level saint's weapon. If he used his 2 other saint's weapons, people would recognize him. He had to use a different kind of saint's weapon. The long spear shot towards the fire shrine's low-level saint, who glared at Lin Feng anxiously. The fire shrine's strong cultivator was desperate. 2 low-level saints had already been killed by Lin Feng. He was scared. He condensed fire original strength, and the space around him started burning as fire giants appeared all around him. At the same time, a fire god appeared around him, bathing him in flames. The earth and the sky started burning too, turning everything glaring red. Die! He shouted furiously. The fire giants stretched out their hands at Lin Feng. So many hands appeared all around Lin Feng. A terrifying, absorbing strength emerged from his spear. The fire turned into a beam of light and was drawn into the spear. The spear turned bright red. That saint's weapon contains absorbing strength. The fire shrine's strong cultivator pulled a long face. A terrifying dragon appeared and absorbed the energies around him. The spear continued absorbing the fire strength, and the fire giants slowed down as Lin Feng released slow strength. Lin Feng turned into a beam of light. He threw his spear and condensed fast strength in it. It was impossible to follow it with the eye. The fire shrine's saint screamed defiantly. The giant behind him threw out his hand. Die, said Lin Feng. His spear shot towards the other's third eye. The fire shrine's strong cultivator was astonished. He couldn't believe it his eyes. How was this possible? Flames invaded the space around him. He was bathing in flames, but he had no time to release his full strength. His attack vanished into nothing. Lin Feng's slow and fast strengths were incredible, and when he used such attacks against half-saints, they couldn't do anything at all. They just died instantly. How strong! MOU shivered when she saw Lin Feng. She had hopes again. Maybe this Mu Lin could really change things in Diyu City. At that moment, her sealed world broke apart, and a group of people appeared outside. When they saw that their allies had disappeared inside, they were shocked. Come with me, said Lin Feng. He released fast strength which surrounded the whole group, and they shot away. Lin Feng released earth and empty space original strength and condensed it into his spear. He accelerated and reached his maximum speed. Let's go. Lin Feng and the others sensed a terrifying energy fill the air in the distance. They broke talismans and disappeared. As expected, they have deployment talismans. The strong cultivators didn't chase them. as the strongest cultivators of the Hong clan had been killed. Very quickly, even more people gathered and pulled long faces. One of their stationary bases had been destroyed by their enemy, and none of their soldiers were left. We need to inform the 4 other officers that a strong cultivator has shown up. He can easily kill low-level saints in a short time, and even destroy a stationary base, said one of them. They had to think of ways to protect themselves. They couldn't let the same thing happen again. Lin Feng and Mou arrived somewhere else. They had already used several deployment talismans. Once they were far enough away, they felt relieved. The enemies had 4 high-level saints, after all. They couldn't protect themselves against those terrifying cultivators. Phew! Mou took a deep breath. She was still wearing her armor and looking graceful in it. She smiled and stared at Lin Feng. "What?" asked Lin Feng, smiling. "I want to get to know you," said Mou, smiling. She put out her hand and smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and shook her hand freely. At the level of low-level saints, killing enemies is extremely difficult, even if the difference in strength is big. Usually, those who are defeated have the choice to escape. However, today you proved me wrong. Your attacks looked ordinary, but you easily killed the enemy with them, even though they were at the same cultivation level as you. From now on, I'll stay with you, said Mou. She knew that what Lin Feng had done was extraordinary. She had also been amazed by Ho Qinglin. He was just a half-saint, but his attacks were incredible, worthy of a legendary priest's disciple. His identity was extraordinary. Ho Qinglin had come with Lin Feng, and Lin Feng looked like the leader. She could imagine that Lin Feng had a particular status in the fortune shrine. Following me can be dangerous. If the high-level saints had come a moment ago, it wouldn't have been fun. It was the first time, next time will be difficult. We can't use the same strategy again, said Lin Feng. Mou was impressed and nodded. Indeed, they had killed 3 low-level saints at once. It was a splendid and glorious victory, but it wouldn't happen again. So what do we do next? Asked Mou. If they couldn't attack by surprise anymore, what could they do? I don't know. I need to think, said Lin Feng. Yes, everyone should think, said Ho Qinglin, nodding. What if we disappeared for some time and came back at some point? Asked Mou. She was nervous. No, said one of the cultivators with them, shaking his head. Yanqing, what's your idea? Asked Lin Feng. Yanqing had passed the exam at the same time as Jun Emoshi and Ho Qinglin. He was also extremely strong. We should fish in troubled waters and reap benefit from confusion. The more confused the enemies are, the more chances we have to achieve what we want. If they are calm and serene, they will have time to set up a great defense strategy, and we won't be able to do anything anymore, said Yanqing, shaking his head. I have an idea, but it's dangerous. Tell us then, said Lin Feng. Master Mu Lin, you're a low-level saint, you kill strong cultivators of the same level quickly. Master Mou and Ho Qinglin can kill half-saints quickly. Jun Emoshi and I can't do that. Jun Emoshi and I can become bait. We can feign an attack. Then when someone discovers us, we escape. It's a sensitive period, they definitely don't have a great strategy yet. They must be badly organized right now. It's an opportunity for you, but that strategy requires lots of deployment talismans to escape, and it's also very dangerous, said Yanqing. Lin Feng and the others looked thoughtful. I don't think it's that dangerous. It's only dangerous for those who get attacked by surprise, said Jun Emoshi. After attacking, they could leave immediately. You can do that, I'll attack alone, said Lin Feng to the people. No. If there are many people, we can all disperse and move in different directions, which would be good to distract them. If you're alone, they might set a trap and catch you. There are many saints from the empty space shrine among our enemies. They are experts at controlling empty space energy. They can seal the area any time, said Ho Qinglin, shaking his head. He didn't want to let Lin Feng take risks alone. It's precisely the reason why I think it's the best if I attack alone. The more people we are, the more dangerous it gets for us, said Lin Feng. Don't worry. My goal is only to kill a low-level saint. We can slowly kill their low-level saints, and then at some point, they'll have as many low-level saints as us. Then we won't be in a weak position anymore. Are you worried about me? Said Lin Feng smiling. Let's do it like that. All right, I agree, said MOU. What do you want me to do? Feign an attack? Or attack? I'll just listen to you. My life is your hands. All right? I'll protect you then, said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Since they had already attacked by surprise once, they couldn't attack a second time by surprise, so Lin Feng hoped the strategy would work. He hoped he'd manage to kill a low-level saint, and 2 would be even better. Where do we act? Asked Yanqing. The Lung clan. Last time we went there, but didn't take anything from them. This time it has to change. Lin Feng grinned nastily. The others nodded. All right, said Yanqing. They were all extraordinary people, otherwise they wouldn't have passed. They admired Lin Feng though. He could make deployment talismans, he had incredible fighting abilities, even MOU admired and respected him. All right, let's do it then, dear friends, said Lin Feng smiling. We're done with the details, I think. Should we go? All right. Everybody agreed. They wanted to help Lin Feng kill a low-level saint, at least one, and if they succeeded, the Fortune Shrine would feel less pressured. It was dawn in Diyu City. After what had happened on the previous evening, the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine were extremely nervous, and even the Lang clan was nervous. They had been attacked on the day before, but luckily, they hadn't lost any saint, just some face. But the Lang clan didn't know what to do. They were occupied by shrines. What could they do? They couldn't say anything. Even if they hoped the shrines would change their stationary base, they couldn't say anything. The continent of the 9 Clouds was in a state of chaos. All the clans had their own ideas and none wanted to be destroyed. The relations they had with other groups was complex. A few li away from the gate of the Lung clan, someone appeared, walking slowly. That person was wearing ordinary clothes, a hat, and looked like a tourist. It was Lin Feng about to attack the Lung clan. He had gotten prepared. MOU and the others were going to attack the Lung clan by surprise, and then Lin Feng would attack once the situation was chaotic and try to kill a low-level saint. That was his plan. But as Lin Feng got closer to the Lung clan, he didn't feel safe. The sensation was becoming more and more intense. That kind of feeling, it's the intuition I get because of the Celestial Dao Destiny technique. Could be dangerous, thought Lin Feng, frowning. He didn't feel relaxed at all and acted promptly. He took out a talisman and said, "Plan cancelled. Disperse. We're about to attack. How could we give up?" replied MOU. At that moment, an attack descended from the sky and attacked the Lang clan. Disperse, Junimo Shi, fellow disciple, Yanqing, disperse, said Lin Feng, contacting everyone personally. Lin Feng realized that the ground under his feet was golden. Lights surrounded his body. Those lights surrounded everybody li away, including the members of the Lung clan. What a powerful attack. The atmosphere is becoming chaotic. Only a high-level saint could do that, thought Lin Feng. He was petrified. He took out a deployment talisman and broke it. However, he didn't disappear. The atmosphere around him was in chaos. He couldn't control anything. Lin Feng pulled a long face. This deployment spell could constrict deployment talismans. MOU realized that too. MOU was stupefied. This time, they hadn't destroyed the teleportation portal. The situation was extremely dangerous. Officer Qing Yi, we're in the Lung clan and we're in danger. Help us. MOU sensed danger and immediately contacted Qing Yi. The Lung clan's teleportation portal kept flashing. Qi filled the air. MOU saw strong cultivators moving towards them. Go! Shouted MOU urgently. Jun Mo Shi, Ho Qing Lin, and Qing Lin dispersed. Come here. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. It was Lin Feng, riding a saint's weapon. MOU was stupefied and said, "Moron! Who told you to show yourself?" Lin Feng smiled at the angry MOU and said, "You're the moron. I told you I'd protect you." He shot towards Ho Qing Lin and said, "Come here." Ho Qing Lin, Jun Mo Shi, and Yanqing weren't very strong. If they stayed alone, they would be in danger, especially if they couldn't use deployment talismans. They wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng's boat moved extremely quickly. He didn't intend to battle at all and flew away. However, they saw talismans appeared in front of them. A dazzling golden wall appeared and flashed unceasingly before them. Break! Lin Feng threw his spear at the wall. It hit hard, but only a small hole appeared. It wasn't big enough. Lin Feng and the others pulled long faces. Bad luck. Their 3 high-level saints seemed to know a lot about deployment spells. After what happened in the Hong clan, they cast such a gigantic deployment spell, and now we're inside it, said Mou. She was very nervous. If the high-level saints attacked them, they'd die quickly. They didn't stand a chance against high-level saints. The difference between them and low-level saints was gigantic. They're not in a rush. They're gathering strong cultivators. They don't want to take the risk to attack alone, said Ho Ching Lin, turning his head around and gazing into the distance. Their enemies knew they couldn't escape. After what had happened in the Hong clan, their enemies had seen how strong they were. If they could kill low-level saints in such a short time, they couldn't afford taking risks. They had to be very vigilant. The high-level saints haven't shown up yet, Lin Feng said coldly when he saw that strong cultivators were gathering. More than 10 low-level saints. Even if their high-level saints don't come, we will all die. Unless our people arrive in time, whispered Mou pulling a long face. Did you contact them? Lin Feng asked her. Of course, I don't want to die, said Mou. I know why the high-level saints didn't show up, asked Yanqing. Mou gazed into the distance. The fire shrine and the empty space shrine want to kill us all in one strike, said Yanqing. They guessed the fortune shrine was going to send people to help us, so they thought of a solution to stop them. If it were me, I wouldn't miss that opportunity. Lin Feng nodded. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine and the empty space shrine held the numeric advantage. They had 4 high-level saints, the fortune shrine only had 3. So even if all their low-level saints showed up, it wouldn't change anything since their enemies had more high-level saints. A dozen low-level saints is enough to get rid of us. What should we do now? Said Mou. The enemies could already put pressure on them. Mou, seal the 3 of them within a sealed world, Lin Feng said to her. Mou was startled and protested. You're crazy. There are a dozen low-level saints there. All of them have powerful saints' techniques, and they all have saints' weapons. Trust me, said Lin Feng. At that moment he looked so calm it was scary. Ho Ching Lin and the others couldn't fight against low-level saints. That's why Lin Feng asked Mou to put them in a sealed world. All right, said Mou. She looked gloomy. When she saw how determined Lin Feng looked, she sealed their allies in a world. During the battle, get ready to release even more sealing strength. Try to seal me and as few people as possible in the same world, Lin Feng said to Mou telepathically. Mou's eyes twinkled. She was surprised, but replied, All right, I understand. Stay away for now, I will stay in the front, said Lin Feng, flashing forwards. Their enemies were surprised at his bravery. Mu Lin, be careful, Mou called out. She was extremely nervous. If she wasn't mistaken, the high-level saints of the opposite army had probably gone to fight against the high-level saints of the Fortune Shrine. That way, even if the high-level saints of the Fortune Shrine wanted to come and help, they couldn't. It was a very dangerous situation, as Lin Feng and Mou couldn't escape. At least, she was convinced it was impossible. Lin Feng was firmly holding his spear. He had already fought against many low-level saints in the past in the Star World, but then the 9 bestial saints were the most powerful of enemies. They disdained the examinees. Of course, at that moment, even though his enemies were not as strong as the bestial saints, they were still very strong, but Lin Feng was also really strong himself. Lin Feng raised his spear and a special chi appeared. Original strength filled the air. Be careful, the space contains illusion original strength. That guy can make people believe nothing has happened. We need to join hands and kill him as quickly as possible, said a strong cultivator of the empty space shrine. His eyes were golden, as if he could see through all things. A dazzling light filled the air. It contained saint strength. All sorts of original strengths started rising up in the air and stirring restlessly. The space started shaking. An invisible and intangible wind started blowing. But in the end, those whirlwinds all moved towards Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted a strong cultivator extremely loudly. Dazzling golden lights streaked across the sky and turned into cage. Lin Feng was inside. At the same time, above Lin Feng, a gigantic hand appeared and descended from the sky with a rumble of thunder, flames blazing around it. It looked like a burning mountain falling from the sky, red as blood and fire. It burned away all the qi in its way. A sharp golden sword also shot towards Lin Feng. Mu Lin. Mou's face paled. The saints' attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The low-level saints didn't get close to him, but they used their most powerful attacks to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng flashed away and released a terrifying heavy strength. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. It was difficult to breathe. "Slow," said Lin Feng. Everything around him became slow. Then, Lin Feng put his spear in front of him. Illusory shadows appeared with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ancient imprints appeared around them, and the golden cage tore apart. At the same time, the heavy strength turned into ancient imprints and struck all the attacks around him. Some attacks continued moving towards him. Lin Feng raised his spear again and spun it. An explosive qi emerged from his spear. The gigantic fire hand crackled, and Lin Feng stabbed the hand with his spear. He looked like a warlord, a god of war. "Mou, get ready to seal me and him in another space so that others can't influence me," said Lin Feng telepathically. Mou nodded. Lin Feng was even stronger than she had thought. He controlled many sorts of original strengths. "All right, but against those people's attacks, my world strength is not very useful. They will be able to break it in a few seconds," said Mou to Lin Feng. She had to tell him clearly, otherwise things would be even more dangerous for Lin Feng. A small mistake could lead to his death. "A few seconds is enough," replied Lin Feng. Mou looked at him admiringly. She was confident he could help. Interesting. At that moment, a saint looked at Lin Feng as if he were prey. He didn't hurry to attack. Lin Feng was very strong, so they had to be careful. The best thing was to disperse a little so that their attacks wouldn't have an impact on their allies. They had to get closer to Lin Feng to kill him by using their most powerful saint's techniques. They had to act quickly, too. "Empty space, Barry," said a voice coldly. Empty space strength suddenly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried to move, but the strength constricted him. He was stuck in a small and narrow empty space tunnel, and the empty space energy was corroding his body. Lin Feng's eyes glittered as he glanced at an old man with golden eyes. He was a powerful low-level saint of the empty space shrine. Lin Feng was surrounded and buried by empty space strength. He understood that if the old man was a high-level saint, he would have crushed him instantly, especially if his empty space strength had reached the maximum level. However, the old man was still very strong. Lin Feng's spear contained a powerful absorbing strength. He raised it, and it started absorbing the empty space strength around him furiously. The empty space strength went wild. The golden-eyed old man was startled, his eyes flaring. He raised his hand and an empty space tower appeared above Lin Feng. "Go in," said the old man coldly. The empty space tower descended towards Lin Feng. At the same time, more empty space strength surrounded Lin Feng and constricted him. A saint's weapon. Lin Feng was impressed. It was an extremely powerful saint's weapon that could imprison people. There was definitely a world inside. When the others saw that, they didn't hurry to attack Lin Feng. If the old man managed to capture Lin Feng in his tower, they wouldn't need to continue fighting. Mu Lin, that guy's name is Suyu. He's a very powerful low-level saint. He is also enigmatic and unfathomable. That tower is called the Holy Imprisoning Pagoda. It's a medium-level saint's weapon, said Mou, her face stiff. The strong cultivator against whom Lin Feng was fighting was famous. His attacks and his holy imprisoning pagoda were fearsome. "Get ready to seal. When I tell you, seal him and me in the same world," replied Lin Feng telepathically. Mou was amazed. This guy was so self-confident. She ground her teeth and released an incredible qi. She said, "All right, When you need me to do it, just tell me. I'm ready. It'll last for a few seconds. That's enough, replied Lin Feng. He released a terrifying sword energy, and the empty space strength which surrounded him crackled and broke apart. He eyed the holy imprisoning pagoda. It was dazzling, and the space around it was chaotic. The holy imprisoning pagoda moved towards Lin Feng, but it couldn't get any closer. Lin Feng had used his great empty space technique. He could use it not only on his own body, but on other things as well. Lin Feng raised his spear. Suyu saw a rising dragon. His heart twitched. Was he dreaming? It looked so real. He's using an illusion. Suyu was startled. Lin Feng said to Mou, "Start." Mou nodded. Suddenly, stars appeared around Lin Feng and Suyu, and the others' faces changed. "Oh no, kill him." After that, they moved towards the star world together and attacked. At the same time, Lin Feng jumped forwards. It looked like he was walking slowly. But actually, during those few milliseconds, his illusion was corroding his enemy's soul. Suyu retreated, covered with cold sweat. Suddenly, another dragon moved towards him and opened its mouth. Suyu released as many empty space lights as he could, trying to crush the dragon even if it was an illusion. However, at the moment the dragon pierced through the empty space strength and turned into a spear, it continued moving towards Suyu faster than the eye. Suyu didn't have time to react. He was trembling as a wound appeared on his third eye and blood splashed. Lin Feng waved his hands and sliced into his enemy's forehead, dispersing his soul. Mou was astonished and trembled. Lin Feng had killed a saint again. The attack looked similar to his finger attack. The enemy had hallucinated, and then Lin Feng had killed him without giving him time to react. He was just too fast. The ceiling strength broke apart, and the others saw that Suyu was dead. They were astonished and had chills. That guy had killed Suyu in the blink of an eye. They knew how strong Suyu was. They had to do something against Lin Feng. When the sealed world disappeared, they all charged towards him. They wanted to crush Lin Feng. Slow. Lin Feng released as much slow strength as he could to slow them down. It was as if time and space had stopped around them. However, Lin Feng still felt under pressure. An empty space hand imprint crashed onto his body. He couldn't stop it, and he coughed blood. He looked furious. Many Lin Fengs appeared all around and moved in every direction. "Earth burial," said someone coldly. Earth original strength filled the air. Meteorites started falling from the sky. Many of Lin Feng's clones were destroyed. A strong wind started blowing and swept out. More clones exploded. Suddenly, all the strong cultivators saw a different landscape, a dream created by Lin Feng. Then, they all had the impression he was running towards them personally to attack them. The cultivator against whom Lin Feng was really attacking was a middle-aged man. He controlled empty space original strength and two other kinds of original strength. He was very dangerous. "Mou!" shouted Lin Feng. Mou released another sealed star world. Lin Feng and the middle-aged man appeared in a sealed world. Lin Feng was close to him, so sealing them together was easy. "Oh no!" The others suddenly sensed sealing strength and came back to their senses. They looked at Mou and said, "Kill that woman first." They suddenly started flying towards Mou. She was astonished and grimaced. She raised her hand and took out a stick. It was a star stick. "Break!" shouted Mou. She was extremely sad to do that. Her stick exploded and turned into gigantic stars. The stars turned into a firmly sealed ball with her inside. Powerful attacks bombarded her sealed star world. It crackled, however, it didn't break. It was extremely resistant. She used a medium-level saint's weapon. "We'll have to attack a few times to break it," said someone. At the same time, they continued attacking her sealed star world unceasingly. Dozens of powerful attacks continued bombarding it. There was a crack of thunder as the star world broke. Mou's face paled. She wasn't as strong as Lin Feng, and she didn't control several sorts of original strength like him who could use slow, fast, and empty space strengths. So many low-level saints surrounded her, they could easily kill her. "You want to die?" sneered a voice coldly. It sounded like the voice of a demon. The crowd sensed a terrifying strength invade the space behind them. A cultivator was moving towards MOU. He raised his hand. Explosive energies appeared around him. MOU looked devastated and hopeless. Was she really going to die? Slash, slash. Blood splashed on MOU's face. She closed her eyes. She sensed a terrifying sword chi. When she opened her eyes, she saw a terrifying and dazzling sword chi floating in front of her. It was protecting her. Mu Lin was in the distance and surrounded by demon energies. He was holding a demon halberd and looked like an ancient demon. There was a low-level saint's corpse hanging on the tip of the halberd. Great demon halberd of desolation. A strong cultivator of the fire shrine stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. His face paled as he looked at Lin Feng and said, It's you, Lin Feng." "It's me," said Lin Feng. His eyes turned black. It seemed like anything could drown in those eyes. They were filled with murder. He said coldly, "Today you're going to die." Pitch-black light beams emerged from his eyes. The whole crowd had the impression they were falling into an abyssal black hole. The one who had just recognized Lin Feng didn't even have time to react. Lin Feng beheaded him with his great demon halberd of desolation. He looked astonished as he died unwillingly. "Let's go!" shouted the others desperately. They wanted to leave the illusion. 5 low-level saints were left on their side, and they didn't dare fight anymore. They were too scared. "Where are you going?" That voice seemed to come from the great demon halberd of desolation, and demons appeared all around. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards. He looked like a demon god. His enemies looked hopeless and dispirited. They had the impression they were carrying the whole world on their shoulders. How could they fight? Strong cultivators kept dying one after the other. They either disappeared or their corpses fell down to the ground when Lin Feng attacked them with his great demon halberd of desolation. You looked at the guy who looked like a demon god. That was Lin Feng, a cultivator many people talked about often in the Fortune Shrine. Lin Feng put his great demon halberd of desolation away, and his demon energies dispersed as his god sword went back into his hand. He looked at MOU and said, "What's wrong?" MOU was still stunned. Lin Feng looked normal again, but his voice made her heart tremble. She couldn't calm down. She finally shook her head and replied, "Nothing. But this area is still a deployment spell cast by a high-level saint. We can't break it. What do we do?" Ho Ching Lin and Jun She came out next to them. She had released them already. They were all astonished by Lin Feng's abilities, especially Yan Qing. He hadn't thought Lin Feng was so strong. The area is sealed. The others probably didn't think Lin Feng would be so strong and could kill a dozen low-level saints. But their allies will quickly find out they all died. "If high-level saints come, we're doomed," said Yan Qing. At that moment, many people who had just become saints appeared in the distance, but they stayed far away. They had seen the tragic battle a moment before. Lin Feng had killed everyone. "They already told their allies about it," said Ho Ching Lin, glancing at those people. "We need to find a solution." "I'll go and try," said Lin Feng. Then he said to MOU, "You take care of those half-saints." "All right." MOU nodded. She was a low-level saint. She could easily destroy half-saints, even if there were a lot of them. Lin Feng took his boat and flew to the edge of the deployment spell. He shouted furiously and bombarded the deployment spell with his ruler's sword. However, it was useless. He couldn't break it. The original strength of a high-level saint was too powerful for him. "It seems like I have no choice. I need to ask a bestial saint for help, or we won't be able to break free. Or I could also gamble and hope that a high-level saint of the Fortune Shrine comes. Then it'd mean that we'd have to wait and see which high-level comes first, ours or theirs," thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't feel like using another bestial saint though, as he could ask them for help only once. As he had expected, the news quickly spread into Yu City. The fire shrine quickly informed the other shrines. Lin Feng was different from the other enemies. At the top of a celestial fire mountain in the fire shrine, a strong cultivator was seated cross-legged. In front of him, light curtains appeared, showing different shrines' leaders. "Why did you summon us?" asked a cultivator wearing an empty space robe of the fire shrine's leader. He looked unhappy. Haven't you heard the news? Lin Feng is in Du City, and he killed a dozen of our low-level saints, said the Fire Shrine's leader. The other was astonished. Someone else asked, so what? Humph. The forbidden body isn't the sole responsibility of the Fire Shrine. We're all responsible for getting rid of it. If you don't want to fight a war against the Fortune Shrine, it's your problem, but back then, we all agreed to get rid of the forbidden person. So many strong cultivators have died already. Now the world is in a state of chaos. You know what it means? If a new god appears, you will all be crushed, even if you are a shrine. You will have no choice but to acknowledge allegiance to him. You'll become a joke in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Maybe then, your lives will be in someone else's hands. Maybe the Fortune Shrine will reign over the world and will do whatever they want to you, said the Fire Shrine's leader coldly. The forbidden body is there, and we have to kill him. Unless you think the Fortune Shrine will forget about all these years of tensions? Everybody looked surprised. Their ultimate goal in life as strong cultivators was to become really peerless. They wanted to become stronger than anyone else in the world. They wanted to become the single god. They wanted to be unreachable so that nobody would be able to catch up with them. If they allowed anyone to surpass and oppress them, then it became impossible. It also meant they acknowledged that person as a god. How could they let the Fortune Shrine become so powerful? I've heard that some high-level saints protect him, a very powerful one. Unless we send a peerless saint, we can't kill Lin Feng. The Fortune Shrine won't just stand by and look on, said a shrine's leader. The empty space shrine has the celestial sealing map, doesn't it? Can't you take it out? Seal all the members of the Fortune Shrine in Du City. I'll personally send a peerless saint to kill Lin Feng, said the Fire Shrine's leader. But I also hope that everybody will help and cooperate. Don't stay on the side and watch. You also need to help. Otherwise, I don't care, we'll just let Lin Feng grow and become strong. Is that so? But Lin Feng hates the Fire Shrine more than any other shrine. Someone smiled. If you think the Fortune Shrine will be nice to the Ice and Snow Shrine if they become the ultimate leaders of the world, then just sit aside and watch, replied the Fire Shrine's leader. Your plan is that we take out the celestial sealing map, you send a peerless saint, the others help, and that way we can destroy the Fortune Shrine. But we need to get ready first, said the Empty Space Shrine's leader. The Fire Shrine's leader smiled. We'll all gather in Du City. In Du City, Lin Feng couldn't do much. He had to get help from a bestial saint. Lin Feng was really annoyed. The bestial saint just came out and broke the seal, then left without doing anything. He had promised them they would only need to help once. There were only 9 high-level bestial saints in the Star World, so Lin Feng only had 9 opportunities. Regarding the 3 peerless bestial saints, they disdained him and didn't listen to him. But Lin Feng understood. He was extremely weak in comparison to them. It was already difficult to convince the high-level bestial saints. The Lung clan had already been turned into a field of ruins. He had already killed all the saints. Lin Feng was convinced that these were severe losses for the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine. I wonder how the other battle is going, whispered Lin Feng. Should we go and see? Said Mou. No need. We can't join the high-level saints' battle. What just happened will quickly reach them. That way, I'm convinced the high-level saints will know when to move back, said Lin Feng. Mou nodded. She was curious, though. Where did the high-level Saint Lin Feng had called come from? Why had he just broken the seal and then left? She guessed Lin Feng had a treasure, but she couldn't ask him about that. Everybody had secrets. Lin Feng was just too mysterious. Somewhere in Du City was a teleportation portal. At that moment it twinkled. Empty space strength rolled in waves around it. Someone was coming from very far away. Many people noticed it in Du City, including Lin Feng and the others. The teleportation portal didn't twinkle only once, but several times. Lin Feng and the others frowned. Mou pulled a long face. There, it's a stationary base of the 2 shrines. They possibly... whispered Mou. Her face stiffened. Maybe they teleported directly from the shrines, said Lin Feng. Yes, I didn't think they would pay so much attention to the battlefields of Du City, to the extent that they would make a teleportation portal in the shrine to get here. The Fortune Shrine doesn't even have one, said Mou. She was annoyed. If strong cultivators can teleport directly from their shrines, then they're probably high-level saints. We must inform the Fortune Shrine's masters and tell them we need to leave Diyu City. Leave? Lin Feng was surprised. We should, temporarily at least. We can't do much if they keep sending in new troops, said Mou. However, at that moment, in the distance, some dazzling lights appeared in the sky, and empty space strength appeared everywhere above Diyu City. What's that? Mou was astonished. She shuddered with fear. A terrifying ocean of empty space was rolling in the sky. What was the empty space shrine doing? Lin Feng and the others raised their heads in awe. A gigantic web of lights appeared in the sky and covered the whole city. It's a recording map, said Junimo Shi, stunned. Celestial Sealing Map. Mou trembled even more violently, her face pale. That was the legendary Celestial Sealing Map of the Empty Space Shrine. Celestial Sealing Map? Lin Feng looked surprised. He had read many books, he knew what the Celestial Sealing Map was. It was an empty space treasure, it could seal gigantic regions, and at that moment, the Empty Space Shrine was using it to seal Diyu City. The Empty Space Shrine wants to seal the whole town, said Mou. Her mouth was wide open in shock. Strong cultivators from shrines had teleported to Diyu City, and now they were sealing the city. Diyu City was an almost insignificant battlefield to do such a thing. Maybe it was for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, what do we do? They're probably coming for you, said Mou. She was panic-stricken. Lin Feng frowned and looked furious. The shrines were doing all they could to kill him once again. They even used the Celestial Sealing Map. Let's disperse, said Lin Feng to Mou and the others. He also thought the shrines were looking for him. He couldn't stay with Mou and the others, otherwise they'd be in danger, too. No, we need to ask the Fortune Shrine for help, said Ho Ching Lin. The Fortune Shrine would definitely help if the other shrines tried to kill Lin Feng. No time anymore. Brother, you don't know how powerful the Celestial Sealing Map is. Even if the Fortune Shrine sends some peerless saints, they won't be able to break it, said Lin Feng. Ho Ching Lin pulled a long face. The Celestial Sealing Map was too powerful. Since the Empty Space Shrine has the Celestial Sealing Map, the Fortune Shrine must have terrifying items to resist as well, said Junimo Shi indifferently. The shrines all probably had trump cards. Indeed, said Ho Ching Lin nodding. Let's not think about that for now. You guys find a place to hide. Gather with the other strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine, said Lin Feng. He didn't let them talk. He continued. Anyway, they won't find me easily. After that, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he streaked across the sky. Mou and the others were stunned. He doesn't want us to be put in danger, whispered Mou, watching Lin Feng disappear into the distance. Ho Ching Lin clenched his fists. He felt powerless. He couldn't help his friend. On the contrary, if he stayed with Lin Feng, he would even be a burden. At that moment, many people raised their heads in Diyu City. Many strong cultivators knew that Diyu City had just been sealed. In a place where the qi was thick and rich, someone who had invited people for a banquet sensed that the area was being sealed. He raised his head and looked unhappy. Who did that? Master, I came to inform you. Since you're a supreme cultivator, it's the Celestial Sealing Map of the Empty Space Shrine, said someone, standing up. The Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine are fighting against the Fortune Shrine in Diyu City for control over the city. You might be involved at some point since you're a supreme cultivator. I didn't think they'd use the Celestial Sealing Map though. What does that have to do with me? Asked that supreme cultivator indifferently. The world is in a state of chaos. The shrines need people, they need resources, they need strength. Therefore, they want to keep good relations with the local people, and they want them to help if needed, said that person with a smile. The supreme cultivator nodded. He understood. I don't want to have anything to do with them, said that supreme cultivator indifferently. The others looked at him politely. Regarding the Empty Space Shrine's actions, many people in Diyu City were unhappy, but what could they do? And what was going on in Diyu City? Why were they using the celestial ceiling map? Du City was big. Lin Feng was on his boat and he flying away. He found a mountain range and sat down cross-legged. He immediately went into his star world. Master Ox, said Lin Feng to the old ox. He said, some peerless saints might be coming to kill me. If I hide here, can they find me? Of course, nothing can escape from peerless saints' godly awareness. If you hide in the praying mat, which is the star world, if a peerless saint sees it, he will think there's something strange and he will find you, unless he decides to ignore it, said the old ox. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Du City was sealed, he couldn't escape. If he went into his own world, the qi could still be sensed outside. He couldn't hide from a peerless saint's godly awareness. Do you have an idea? What could I do this time? Lin Feng asked the old ox. In the star world, there are 3 peerless saints. Convince them to help you, said the old ox calmly. Lin Feng frowned. The 3 peerless saints didn't want to help him. How could he convince them? I have no choice but to try, I guess. Even if all the high-level bestial saints agreed to help, it'd be useless. Lin Feng smiled. He disappeared and reappeared in front of the 3 peerless bestial saints. They were all at the top of a mountain. Their eyes were closed. They didn't even look at Lin Feng. The old ox appeared next to Lin Feng and smiled. I myself can't even convince these 3 guys. I can't help you either. Back in the days when my master recruited them, they were unwilling to submit until he became a very peerless cultivator, and nobody else was stronger than him anymore. After he disappeared, nobody has ever managed to get help from them. Lin Feng nodded and looked at them, saying, Masters! The 3 of them were still seated cross-legged. They didn't even look at Lin Feng. He was annoyed. Guys, Lin Feng is the new master of the star world. Give him face, said the old ox indifferently. One of them opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul shook under those eyes. Speak, said that cultivator indifferently. Master, the shrines might be sending some peerless saints to kill me. I need you to help me, said Lin Feng. Only peerless saints could help Lin Feng in such circumstances. Why? Asked that cultivator in a cold and detached way. Lin Feng replied calmly. The shrines have been chasing me because I have a forbidden body, and according to legends, it is said that if a forbidden person appears, the continent of the 9 clouds will sink into a state of chaos, and a new god might appear. You guys are all peerless saints, but you've been stuck at that cultivation level for a long time. If someday I become as strong as you or even stronger, I'll help you. A god is a concept you don't understand. Besides, it's not even sure you could become one, and if you did, it's not even sure you could help us. Even if you did reach that level, you wouldn't be willing to help anyway, said that cultivator indifferently. It made sense, but Lin Feng felt annoyed. Becoming a god was easier said than done. Besides, if someone became a god, would they be willing to help others become gods? Lin Feng sighed and said, Since it's that way, I'm off. He sounded neither haughty nor humble and turned around. They didn't trust him and he couldn't convince them. If it was his fate to die, then he was going to die. Wait, that cultivator said suddenly. Lin Feng turned back around and asked, Master, how may I help you? You're the new master of the star world. If you become a high-level saint, I'll help you, said that cultivator calmly. Lin Feng was stunned. Did he have time to become a high-level saint? Du City was sealed. Shrines cultivators were coming. Did he have time to practice cultivation? I will do my best, said Lin Feng. If you don't trust yourself, why would we trust you? Said that person indifferently. He closed his eyes again. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng left the star world, looking calm and detached. The empty space shrine's strong cultivators had decided to use the celestial ceiling map, so peerless saints attacking were also a possibility. They had been a bit too careless this time when they had decided to attack the Lang clan. They had underestimated the fire shrine and the empty space shrine. Now Mou and Ho Qing Lin were in danger too, and Lin Feng had also been uncovered. Of course, Lin Feng hadn't thought the shrines would do so much to kill him. This time, Du City is completely sealed. Peerless saints could arrive any time. All I need is time, thought Lin Feng. Even though peerless saints could inspect the whole town with their godly awareness, Du City was a big city. If they wanted to inspect the whole town, they would need time, too. Lin Feng needed to hide properly enough to save time. The most dangerous place is a place nobody would consider a good place to hide, thought Lin Feng. He changed his face, body, and chi, and then disappeared from there. Du City was sealed, and the strong cultivators from the shrines who had teleported there were already looking for Lin Feng. Even if they couldn't find Lin Feng, they would try to find members of the Fortune Shrine to kill them. That way, they wouldn't waste time, but they'd also be able to take over Du City. Peerless saints didn't really care about such things. If it wasn't for Lin Feng, no peerless saint would have come. Peerless saints were the most precious cultivators of the shrines. Shrines didn't have many peerless saints, they were extremely rare. Besides, they stood aloof from worldly affairs, and they didn't listen to anyone's orders. Everybody was very polite to peerless saints. At that moment, Officer Qing Yi and the others were being chased. The battles were fierce. You also fought against other people. Disperse. Some people are coming to help them. We can't fight forever, shouted Officer Qing Yi to the members of the Fortune Shrine. The others retreated. However, their enemies continued chasing them. They were wasting time and weren't in a rush to win the battles. They followed Mou closely. Mou seal, shouted someone. It was Lin Feng's voice. Mou was surprised. She nodded and sealed the area. The strong cultivator who Mou was fighting against was surprised. He turned around and saw a dazzling sword. He didn't have time to react and was killed. He had thought the sword wasn't close yet. Lin Feng, how come you're back already? Asked Mou. She didn't understand and pulled a long face. Lin Feng couldn't show up. Lin Feng will leave with his boat. Help me do something, Lin Feng said to her telepathically. Mou nodded and replied, all right, I hope you can deceive them. After that, the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine and the Empty Space Shrine saw Lin Feng leave with his boat, which was an incredible saint's weapon. It was extremely fast. Many people saw Lin Feng leave and chased after him. The order they had received was to kill Lin Feng. Of course, some people stayed to deal with the members of the Fortune Shrine. Mou was fighting against someone. She took out a saint's weapon and said, this saint's weapon doesn't have a master anymore. It's a medium-level saint's weapon, and if you continue chasing me, it'll belong to someone else. She withdrew. The man was surprised, and used his godly awareness to inspect the weapon. He was surprised. It was indeed a medium-level saint's weapon. How tempting! That woman didn't care about anything anymore but her life, to the extent that she threw the weapon away to escape. A medium-level saint's weapon is worth it, thought Li Xiao. Killing Mou wasn't that beneficial to him in comparison to a medium-level saint's weapon. That weapon would allow him to be that much stronger. In such circumstances, people chose what was the best for them. Li Xiao flew towards the weapon and looked happy. It was a sword, and it didn't have a master. It was a sword. He smiled indifferently. He put it in his ring and then raised his head. Mou had already disappeared. Li Xiao didn't mind, though. The Fortune Shrine also learned that Du City had been sealed. In the sky, some strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine were above the clouds and looking at the ground. They flew, but not in Du City's direction. The shrines and the supreme animal world ruled over the continent of the Nine Clouds. All the shrines knew things which other people didn't know. They didn't allow other shrines to show up in places where they could obtain information. They dared act insolently when other shrines tried because of 3 reasons. First, the shrines sent saints where they could obtain as much information as possible. Second, the shrines all had at least 3 peerless saints. That was a principle in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Third, the shrines all had extremely powerful weapons. The Empty Space Shrine wasn't the only shrine which had something like the Celestial Sealing Map. Every shrine had something like that, including the Fortune Shrine. That's why there was a balance of power. Nobody dared take out their trump cards. If they did, other shrines would attack them right after. The shrines were very cautious, but because of the forbidden body, the world had become chaotic. The strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine were flying in the direction of the Empty Space Shrine. Since the Empty Space Shrine had taken out the celestial ceiling map, then they didn't need to be polite either. They had the opportunity to show the Empty Space Shrine, which didn't have the celestial ceiling map anymore, that it'd be difficult to deal with the Fortune Shrine's peerless weapon. As the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine flew towards the Empty Space Shrine, the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine were already in Deyu City. Xiong Fan was a strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine who hadn't shown up for many years. He had had an ordinary life for a very long time, but he hadn't become any less strong or sharp. When he landed on the ground, oppressive energies filled the space around him. Many people felt pressured. They didn't know why, but they felt like kneeling down and worshipping him. He was a peerless saint. He had transcended worldliness. He was already among the strongest cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds. At his cultivation level, only gods were stronger. High-level saints like to say, "It's easy to become a high-level saint, but it's difficult to become a peerless saint." Of course, they were the only ones who said that because becoming a high-level saint was extremely difficult. Low-level saints were angry when they heard that, but once they became high-level saints, they understood. There were many high-level saints in the continent of the 9 clouds, but there were definitely not many peerless saints. Xiong Fan rose up in the air, looking like a god. Many people sensed a fearsome godly awareness inspect them. Who dared inspect them with their godly awareness without the slightest scruple? In any case, nobody could say anything. Many people raised their heads and looked at Xiong Fan, sighing at his strength. Why was that strong cultivator in Deyu City? Why had the shrine decided to use the celestial ceiling map? What were they looking for? He moved his godly awareness extremely quickly, but Deyu City was gigantic. Even if he was fast, he couldn't inspect the whole town that quickly. "I found some people from the Fortune Shrine. Send some people," said Xiong Fan indifferently. Then, some images appeared in the sky. Those images were pictures of the place where St. Qingyi was. Their people were still chasing people from the Fortune Shrine, but Xiong Fan didn't care about that. He was looking for Lin Feng. The sky became red, and the temperature in Deyu City became scorching hot. Many people stopped looking at the sky and lowered their heads. They felt uncomfortable, but nobody dared say anything. "Where is he?" said Xiong Fan angrily. Someone came to him and said, "Master, did you inspect the whole town?" "Yes, including the mountains, rivers, and deserts. He's not here. I can't find his chi. My godly awareness was only stopped in one place," said Xiong Fan. That person looked worried. He knew what place that was. It was a place where there was a supreme cultivator, and they didn't know where he was from. The only reason why a supreme cultivator would have come to Deyu City would be to invade it. "What should we do?" asked the high-level saint. The world was in a state of chaos. They didn't want to offend an extremely strong cultivator. Xiong Fan's eyes twinkled and he said, "Let's go and greet that supreme cultivator," said Xiong Fan, flying away. His people followed him. They also wanted to see the supreme cultivator who was in Deyu City. Usually, the supreme cultivator was in a good mood. He wanted to settle in Deyu City. Ordinary didn't care about the shrine's battles. He was convinced the shrines wouldn't dare attack him anyway. Therefore, he had invited many old and new friends. But Ordinary was annoyed because Deyu City had been sealed, so some of his friends whom he had invited would probably be stuck outside. It ruined his mood. The shrines really liked to act without the slightest scruple. Not only did they seal Deyu City, but they also inspected the whole town with their godly awareness. "And now they're coming to us," said Ordinary unhappily. "Haha, Master Ordinary, the shrines are arrogant and disdain people, since they rule over the continent of the 9 clouds. Anything that poses a threat to them must be destroyed." Someone smiled. That person looked sharp. His chi was powerful and golden lights twinkled around him. "We're lucky we got out of that devilish place. We have mountains and rivers and we're drinking alcohol. That's awesome," said another one smiling. "Indeed. We should be happy. Let's forget about them. Cheers." Ordinary smiled back. After a short time, a loud voice sounded about them. "Xiong Fan from the Fire Shrine. I'm here to greet you, Your Excellency." "Since you're here, come in," said Ordinary indifferently. A group of strong cultivators came in, Xianxia leading the group. He glanced at them, smiled, and nodded at Ordinary. "Sorry for disturbing you during your banquet, Your Excellency. Since you're here, have a few drinks with us," said Ordinary indifferently. Xianxia glanced at Ordinary and the others, hiding his surprise. Apart from Ordinary, there was a cultivator as strong as him, and there was Ao Songhai too. "All right, thank you for your hospitality," said Xianxia, looking for a place to sit. He had to give them a little face as he disturbed them, after all, and it was a sensitive period. He didn't want to offend such people. He didn't mind chatting with Ordinary, who was a supreme cultivator. Li Xiao was there too, but his social status was rather low, and he wasn't strong enough. He stayed far away. He looked around and saw many strong cultivators. When facing peerless saints, he had nothing to say. He had to obey when they talked. At that moment, the person everybody was looking for was in Li Xiao's ring. The sword Mo you had given to Li Xiao was bathed in lights. Lin Feng was in the star world. The solution Lin Feng had imagined was joining one of his enemies, hiding the star world in one of his enemy's rings. Finding him wouldn't be easy there. After going into the star world, Lin Feng had gone into his own world. So many years had passed, his soul world was perfect. There were all sorts of energies everywhere. There were many countries and empires, not just the empire of Shuiyu, and more cultivators. There were many places to practice, and to become stronger. And only a few decades had passed. If hundreds or thousands of years passed, then it had become even better. Lin Feng had already established some rules in Shuiyu. He didn't allow people to kill others in the city center because he wanted the number of people to increase. Lin Feng was in the sky. To become a high-level saint, he needed to make one sort of original strength to reach the maximum level. Even though he was at the god level, he had to do that too, and now he was wondering what strength he should make study to make it reach the maximum level. Gold, wood, fire, water, earth, wind, empty space, death. I can understand any sort of original strength, and I can understand them even better in my spirit world. However, how to make an original strength reach the maximum level? Whispered Lin Feng. All sorts of original strengths were floating around him at that moment. The different sorts of original strengths all had their specific foibles. How could I understand God original strength? Whispered Lin Feng. Maybe he needed to experience things physically to understand. When he thought about that, he left his own world and went back to the star world. The 9 high-level saints appeared in front of him. He had never really fought against a high-level saint. He wanted to see what it felt like now. He wanted to see in what way their original strength was different from his own. What was the difference between high-level saints and low-level saints? Everybody, I want to see the difference between high-level saints' strength and low-level saints. Can you help me? Asked Lin Feng asked the saints. The old ox appeared next to him and said, to help Lin Feng. Since he wants to study, teach him a good lesson and show him how strong you are. The old ox couldn't influence peerless bestial saints, but he could influence the high-level ones. The golden ape jumped forwards. All right, I'll show you. I'm listening, master, said Lin Feng, rising up in the air. The golden ape also flew up. Lin Feng's body suddenly stiffened. An incredible oppressive strength surrounded him and gave him the impression he was going to explode. Lin Feng grimaced. How terrifying! However, he still moved forwards and attacked the golden ape with his sword. But at that moment, apart from oppressive strength, heavy strength surrounded him and prevented him from moving forwards. That's... Lin Feng noticed how incredible the difference between him and the ape was. He was astonished. He released fast strength and moved like the wind towards the ape while releasing sword strength. The sword crashed against the ape's skin, which was as thick as an earth armor, couldn't pierce through. At the same time, the ape raised his hand and moved it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense how oppressive the heavy strength was. It was extremely resistant, too. He accelerated, groaning with pain, feeling like his organs were going to explode as he coughed blood. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He looked astonished. He was a low-level saint and he could defeat them extremely easily. He hadn't thought the difference between low-level saints and high-level saints would be so incredible. So, did you sense it? That's how powerful Earth original strength is. Oppression strength, heaviness strength, thick strength, defense strength, all those kinds of strength are Earth original strength. And golden apes don't only control Earth strength. Even high-level saints are like insects in front of him, said the old ox. Is the difference between high-level saints and other high-level saints bigger than the difference between low-level and high-level saints? Asked Lin Feng to the old ox. Of course, things also depend on which strength you control. Now imagine if one cultivator has one original strength at the maximum level and another one has two original strengths at the maximum level. Which one has the advantage? Among the high-level bestial saints in front of you, a few of them also use a fusion of original strengths, but because these kinds of original strengths are inconsistent with the criteria to become a peerless saint, they're still high-level bestial saints. So now, in your opinion, who is stronger? Someone who controls two sorts of original strengths, or someone who uses a fusion of two original strengths? The old ox said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. Of course, fusions of original strengths were probably more powerful. In order to make original strengths fuse, a cultivator had to understand them really well, which meant they were stronger than others who just understood two types. A high-level saint can be 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than another high-level saint. A really strong high-level saint can easily kill other high-level saints. He can even defeat hundreds of them alone and at once. The old ox smiled at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was astonished. I see. That's why the 9 high-level saints accepted to fight against me when I become a high-level saint. You only understood now? Asked the old ox casually. The 9 high-level bestial saints looked at Lin Feng, seeming amused. They hoped that Lin Feng would quickly become a high-level saint, and then they would teach him a good lesson. Lin Feng looked at the 9 bestial saints' faces and burst into laughter. Since they really wanted him to become a high-level saint to teach him a good lesson, he was precisely trying to become one. He didn't mind fighting against them a few times to study their original strength. It was a rare opportunity. Besides, the 9 bestial saints were extraordinary cultivators with an advanced understanding of energies. Master Ape, use other kinds of original strength to help me study them, said Lin Feng to the smiling golden ape. He was surprised but grinned. That little boy wasn't afraid, he liked that. Use your full strength to attack me. No need to be scared, said the grinning golden ape. Lin Feng nodded. A dazzling golden armor appeared on the golden ape. It was gold original strength, probably extremely resistant. Lin Feng raised his spear and attacked. His spear turned into a light beam and crashed onto the armor, and sparkles appeared. Of course, it couldn't pierce through. When your gold strength reaches the maximum level, your defense becomes incredible. It's better than a saint's armor. Other people's attacks are too weak to pierce through. Of course, if someone's penetration strength is powerful enough, then they can pierce through my original strength, the golden ape said to Lin Feng. Penetration strength? Lin Feng was surprised. Indeed, if your attacks are extremely powerful as a low-level saint, you can defeat enemies. But when you're a high-level saint, direct attacks are not as efficient. Many high-level saints use incredible treasures, and even without them, their physical defense is also incredibly powerful. So direct attacks become useless. I can make armors using a fusion of earth and gold strength. Ordinary high-level saints can't do anything against me. How do I carry out an attack which has penetration strength? Asked Lin Feng. Many sorts of original strengths contain penetration strength. Earth original strength automatically has a sort of penetration strength expressed through pulsations. When using empty space strength, it's even more incredible. Cultivators who use empty space strength don't even need to defend themselves, said the gold ape. An armor suddenly appeared on Lin Feng's body. The gold ape made it for him. Sense my earth original strength's penetration power, said the golden ape patiently. He put his hand on Lin Feng's armor. Lin Feng sensed a strength envelop his body, pulsating with power. The ape used more force, and Lin Feng groaned with pain. If the ape wanted, he could easily destroy Lin Feng's internal organs. Did you sense that? That's Earth strength at the maximum level. You need to study a lot to make your original strengths reach their maximum level, said the ape impolitely. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, he had to study a lot. The ape could actually use Earth strength to become a part of the Earth and didn't even need to worry about defense anymore. If you understand empty space strength at the maximum level, then you don't need to use Earth original strength. You don't even need to worry about defense. When you use empty space strength to attack, the attacks attack the cultivator directly, and not their defense, said the golden ape. Lin Feng looked thoughtful. Another bestial saint spoke up. All right, I'll show you what empty space original strength looks like at the maximum level. Come and attack me. Lin Feng nodded. His silhouette flickered and he attacked. He raised his spear and attacked, however. When he attacked, the spear appeared next to the beast even though he hadn't moved. Empty space divergence. Lin Feng was astonished. He raised his left hand and pointed his finger at the beast. Whistling sounds spread in the air, and powerful death stamps moved towards the beast. However, the attack stopped in front of the beast and appeared in another space. Then, the beast raised his finger and Lin Feng's attack moved aside. Phew! How to fight in such conditions? Lin Feng was stupefied. As expected, original strength at the maximum level wasn't something so simple. The old ox watched. All of them looked interested as they watched Lin Feng, their eyes glittering. Lin Feng was determined they liked that. After that, Lin Feng was attacked by an illusion original strength attack. He didn't understand anything anymore. He moved back and took a deep breath when it finished. How scary. You sensed so many types of original strengths at the maximum level, but understanding original strength and reaching its maximum level is something else. And doing it in a short time is impossible, said a bestial saint to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face stiffened. It was true. He had experimented a lot, but understanding original strength was another story. How difficult? Did he have enough time? If the old ox is willing to help you, he can save you a lot of time, said the bestial saint. Lin Feng was surprised. Master Ox, you hoped we would help him. Why don't you help him yourself? You can help him more than us, the bestial saint said to the old ox. I haven't attacked for a very long time. I forgot how to attack, said the old ox indifferently. I know our master made you swear you wouldn't do anything unless the new master reached a certain level. But you don't necessarily need to fight, attack, or whatever to help him, said that cultivator with a smile. Lin Feng didn't understand. He only knew that the old ox was the manager of that world. He could go anywhere in this world just like Lin Feng. He had privileges in this world, maybe even more than Lin Feng. Little boy, you know what kind of strength Master Ox controls? I don't know, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He was convinced the old ox was extremely strong, but he didn't know how strong. From what I know, 4 of his original strengths have reached the maximum level and he has already fused them together. You can't imagine how strong he is, said that bestial saint with a smile. Lin Feng frowned. A fusion of 4 original strengths. How terrifying. He even controlled special kinds of original strengths, since he was a peerless saint. Which ones? A fusion of slow and fast allows a cultivator to make time and things move slower or faster. Have you ever heard of that? Asked the bestial saint smiling. Lin Feng nodded. I have. With empty space strength at the maximum level, a cultivator can also modify time and space, explained the bestial saint. Lin Feng was shocked and looked at the old ox. Master Ox, you can modify the speed at which time passes? The old ox remained silent, but nodded. He admitted he could. How strong. Slow and fast strength can really do that. How incredible, thought Lin Feng, delighted. The old ox controlled empty space original strength at the maximum level. It meant that he could make time pass slower or faster than in other places. Please help me, Lin Feng asked the old ox. The bestial saint's eyes twinkled. They wanted to see the old ox's incredible methods, as making time pass faster or slower was something incredible to see. They would also be able to study it. Therefore, they tried to help Lin Feng. All right, I will, said the old ox. He released a mysterious kind of strength, which filled the air. Lin Feng suddenly had a strange sensation, but he couldn't describe what it felt like. He raised his arms. He wasn't moving faster or slower. It wasn't like fast or slow strength. It was extremely strange. The speed at which time passes now has already changed. I will protect you from outside. One day in the outside world is like a dozen days here, said the old ox to Lin Feng and the others. My master and I studied this kind of strength in Ganji's time. When you stay there for years and come out, you realize only 2 days pass in the outside world. But you don't feel anything strange there. You just save time. Ganji's time. Lin Feng looked surprised. The old ox and the god had been to Ganji's time, and they had come out safe and sound. Ganji's time was a forbidden territory. Some other people had also come out safe and sound. There was a legend in the continent of the Nine Clouds where some people went to Ganji's time, and when they came out, they were already so old that they were about to die. No wonder. If time passed extremely quickly inside, everything was possible. As Lin Feng was practicing cultivation with the high-level saints, the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine arrived at the empty space shrine. An empty space palace was floating in front of them. They looked furious and determined. That's how the situation in the continent of the Nine Clouds really became explosive. The shrines were the most powerful groups in the continent of the Nine Clouds. They didn't need to protect themselves because nobody dared attack them in normal times. However, in times of turmoil, things were different and nobody could anticipate a world sinking into chaos. When the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine landed in the empty space shrine, the whole empty space shrine was shaken. Some incredible strong cultivators were in the empty space shrine to punish them. In a very short time, corpses fell from the sky, one after another. A terrifying chi filled the air. Everybody felt the pressure. 5 people had appeared in the sky above the empty space shrine. Those 5 people looked like gods, especially the one who was holding a scepter from which destiny lights emerged. He looked like an almighty god. Fortune Shrine, what's this supposed to mean? Asked someone at that moment coldly. An ice-cold energy filled the air. The empty space shrine used the celestial sealing map to seal the U City and to attack the disciples of the Fortune Shrine. We obviously can't stay aside and watch, right? So we came with the scepter of destiny, said the strong cultivator in the middle calmly. The strong cultivators of the empty space shrine looked furious. Many people were shuddering with fear. The empty space shrine was sinking into chaos and fear. The scepter of destiny was a precious item of the same level as the celestial sealing map. The celestial sealing map could seal heaven and earth. The scepter of destiny contained the destiny heavenly destruction technique. Everything is negotiable, said a strong cultivator of the empty space shrine in a trembling voice. The 5 peerless saints of the Fortune Shrine had come with the scepter of destiny. They were just insane. When you sealed the U City, you didn't ask us if we wanted to talk, said a strong cultivator of the Fortune Shrine coldly. The world has sunk into chaos. Everything is allowed. Since you used the celestial sealing map, we use a similar weapon and peerless saints can attack as well. There are no rules anymore. After that, he raised his hand and threw out the scepter of destiny. It floated in the air and destiny lights appeared all around the empty space shrine. Feel the strength of destiny, said a strong cultivator of the Fortune Shrine coldly. Destiny lights enveloped the empty space shrine. The terrifying destiny strength kept rolling in waves all around. No! Shouted someone furiously. The empty space shrine was really going to sink into chaos. The Fortune Shrine was crazy. They had decided to attack the empty space shrine directly. They had come with the scepter of destiny and the empty space shrine didn't have the celestial sealing map to protect themselves. Seal, said someone coldly. Instantly, some golden lights appeared and flashed. They sealed the whole shrine. However, the peerless saints of the Fortune Shrine just smiled coldly. One of them raised his hand above his head and celestial star strength appeared in the sky and turned into a cosmic rain. Gigantic meteorites started falling from the sky, crashed onto the golden lights, and destroyed them. Lights flashed. Strong cultivators landed in front of the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine. The space became distorted. A vortex appeared and started absorbing the strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine. Humph! The few saints smiled coldly and simply dispersed. "Condense," said a strong cultivator of the empty space shrine coldly. A saint of the fortune shrine had the sensation as if he were trapped in moving sands. The space around him was being sealed. The strong cultivator of the empty space shrine then teleported himself and reappeared next to the fortune shrine's strong cultivators. He raised his finger and the space around him crackled. The fortune shrine's strong cultivators shouted furiously and attacked. The atmosphere kept crackling. The peerless saints of the fortune shrine turned into light beams. The empty space shrine's strong cultivators didn't feel relaxed at all. A mysterious strength surrounded the strong cultivator of the empty space shrine. "Break!" shouted that strong cultivator furiously. His body exploded and he turned into millions of pieces before vanishing. On the other side, there was a terrifying battle going on. The body of the peerless empty space shrine's saint which had just exploded condensed again there. At the same time, the peerless saints of the fortune shrine reappeared, moving together in perfect harmony. At that cultivation level, battles were unimaginably fantastic. However, the space wasn't sealed. The scepter of destiny flashed again. The strong cultivators of the empty space shrine were deathly pale and shaking. That ancient scepter of destiny was a deadly weapon. It could defy the laws of physics and kill people. Many of the empty space shrine's strongest cultivators kept falling from the sky one after another. "Have the celestial sealing map come back!" shouted someone. At that moment, in Diyu City, Xianxia was seated cross-legged and suddenly pulled a long face. His face paled. "Xianxia, the fortune shrine came to our shrine with the scepter of destiny. I need the celestial sealing map to come back!" shouted someone explosively. That voice reverberated everywhere in Diyu City. At that moment, people in Diyu City raised their heads and looked at the sky. It was undulating. Everybody was trembling. The fortune shrine had gone to the empty space shrine with the scepter of destiny. How incredible! Would that bring the conflicts to the next level? No. The fortune shrine wants to protect Lin Feng at all costs, which means he is definitely in Diyu City. Besides, we can now be sure that he's a forbidden person, replied Xianxia. They couldn't let Lin Feng live. The fortune shrine was going crazy because of him. They wanted to make the empty space shrine bring the celestial sealing map back. "Humph! We can't fight on all fronts," said a voice in the sky again. "Since we all agreed on a plan, dear friends, all the shrines should help. Since the empty space shrine is helping in Diyu City, send your strong cultivators to the empty space shrine to help. The fortune shrine won't be able to do anything if all the shrines encircle them," said Xianxia. "The fire shrine is really willing to help, so of course I will go there right now. If the others don't help, then we'll give up on Lin Feng." Xianxia disappeared and forgot about Lin Feng for the time being. As long as the celestial sealing map was over Diyu City, Lin Feng couldn't escape. They had to help the empty space shrine first. The fortune shrine is not afraid, and the fire shrine, the empty space shrine, and many other shrines are collaborating. It's too dangerous. Many people shuddered. If all the shrines joined hands, wouldn't they be able to destroy the fortune shrine easily? People's hearts were pounding. The empty space shrine had decided to use the celestial sealing map because of Lin Feng. They wanted to kill him at all costs. And now the fortune shrine had gone to attack the empty space shrine directly, also because of Lin Feng. At that moment, a hole appeared in the celestial sealing map and people left through it, disappearing from everyone's field of vision. Everybody understood that those were people who were teleporting to the empty space shrine. After that, the celestial sealing map shut itself again, and Diyu City was sealed once more. "I wonder what's happening in the empty space shrine," murmured many people, gazing into the distance. There was probably a terrifying battle as fierce as the war in the ancient past. Since the end of the war in the old days, the shrines had never fought again. "The world is sinking into chaos more and more every day," whispered an old man in Diyu City, looking up at the sky. Li Xiao and the others were astonished when they appeared in the sky of the empty space shrine. After Xianxia had left, Ordinary had seen them off too. They were annoyed because even though they were shrine's members, if Xianxia wasn't there, Ordinary wasn't willing to host them. Next to Ordinary, Ao Songhai said, "The world has sunk into turmoil because of Lin Feng. I wonder how big the first shrine's battle will be." "Don't worry, you can't imagine how complex the shrine's plans can be," said Ordinary, smiling as if he understood things clearly. "What do you mean?" asked Ao Songhai. "The Fortune Shrine wants to protect that cultivator called Lin Feng, so they went to the empty space shrine, and they must have killed many strong cultivators there, but no peerless saint will die. That battle isn't a decisive battle. Its sole purpose is to annoy the empty space shrine. After the others arrive, the Fortune Shrine will leave. Do you really think the Fortune Shrine would take the risk of getting destroyed? And do you think that other shrines would take the risk of trying to kill the Fortune Shrine's peerless saints?" Ordinary smiled. He was a peerless saint, so he understood that for a shrine to kill a peerless saint, they had to make great efforts, and they had to be willing to suffer incredible losses too. "Master, you're really far-sighted. But if someone has the power to kill those peerless saints and to break the balance, they will," said Ao Songhai. "I know Lin Feng, he's a good guy. He probably has a forbidden body. I wonder whether he will survive." "Funny. I also know a little boy called Lin Feng," Ordinary smiled. "But breaking the balance is easier said than done. All the shrines have precious items like the celestial sealing map. Yes, such items are the shrine's ultimate trump cards." Ao Songhai agreed. Ordinary smiled and didn't say anything else. He just raised his glass of liquor. He was curious to see how the world would evolve in this time of chaos. Diyu City had been sealed for a few days already. Local people were not going through happy times. Nobody could guess how the situation was going to evolve. At the same time, Mou, Ho Ching Lin, and the others were also stuck in Diyu City. They were so worried that their hearts burned constantly. They had no news from Lin Feng, and they had no news regarding the shrine's battle either. They didn't know where to go to be safe. But the Fortune Shrine had gone to the empty space shrine to kill people to protect Lin Feng. It was incredible. The continent of the Nine Clouds hadn't been so lively since the ancient war. Time passed. Lights appeared in the celestial sealing map. A few people descended from the sky and landed in Diyu City. The crowd was astonished. The Shrine's alliance was back so soon? How had the Shrine's battle ended? Ordinary, the supreme cultivator, was still with his guests. He wanted to settle in Diyu City and had recruited some disciples. That's why he had invited some friends as well. It wasn't surprising. "They're back." "Songhai, how do you think the battle ended?" asked Ordinary with a grin. "The empty space shrine has lost many strong cultivators, including some high-level saints. The Fortune Shrine went there and probably didn't leave empty-handed," replied Ao Songhai. "Regarding the alliance, I don't think they will necessarily use precious items like the celestial sealing map, but I think they will go to the Fortune Shrine. I'm convinced all sorts of shrines are waiting outside of the Fortune Shrine even now." "What you mean is that they won't allow the Fortune Shrine's people to come out?" said Ordinary, smiling. "Indeed. They must have sent some peerless saints to stay outside of the Fortune Shrine so the Fortune Shrine won't bother them again while they try to kill Lin Feng. For them, killing Lin Feng is the best way to get their revenge." "Indeed. But, apart from that, the other shrines want to kill Lin Feng, and also, they hope the tensions between the Fire Shrine and the Fortune Shrine will deepen," said Ordinary indifferently. Both of them burst into laughter. Xiong Fan was back in Diyu City. Apart from him, there was another peerless saint in Diyu City, Lu Yang from the Empty Space Shrine. At that moment, both of them were in the sky and inspected the city with their godly awareness. However, after a long time, they still couldn't find Lin Feng. They were stupefied. "Same as last time and this time. Nobody prevented me from inspecting any area," said Xiong Fan. "Maybe he has an incredible empty space treasure which allows him to hide really well. We need to pay attention," said Lu Yang. He was a saint of the empty space illusion. He knew how extraordinary empty space strength could be. "Yes, maybe we need to break people's rings," said Xiong Fan. Breaking into people's rings was one of the worst things cultivators could do in life, but they didn't care. "Let's do it," said the two people, closing their eyes. Their terrifying godly awareness enveloped the whole city. Xiong Fan's godly awareness turned into a fire all, and Lu Yang's godly awareness turned into an empty space sword. They started breaking people's ring seals and breaking into them. At that moment, someone pulled a long face into Yu City. He sensed that the seal of his ring was being broken and that someone's godly awareness was penetrating into it. That strong cultivator could break the seal of his ring easily. It's them. When he thought of the shrines, he pulled a long face. People's rings contained precious treasures. It was against all rules in the cultivation world. It was a blasphemy, but now those people dared break their ring seals. Very quickly, many strong cultivators sensed that the seals of their rings were being broken. They were furious, but they couldn't do anything. It was humiliating and infuriating. The shrines dared do anything to find Lin Feng. However, there were many people in Yu City, and inspecting people's rings was much more complex than just inspecting the city with godly awareness. Lu Yang and Xiongfan also bumped into high-level saints who sealed their rings properly. So it was troublesome for Lu Yang and Xiongfan. They had to talk to the Sanites telepathically and ask them to show their rings to make things simple. They accepted because they feared Lu Yang and Xiongfan would kill them otherwise. The two peerless saints inspected people's rings for 20 days, but they didn't find Lin Feng. What's going on now? Could it be that he's escaped from Yu City? Said Xiongfan. Impossible. Nobody can escape the celestial sealing map, replied Lu Yang. Haven't we omitted someone? Only our people and Ordinary and his friends, replied Xiongfan. First, let's inspect our people's rings and then we'll go back and see Ordinary, said Lu Yang. Xiongfan nodded. Their own people couldn't hide anything from them. They inspected the fire shrine and the empty space shrine's strong cultivators' rings. Most people let them check their rings without protesting. But they didn't find anything. If he has an empty space treasure, we can definitely find him. So it seems that he's with Ordinary, said Lu Yang indifferently. They both nodded and flew away. After a short time, they landed where Ordinary lived. Why did you come back? Yu City is sealed, so some of my friends are stuck here, and some others can't come in. It's been a month, said Ordinary coldly. Yu City's people were annoyed. Yu City had been sealed by the celestial sealing map for a month. Brother Ordinary, don't be angry. We have no alternative. Xiongfan smiled. We came back because we inspected the whole city and we didn't find the one we're looking for. So we thought he might be here. Brother Ordinary, could we inspect the area properly? You already inspected the area using your godly awareness, said Ordinary coldly. We need to inspect people's rings, replied Xiongfan. Everybody was astonished. Nobody was willing to let him inspect their rings. Apart from you, everybody here is my friend. They're all my guests, and I won't let anyone humiliate them. I hope you understand, said Ordinary, coldly staring at Xiongfan. They both stared at each other coldly. Ordinary was a supreme cultivator. If he gave way, he'd lose face. What if we really need to inspect your rings? Asked Lu Yang. Try and you'll see, replied Ordinary coldly. Lu Yang remained silent for a few seconds and said to Ordinary, We have no choice but to offend you today. He released his godly awareness and started inspecting, then said to Xiongfan, You go and inspect our people. They hadn't inspected all their people's rings. Those who had come the previous time and were still there hadn't had their rings inspected yet. All right, Xiongfan nodded. They didn't want to offend Ordinary, but they had no choice. In the star world, Lin Feng had already been practicing cultivation for more than a year. The old ox hadn't gone away. He had also made time pass differently for Lin Feng to save time. That year, Lin Feng practiced cultivation really hard. He fought against the bestial saints, he studied, he practiced alone, and when he didn't understand, he asked. The bestial saints and Lin Feng slowly became friends. They liked people like Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew he couldn't be too greedy though. He needed to progress step by step. He needed to progress with one sort of original strength, and he chose Earth original strength. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged. He was calmly studying Earth strength pulsations. Felt like a heart with veins and arteries. A very strange sensation. He knew that he made lots of progress, but he hadn't become a high-level saint yet. At that moment, the old ox next to him frowned. He sensed that someone was inspecting the ring and watching them. Ox, how much longer do you need? Asked the old ox. Master Ox, I'm almost done. I just need a little bit more time, said Lin Feng. He could sense that something was happening. He didn't know why he had chosen earth strength. Maybe it was because he was always standing on the ground. All right, I'll give you some more time. Hurry, said the old ox. He released an ominous qi. In the outside world, Qiong Fan was staring at Li Xiao, his eyes glittering. Li Xiao was startled. Take that sword out, Qiong Fan said to Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded hastily, and a sword appeared in front of him. He was very nervous, wondering why Qiong Fan was staring at that sword. Where did you get it? Asked Qiong Fan coldly. A member of the Fortune Shrine threw it away while we were battling. I took it and she was gone already, said Li Xiao honestly. He didn't dare lie to a peerless cultivator. Moron, said Qiong Fan coldly. He was furious. He had been looking for Lin Feng for such a long time and surprisingly, one of his people had him. He unsheathed the sword and dazzling lights flashed. Lu Yang also arrived and inspected the sword. Strange. There must be a hidden world inside. We can't look inside, it doesn't work, said Qiong Fan. See if you can find a solution. Let's take it to the shrine. If he's hiding in there and we take it to the shrine, he will never be able to escape, said Lu Yang coldly. At that moment, Lin Feng was in his spirit's world. His eyes were closed and he was seated in the sky. He visualized an empty world with earth only. He could sense every inch of the ground of the whole world. He could sense the pulsations of the veins of the earth. He was fusing together with the world. In my own world, I can feel things more accurately. When I made my own God intent fuse together with earth strength, it works. In my own world, my earth strength has already reached the maximum level, but it seems that I didn't break through, thought Lin Feng, opening his eyes. He felt annoyed. In the end, it seemed that he was still at his God level. He still didn't have a normal cultivation level like he had in the past, so he couldn't become a high-level saint. But my original strength has reached the maximum level, so I am like any other high-level saint, thought Lin Feng. A wall appeared in front of him. He had made it himself. Not only could he use original strength to fight, he could also create proper things. Thanks to my God strength, even if my other types of original strengths haven't reached the maximum level, I can still make my earth original strength turn into other types of strength. That's an advantage, but it's still not enough, and in the end, it remains earth strength. When my other kinds of original strengths reach the maximum level, I'll be able to destroy high-level saints, he thought. He went back to the star world and arrived in front of the three peerless bestial saints. Masters, my earth original strength has already reached the maximum level, but because of my strange body, I can't become a high-level saint. One of them opened his eyes and said to Lin Feng, "Release your original strength and show me." Lin Feng nodded. Then he released earth original strength. Explosive earth strength churned in the air. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It moved towards the peerless bestial saint. He looked ferocious as he shook his hand and destroyed it instantly. Indeed, it has reached its maximum level. I'll go out with you. The peerless bestial saint nodded. Qiong Fan and Lu Yang tried all they could to inspect the sword, but nothing worked. What an incredible treasure. We can try and seal it with the celestial sealing map to bring it back to the shrines. No need, said a voice at that moment. Qiong Fan was stupefied. Then two people came out of the precious item, which disappeared. They frowned. That item could really hide people. It really was another world. Li Zhao's face paled. Lin Feng had really been hiding in the precious item. He had been used by Lin Feng. The two peerless saints had been looking for him for more than a month. Qiong Fan glanced at them coldly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng was with a peerless saint. Good little boy, said Ao Songhai. His eyes were twinkling as he smiled happily. It really was Lin Feng. Ordinary, the supreme cultivator, and the peerless cultivators next to him all recognized Lin Feng, as well as the bestial saint next to him. It was one of the three peerless bestial saints of the star world. When they were in the star world, fighting against those three beasts was part of their exam. You really think highly of me? Said Lin Feng. smiling at Xiong Fan and Lu Yang. He was privately amazed. 2 peerless saints just for him? Suddenly, a dazzling light streaked across the sky. The space around Lin Feng flashed, and he disappeared. How fast! The people around frowned. How incredible! It was a quick attack, and the other side had reacted quickly, too. A moment before, Lu Yang had attacked Lin Feng. He could have killed him instantly, but one of his allies teleported him next to Ordinary and the others. "Can I have a glass too?" asked the bestial saint, smiling at Ordinary. Ordinary smiled and said, "Lin Feng is my little friend. Of course you can have a glass with us. Come sit." Then, he looked at Lu Yang and Xiong Fan and said, "Are you done causing trouble here? Brother Ordinary, this is the shrine's business. Please don't get involved," said Xiong Fan. "You tried to inspect our rings with force, you humiliated me, and in the end, one of your own guys helped him hide. You're ridiculous. Lin Feng is our friend and guest today. You can talk to him next time, when he's not my guest," said Ordinary coldly. "I'm not seeing you off. Are you sure you want to get involved?" asked Xiong Fan coldly. "You consider everyone else beneath your notice, don't you?" Ordinary smiled. His eyes looked ice-cold. Nobody had ever threatened him and lived. "Help me watch him," said the bestial saint to Ordinary. Ordinary and the bestial saint had already fought. He knew how strong Ordinary was, so Ordinary was perfectly capable of taking care of Lin Feng. "No problem," replied Ordinary easily. "It's been a long time since I fought for real. It'll be good to train again," said the bestial saint casually. He looked at the peerless saint next to Lin Feng, who was also one of the 4 supreme cultivators who faced the old ox back in the days with Lin Feng. Salang, the supreme cultivator. "What do you want to do?" "Lin Feng is also a little friend of mine." "Perfect. Today we'll have an opportunity to train," said Salang with a grin. They looked at Xiong Fan and Lu Yang together, and an incredible strength emerged. "I don't believe you can protect him," said Lu Yang, releasing empty space strength. He was also a peerless saint who could protect Lin Feng against him. He flashed forwards and disappeared. After a few seconds, Lin Feng sensed danger. However, at the same time, an incredible earth strength surrounded him and he disappeared. He was in the ground, and when he reappeared, Ordinary, the supreme cultivator, had taken him high up in the air. Brother Ordinary is using the pulsations of the earth, so he can obviously sense what other people do since they move through the world. "Now he's taking me away," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, the peerless bestial saint appeared in front of Lu Yang and stared at him. In Lu Yang's eyes, many silhouettes of the bestial saint appeared. Lu Yang was astonished because he couldn't recognize which one was the real one. "Die," said Lu Yang, stretching out his hand. A strong wind started blowing and sweeping everything away. However, the empty space strong wind dispersed when it reached the bestial saint, and then his many silhouettes moved forwards. "It's an illusion, a real illusion. Even empty space strength is caught in the illusion," whispered Ordinary when he saw that. He was amazed. Salang also started fighting against Xiong Fan. Lin Feng looked at Ordinary and whispered, "Thank you very much, brother. It's nothing, really. Just a slight effort. Back then, when we arrived in front of the old ox, we were already 4 of the strongest supreme cultivators. We can easily defeat the peerless saints of the shrines. Salang controls a fusion of dark light strength. He's a real murderer," said Ordinary with a smile. "But we also need to be careful when they attack you by surprise, because you can't compete with them." "Indeed," said Lin Feng, nodding. He looked at the members of the shrines and said, "But those people really want to kill me, so I have to teach them a good lesson." The members of the shrines were startled. Lin Feng wanted to fight against them. The members of the shrines looked at him with murder in their eyes. Lin Feng shot towards the other members of the shrines. Instantly, a few people released deadly energies. It was an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. A terrifying empty space strength moved towards them. They smiled coldly. He wanted to attack them with such a weak empty space strength? Suddenly, the empty space strength turned into an incredible earth strength and started burying them. At the same time, Lin Feng flashed towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao was staring at Lin Feng. He wanted to regain his lost face. Lin Feng stopped in front of him and pointed a finger at him. Li Xiao groaned coldly. He released empty space strength to surround his body. However, Lin Feng's finger pierced through, and Li Xiao's organs were suddenly badly injured. His face paled. Lin Feng put his hand into the golden empty space strength. His hell finger penetrated into Li Xiao's body and destroyed him,